Hi, welcome to Novel to Listen. Relax and enjoy. Chapter 631 to 650. Beautiful maiden, if you keep looking at this young master will feel shy. Since when were our capital's young maidens so warm and brazen? Ah. That young master smiled slightly and the dimples by his lips were faintly visible. Although his voice was lowered, this deception was not enough to cloud Yuan Shuiyan's sharp eyes, as she had always been someone who noticed the smallest of details. You're bullshit. Wanning was in an irritable mood, so as soon as she heard the youth's glib provocations, she immediately exploded. You dare to be so frivolous and impolite at such a young age. You've got some stupid guts to try to tease this old maid's good sister. Today, this maiden will have to punish you in your parents' stead, you little brat. Oh ho ho. This young master is oh so scared. Ah. If you have the skills, then come over. Ah. Although you're not as beautiful as your sister, it's still enough to catch my eye. This master will gladly take you as you rush into my arms. The young master dressed in white opened up the fan in his hands. The words, "the most handsome under the heavens," had been written on the fan. The youngster waved the fan around in a theatrical manner, covering the wide smile on his face. You, Sao, you get your butt down here for this older sister. Come, here. Yuan Shuiyan blocked Wanning, who was about to rush over to fight the white-clothed youngster with a whip in her hand. She sneered as she addressed the robed youngster in the pavilion. You Sao, are you saying that the little brat over there is our younger sister Sao? That can't be true, right? Younger sister Shao's skin is so pale that it looks transparent. Although he is also pale, the shade of his skin is about 2 levels tanner. Also, his eyes look different. Our younger sister Xiao has round and large eyes. Although his eyes are also large, they slant upward. Wanning searchingly looked at the young master who was clothed in white, trying to find similarities between him and Xiao. She had to admit that it did seem like there were some similarities between the two. The Zhonghu has a type of odd ability called changing appearance art. Although the appearance has changed, the feeling that this person gives off is quite familiar. The only reason you didn't sense it is because you're as dense as a block of wood. Yuan Shuiyan couldn't help but give a verbal stab towards her good friend. Oh my, I've been exposed so quickly. Not fun at all. Yu Xiao folded up the fan in her hands and stood up from the stone bench she was sitting on at the pavilion. She quickly went down the steps and gleefully went towards the two older sisters. It really is you. Wanning put away the whip in her hand and rushed forward. She circled around Xiao a few times and looked her up and down for a long time. She tsked as she said, who helped you to alter your appearance? Truly some good work. I couldn't tell at all that you're a young maiden. In fact, you're remarkably like an arrogant and infuriating young master who had been spoiled rotten by his family. But of course, this young master has plenty of talented people around me. There's no one I can't find that you can come up with. Yu Xiao arrogantly raised her head until her nose was pointed towards the sky. Yuan Shuiyan hit her in the back of the head with her fan and coldly huffed, "Which family are you from, young master? Who gave you the guts to tease us older sisters? Ayo, older sister Yuan, you are too cruel. Ah. Don't you know that women shouldn't hit a man's head? Ah. And you guys, just how are you all bodyguards? The master has been attacked but you don't even try to protect me." You, Xiao turned around to holler at her Chunhua and Chushi, who had also been disguised as the opposite sex, but the mirth in her eyes didn't decrease one bit. Chunhua and Chushi giggled and replied, "Young master, we were wrong. A man's head cannot be touched. Well, I don't care, I'm going to touch it, you little swindler." Wanning rushed forward and took advantage of her height to cause havoc on Xiao's head with her hand. Xiao's head, which originally didn't have a single hair out of place, was now as messy as a bird's nest. The three friends laughed as they fooled around and then sat down in the pavilion. Wanning regarded Xiao's confident and leisurely manner as she waved her fan idly around with pure envy. She spoke in a cozying tone, "Younger sister Xiao, do you think I can also disguise myself as a man? I think it's more convenient to walk around in that way. Older sister you still need to disguise yourself." Yu Xiao glanced at Wanning in surprise. The amusement in her eyes could not be hidden. Wanning had a puzzled look on her face as she asked, "What do you mean?" Yuan Shuiyan immediately inserted a verbal knife. She's saying that you don't need to disguise yourself to look manly. You stinky lass, you're the one who's manly. Just watch as I sink my claws into you. Yuan stretched out her two hands and there was an evil grin on her face as she stepped closer and closer towards Xiaoxiao. Look, your boyfriend is here. There was never too much deception in war. Yu Xiaoxiao casually pointed in the direction of the capital and Yuan's attention was immediately redirected. The young maiden in the middle of the troops looks quite a lot like you. Her eyes are so big and her skin is so luminous. She's even wearing bright and colorful clothing. If I wasn't so familiar with you, I really might have mistaken that person as you are. Yuan looked first at Lu Hao, who was seated straight on a large horse. He looked quite strong and imposing. When she moved her line of sight, she noticed a familiar slender and delicate-looking figure, which caused her eyes to widen in surprise. Yu Xiaoxiao looked in the same direction that her friend was. She chewed merrily on a soft fruit candy as she gestured, "Wow. I finally got to see what official Yu looks like. It's exactly as the rumors say. Official Yu is so pale that she's the same shade of noodles that have just been fished out of the noodle vat." Hu Qi. Yuan burst out into laughter and pointed at her as she guffawed, "The same shade of noodles that have just been fished out of the noodle vat. Is there anyone else who would describe themselves in such a hilarious manner? Wait. You, just what are you doing? That faker is official Yu, so who are you?" "Me. This young master is bringing along two great beauties to go on a leisurely trip, enjoy the sights, and have a taste of the charms of the wild and rough grasslands. After all, I am the youngest son from Imperial Prince Sa's estate, Royal Prince Guo." Once again, Xiaoxiao snapped open the fan in her hands, revealing the words, "the most handsome under the heavens," in an effort to show off her distinguished and elegant side. Older sister Yuan. The faker, as Yuan termed had noticed the two great beauties within Sanli Pavilion and smiled brightly as she jumped off her date red horse. She bounced over in a lively manner with two adorable dimples at the side of her lips, which really made her resemble Xiaoxiao. Peesh. Yuan noticed that the fake Xiaoxiao's face was an unnatural shade of white and suddenly thought of the description, "noodles that have just been fished out of the noodle vat." She truly thought that it was quite amusing, and couldn't stop the smile from forming on her lips. If it wasn't for Xiaoxiao elbowing her from the side, she likely would have burst out into mirthful laughter. "Older sister why are you laughing?" The fake Xiaoxiao opened her eyes wide and looked in puzzlement at Yuan. The acting skills of this person was quite good, so she was going to get an extra chicken leg for lunch. Yuan Shuiyan already understood what was going on and smiled faintly at the Yu Xiaoxiao, who dressed in a bright red riding habit. "Younger sister Xiaoxiao, she's laughing because she's happy to see you. Older sister, where are you all planning on going to? And this young master is..." Yu Xiaoxiao looked towards the real one and the confused look on her face didn't look fake at all. This person truly was worthy of becoming a film empress. "I am Royal Prince Guo from Imperial Prince Sa's estate. I've invited these two older sisters out to go hunting at the border. Who would have thought that we'd encounter official Yu at Sanli Pavilion? I've long looked forward to meeting you." Yu Xiaoxiao earnestly conversed with official Yu. "Oh, so your older sister is younger maternal cousin We are also going to the northern border. If you don't disdain it, how about we travel together on this journey?" Official Yu warmly gave them an invitation. Yu Xiaoxiao wasn't very fond of using the term, "on this journey," too. She squeezed out a fake smile and said, "No need, we're still waiting for a friend." She wasn't able to finish her sentence when a gentle voice interrupted, "Forgive me for getting here late. I made younger brother and these two maidens wait for me. You are all too much. Going out to play at the northern border but you didn't even invite me." Third young master Ning. The voice of the fool, Ning Dongwan, could also be heard. The three good friends looked at each other, all thinking, why are the Ning brothers here? "Did you invite these two?" Yuan quietly asked Yu Xiaoxiao, who was disguised as a boy. Yu Xiaoxiao shrugged her shoulders at her two friends and opened out her hands. Her actions made it clear, only devils would know why these two brothers are here at this place. It wasn't this young master who invited them. "All right. Miss Yuan." Ning Donglin was dressed entirely in white and his long, Jet black hair flowed down his back with a small portion of it confined in a copper coronet. He looked like the epitome of a gentle and elegant young man. He turned to face Xiao Xiao and smiled slightly. Younger brother, this older brother arrived late. I accept my fault. Older brother, just when did you become familiar with such a younger fellow? Ning Dongwan sidled over and carelessly reached out to touch Xiao Xiao's hair, which had just been combed back into order. She immediately dodged his attempt. You're such a rude fellow. Don't you know that you're not supposed to touch a man's head or a woman's waist off? Yu Xiaoxiao lowered her voice as she scolded him, but she was unable to disguise the youthfulness from her voice. However, her current appearance, as she glared furiously at Ning Dongwan, quite resembled a young youth who was only around 12 to 13 years of age. Thus, having a somewhat childish voice was still within the realm of possibility. Biwahaha. Ning Dongwan laughed much more boldly than he wanting. He held his belly as he snickered. Your whiskers haven't even grown yet, so how can you be considered a man? Look, this young master's appearance is what is considered a man. As he spoke, he rolled up a sleeve and flexed his arm muscles. Yu Xiaoxiao sneered and laughed. Ha. A white poached chicken like you dares to call himself a man. A real man is someone like my older paternal cousin, Royal Prince Yang, tall, sturdy, fierce, with a body full of sinewy muscle. Ning Dongwan didn't want to back down, but he didn't dare to refute Royal Prince Yang's fierce reputation. He could only snort and say, your older paternal cousin is your older paternal cousin, while you are you. If I'm a white poached chicken, then you're a tiny, weak little chick. Screw off. Don't provoke this young prince, or else be careful that this young prince doesn't make my bodyguards beat you until your teeth fall out. Elder brother Ning, why did you bring your stupid fool of a younger brother along? This fellow only causes trouble and brings no benefits. If he messes up our plan, then what can we do? She wasn't the one who invited the elder young master Ning along, but it clearly looked like he was here for a reason. Thus, it meant that there was only one other explanation. Ning Donglin had been sent by the emperor to protect her. Your plan? What sort of plan? A travel plan, or is it the hunting plan? Ning Dongwan sidled over and asked with a voice full of curiosity. Last time, my older paternal cousin managed to catch a white tiger at the borders. My lord father eyed that tiger pelt enviously for a long time, so this young prince has decided to also hunt a white tiger and bring its pelt back for his birthday present. Yu Xiaoxiao lied without blinking an eye, easily convincing Ning Dongwan without a hitch. The older youth also began to hoot, clamoring that he wanted to help hunt a white tiger down. I don't know if Miss Yu will be bringing her 2 hunting dogs along to the stud farm. If we're able to borrow them, I'm sure it'd be a lot easier to hunt down a white tiger. Ning Dongwan was still obsessed over Xiaoxiao's 2 beloved wolf pets. The soft spring wind of March gently brushed across her cheek. Gentle rays of sunlight shone brilliantly on the mountain. On both sides of the road were wheat fields, and they were so green it looked like the plants had been dyed. It truly showed that the world was full of verdant life. Hey, I gotta say, the wheat seeds that Royal Princess Jinan bred are not that bad. Our entire north has been planted with it. It's said that the previously fertile and plentiful Jiangsu area is now envying the people in the north. Not only are they able to eat enough to fill their stomachs, but they can also, from time to time, enjoy the tastes of refined grain. Ning Dongwan gazed at the bright green wheat fields with the farmers working hard in them. He couldn't help but let out a few compliments. In actuality, as someone who was born with a silver spoon in his mouth, how could he possibly know how hard the lives of commoners were? In the past, being able to eat food made with white flour was considered something only the wealthy could enjoy. Thus, just how wretched were the lives of the commoners in the north then? That's right, the common people have plenty, the treasury is full, and Royal Princess Jinan's contributions cannot be forgotten. Ning Donglin agreed as he glanced over in the direction of the youth dressed in white. But, why aren't we traveling along with Royal Princess Jinan's large entourage? I heard that the conditions in the north aren't always peaceful, so if we traveled together as a group, wouldn't that be more safe? Ning Dongwan was a bit puzzled. Clearly, they were all headed towards the same destination, and He Wanning and Yuan Shuiyan were also very good friends with Royal Princess Jinan, so why were they traveling separately? He Wanning heard his question and immediately answered, Every time younger sister Xiaoxiao travels, she always brings along delicious snacks, fruit juices, and canned goods. Third young master Ning, perhaps you're more interested in the good things that younger sister Xiaoxiao brought along. Ning Dongwan immediately rearranged his expression and stated seriously, "Am I, Ning Dongwan, such a person? Ah. I was just curious. You two are really good friends with Royal Princess Jinan and usually inseparable from each other. How come this time you're not with her? In the past when we were together it was because we had agreed upon having fun together. This time younger sister Xiaoxiao is out on an official mission, so how could we muck it up for her?" He Wanning stated in a lofty manner. Ning Dongwan, tsked, at her and then turned his attention to the only person he hadn't met before, the youth, Royal Prince Guo. "I heard that in the past your health wasn't the best and that it was Royal Princess Jinan who helped you by giving you some medicines and writing medicinal cuisines for you. Are that lass's medical abilities even better than the imperial physicians?" Yu Xiaoxiao, who was currently disguised as the never-before-seen Royal Prince Guo, replied in a shameless manner, "This young prince cannot make the judgment as to whether Royal Princess Jinan's medical skills are better than the imperial physicians. However, my imperial uncle's body and myself have all been treated by her, so she definitely has some skill." Ning Dongwan seemed to fall into contemplation and he muttered to himself, "In the future, I cannot offend that lass. Otherwise, if I have an issue with my body in the future, then I'll have no face to beg her for help." Yu Xiaoxiao let out a peal of laughter. "Third young master Ning, you are quite a practical person. I just have a clear view of things." Ning Dongwan didn't think he was doing anything wrong. However, when will Little Black and Little White have pups? Ah. If I could get one, then I could die contently. Ning Dongwan's dog-fighting arena had attracted all of the rich good-for-nothings in the capital. In other people's eyes, this arena was too bloody and cruel, but, in these people's eyes, it was a provoking, interesting, and entertaining area. Consequently, Ning Dongwan made quite a bit of money from this endeavor. His dog-fighting arena was now breeding fighting dogs and it had all sorts of breeds there. Even a few of the Western Hemisphere's sheepdogs had been brought over. However, this fellow still constantly thought about the Yu family's two special dogs and it had become an obsession for him. Ning Donglin didn't want to see his younger brother commit a faux pas and hurriedly interjected, "In actuality, by being not too close and not too far from them is a good thing. Not only do we have some freedom but we also have the protection of the soldiers in the front. What could be better? That makes sense." Ning Dongwan also didn't want this leisurely trip to be constrained by external factors, It looks like they're planning on settling down right now. But it's still light out. Are we going to be like them and also spend the night outside in the wilderness? Xiaoxiao looked at the color of the sky and then took out a map. After she identified where they were, she pointed towards a direction and said, "There's a village about 15 kilometers from here. If we pick up our speed, we can get there before the sun goes down. Isn't hunkering down in a small village better than sleeping in tents outside?" Although the weather in March was a bit warmer, it was still chilly at night, the early morning and evening. Even if they used their tents, it still wouldn't be a very comfortable night's sleep. Xiaoxiao was also considered half a hedonist, so why wouldn't she choose the comfortable area when she had the choice? "Oh ho, from your appearance, Royal Prince Guo, I couldn't tell that you knew so much despite not stepping a foot outside before. Where did you get a map like this from? It even has the small villages marked on it and is quite detailed." Ning Dongwan had spurred his horse forward and craned over to look at the map that was full of densely crowded drawings. It was a bit overwhelming for him, so he looked away within seconds. How could Yu Xiaoxiao tell him the truth? After all, she had been to and from the northern border twice and this map had been drawn after she solicited the observations of all of the people who had traveled with her. Although there were a few minor errors here and there, for the most part, this map was quite detailed and accurate. Why does it matter where this young prince got it from? All that matters is that it's useful. Come, let's compete. Let's see who can get to the village first. The person who wins can make the person who loses do something. Do you dare to take this challenge? Yu Xiaoxiao had gotten the attitude and arrogance of a young royal prince down perfectly. If it weren't for the fact that He Wanning and Yuan Shuiyan knew her true identity, they would have truly believed that the person in front of them was a spoiled and headstrong young master. Why wouldn't I have the guts? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Ning Dongwan glanced at the horse, which didn't look like much, that the prince was riding on. Naturally, he also didn't spare her tiny little figure a look either. We already made an agreement. So if you lose, don't cry and claim that I, third young master Ning, am bullying a child. Who can be certain who will win? Your boastful words are being said too early. Yu Xiaoxiao lightly squeezed at the horse, prompting that dusty yellow horse, which was clearly impatient earlier, to become more energetic. After receiving its master's commands, it shot off like an arrow from a bow. It stretched out its four hooves and ran like the wind into the distance. Ning Dongwan was stunned for a moment. What the? That yellowish horse doesn't look like a heavenly steed, so why does it run so fast? However, the starting speed is of no use, the most important thing is its endurance. He had complete confidence in his purebred Daywan horse. Even though he started a bit later, he was sure that he could easily close the gap between them and then overtake the young prince. Everyone was riding a horse that was of decent quality. At first, there wasn't a true difference that could be seen between them. However, after they ran 5 kilometers, the bodyguards were slowly being left behind and the gap between the 5 nobles was also increasing. Yu Xiaoxiao continued to hold on to the lead and the gap between her and the second-place horse was getting larger and larger. Although the horses from the Yu residence didn't look like much, they had all been raised since they were young on mystic stone water and fodder with spiritual energy imbued in it. Thus, their bodies had been altered by the energy into ones that could easily compete with horses that were from much better bloodlines. The best example of this was Little Red. However, for this journey and her disguise, she couldn't bring Little Red along. Thus, that fellow was currently back in the stables at home, sulking and in a temper. It even bit some of the other horses residing there. Little Red was now the head honcho of the horses at the Yu's residence. Whenever it was throwing a temper tantrum, the other horses would only obediently stand at the side quietly. None of them dared to even make a peep. This dusty yellow-colored horse could only be considered one of the middle-level horses within the Yu family's stables. In fact, its name, Golden Jadeite, was only casually given by Xiaoxiao when she headed out on this trip. However, this horse was clearly a male horse, but it had been given a feminine-sounding name. Unfortunately, it was unable to object to this name and had even been marked by Little Red, who was jealous that it had received such an elegant and classy-sounding name. If it wasn't for the fact that it was going to head out with the master the next day, it likely would have been injured from head to toe as punishment. As expected, Xiaoxiao was the first to arrive at the village. At this time, the sun was still hanging out at the western mountains. The bodyguards, who were in charge of finding a place for their masters to live, had also just arrived at the village. Xiaoxiao watched as one of them took out a black-colored official tile. It was rumored that these tiles were held by imperial bodyguards. Only then did she realize that other than Chunhua, Chushi, and 4 of her other personal bodyguards, the rest of the guards had been sent specifically by the emperor for her. They were only borrowing the name of Imperial Prince Jing's estate for convenience. Master, village official Wu has already vacated a courtyard residence for you and your friends. Although the conditions are a bit crude, it is a clean place to live. Master, please head on over. This tall and sturdy-looking bodyguard was surnamed Yuan and seemed to have a body full of muscle. Just one glance was enough to tell that he wasn't someone to be pushed around. Yu Xiaoxiao waved a hand at him and said, "When we're out in the open, there's no need to be too picky. Having a roof above our heads is still way better than spending the night outside. I'm going to wash up first. Make sure the servants start preparing food and you all need to help this prince keep an eye out to see who exactly lost this bet." The results came out very quickly. Ning Dongwan, who bragged earlier that he was riding a Daywan horse, had actually come in last. He was also incredibly surprised by this outcome and repeatedly stated that he couldn't believe it. The facts spoke louder than the words and Xiaoxiao didn't try to embarrass him. She only had him go off to feed and water the horses. While everyone else was in the main room, happily eating their evening meal, that unfortunate fellow Ning Dongwan had become banished to be the horse's groom for the night. By the time he staggered over to the table, hungry and exhausted, he discovered that his fellow travelers, who had no love from him, had pretty much finished eating. Only sad-looking leftovers were left on the cold table. "You are all such big bullies, ah. Ning Dongwan howled in anguish and was almost to the point where he was biting on his handkerchief, sulking in the corner of the room. He Wanning and Yuan Shuiyan stifled their laughter and left the main room to go to the eastern side room to rest. Even Ning Donglin, his blood-related older brother, was too lazy to pay him any attention. When he left, he didn't forget to insert a verbal knife. Eat faster as we have to head out early tomorrow. If you end up delaying my rest, I'm going to banish you outside. Oh right, don't forget to wash up completely after you finish eating. The disgusting odor on your body is enough to make anyone want to vomit immediately. Are you still my full-blooded older brother? Ah! Ning Dongwan lamented just as his belly let out a rousing howl of hunger. It was as if it was protesting its master's decision to delay eating food. She had to admit that having such a fool along with her on this journey made it seem less lonely and boring. Xiao Cao relented her teasing and had one of the servants bring in the leftover food she had saved for him to the table. Although it was a simple spread of 4 dishes and a soup, the taste of the food was so good that Ning Dongwan began to cry in happiness. Royal Prince Guo, you are truly the best out of all of them. Don't worry, in the capital, this older brother has a lot of clout. If anyone dares to bully you, then that means they don't want to have a good relationship with third young Master Ning. Even the taste of delicious food wasn't enough to stop the blabbermouth Ning Dongwan from talking. Ning Dongwan wolfed down his food as he let out compliments from his mouth. Who would have thought that in such crude surroundings there was actually a hidden tiger here? How could a mere cook made from a village official's residence end up making food that tastes just as good as the food from Junshou restaurant? Do you think if I bring this cook maid back to our estate that I'd be able to eat delicious foods all the time? How could Yu Xiaocao actually correct him and let him know that this table of food had actually been personally made by her? Wouldn't that be blowing her cover? She didn't want this stupid idiot to rush over and ask village official Wu to transfer his servant over and hurriedly interjected, in actuality, the food is just so-so. It must be that you are too hungry, which is why you think the food is that good. By stating that the food here is even better than the food from Junshou restaurant is too much of an exaggeration. As for the cook maid, it's better you not ask for her. Otherwise, the people here will mock us for being so unsophisticated despite living in the capital. After he stuffed his belly full, Ning Dongwan paced around the courtyard a few times and couldn't help but ask his older brother, Ning Donglin, in the end, second older brother, do you think the food we ate today, which looked very ordinary, tasted even better than the food made by the head chef at our family's estate? Ning Donglin secretly glanced over at Yu Xiaocao and slowly shook his head. I didn't think so. This Wu family's cook maid's skill could only be considered average. Perhaps it really is as Royal Prince Guo said. You were probably ravenous after spending the entire day on the road and then taking care of the horses. Thus, anything you ate would taste incredibly delicious. Is there something wrong with my taste buds? That can't be true. I've always been a picky eater, so how could I possibly mistaken good food for average? Ning Dongwan muttered to himself as he tried to figure out just where he had gone wrong. The next morning, at breakfast, Ning Dongwan frowned the entire time as he ate. The food he had today seemed to have been made by an entirely different person. It truly was as his second older brother said. The food here was incredibly average. Perhaps he had been delusional last night from hunger. The group of people traveled merrily, enjoying the thrilling sights of untamed nature the entire way as they basked under the warm spring sun. The entourage escorting Royal Princess Jinan was sometimes in front of them and sometimes behind them. All in all, the two groups were only about 10 to 15 kilometers apart the entire time. In front of us is a desert mountain and there is no sign of human habitation there. After passing the mountain, I believe there is a small town about 5 kilometers away. Tonight, we could spend the night there. However, judging by the time right now, we'll need to ride hard in order to get there in time. Once again, Yu Xiaocao's map came in handy. The sun was already in the western part of the sky. They needed to go past a mountain and then had a few more kilometers to go to get to the town. If they wanted to settle down before it got dark, they needed to speed up their current leisurely pace. It had already been 8 days since they left the capital, which meant that other than eating and sleeping, they spent most of these days on horseback traveling. After the novelty of the journey had passed, The rigors and fatigues of their trip had long caught up onto the delicate bodies of these noble misses and masters. We need to speed up again. My legs are about to fall off and my waist is about to snap in half. Didn't we go out to have fun? Why do we need to hurry up so much? He whining listlessly lay across her horse and swayed with each step. She looked like a soldier who had been solidly defeated. Compared to camping out in the wilderness, I would much rather prefer being able to rest in a safe and comfortable area. If we need to ride hard, then let's do it. It's still better than camping out in these woods. The mountain in front of us looks a bit desolate and creepy, so it's likely that there might be wolves or other nasty creatures there. Yuan Shuiyan thought longingly about being able to rest at a guest house in the small town in their warm, soft beds. After traveling for a whole day, if they weren't able to get a good night's sleep, then how would they be able to handle the rest of the journey? The incredibly intelligent and perceptive Yuan Shuiyan looked again at the people who were escorting the fake, royal Princess Jinan. She knew that this trip out to the northern borders was not as simple as it looked. The maid-servants who were around the fake royal Princess Jinan all had the bearing and demeanor of Chunhua and Chushi, so it was likely that their identities were out of the ordinary too. Furthermore, there were soldiers from the Jinwu guards within the group. This meant that the trip to the stud farm was likely to be going across roads that were not that peaceful. In addition, younger sister Xiaoxiao had always intentionally or otherwise kept their group a certain distance away from the other one. It was as if the group in front of them was a small carrot that they had to follow. It looked like something definitely had occurred at the stud farm. All right, for the sake of being able to eat well and sleep well, this old maid will do her best. He whining gritted her teeth and spurred her beloved steed further in the direction of the desolate mountain. The group of people stayed together as the sounds of their horses' hooves broke the silence around them. The mountain wasn't very high. The official road wound around the edges of the mountain. Although the road was on the more craggy side, it didn't impede the horses at all as they went forward. As the horses cantered forward, Ning Dongwan looked all around him as he quietly muttered to himself, I wonder if this mountain has any wild pheasants or hares around. If we're able to catch some to add to our dinner, that'll make this trip a little less hard. Yu Xiaoxiao couldn't resist the urge to rebuke him, have we shorted you on food or drink these past few days? Every time we stop to rest, you're the one who eats the most out of all of us and yet you're the one with the most complaints too. This isn't good, that isn't good, but no matter how bad it is I've never seen you stop eating. Arg, it's because I have no choice. Every day we spend so many hours on the road, so if I didn't eat enough, how would I be able to endure this? How could I allow myself to become super skinny? The flavor is truly not that great but you won't even allow me to complain a bit. Ning Dongwan flapped his lips and turned his head to address Xiaoxiao, Royal Prince Guo, do you still have any flaky pastries left? Give me a piece so I can fill my tummy. Although Golden Jadeite was not as intelligent as Little Red, it was still much smarter than most of the other horses along. She didn't even need to direct it and it was able to run steadily on these mountainous roads. Yu Xiaoxiao retrieved a piece of sesame flaky pastry from her pouch and had the horse get closer to Ning Dongwan. When the two of them were side by side, she stuffed the pastry into Ning Dongwan's outstretched hand. Eat slower to avoid choking. This is the last piece, so you won't be able to eat more even if you want any. Yu Xiaoxiao gave this foodie the evil eye. This fellow only came along to cause trouble. If he wasn't able to eat the flaky pastry, he would definitely complain and slow down the entire group. Hey, Royal Prince Guo, you're quite good. You brought along so many pastries from the Yu's shop on this journey. I've learned a lot this time. The next time I go out, I need to bring some more tasty snacks and pastries that are easy to transport with me. The flaky pastries may be gone but don't you have dried meat? Don't hide it from me, this young master's eyes are very sharp. Ning Dongwan munched on the pastry and didn't forget to eye the dried meat that was with Xiaoxiao. We need to stop for a bit. There's something going on in the distance. Ning Donglin, who was at the front of the group, suddenly made the signal to tell them to stop. He lightly pulled on the reins in his hands and had his horse slow down to a stop. Because they were traveling on hilly roads, no one was riding very quickly, so they all swiftly came to a stop after seeing Ning Donglin's signal. Ning Dongwan swallowed down his last bite of pastry and drank a gulp of water as he asked in puzzlement, second older brother, why did you stop so suddenly? Shut up. Ning Donglin glared at him and turned his head to listen. A gust of mountainous wind blew by and he could hear the faint sounds of people shouting and weapons clanking. Xiao Xiao's senses had been sharpened by mystic stone water, so she was able to pick up on more than other people could. She frowned and then turned to command Chunhua, who was behind her, go in the front and take a look. If there's something wrong, come back to report. Yes. Chunhua went forward after getting her order. Ning Dongwan stared at her back as he frowned deeply. Why did this short bodyguard give off such a familiar feeling to him? Royal Princess Jinan's carriage has been in front of us this entire time today. Did something happen to her? Ning Donglin glanced at Xiao Xiao. Luckily, the real Royal Princess Jinan had gone out incognito. Otherwise, the person in trouble would be her right now. Although this young maiden was quite intelligent and capable, she was still an ordinary little girl without much way to defend herself. It'd be quite likely for her to get injured in a chaotic situation. When Ning Dongwan heard this, he immediately blurted out, since Royal Princess Jinan is in trouble, then what are we waiting for? Let's go up and help right now. Ning Donglin scowled and glared fiercely at his stupid dunce of a brother. The target of these foreign tribes was right in their midst. If they rushed forward now, wouldn't they be walking right into a trap? He quietly said, Royal Princess Jinan has the Emperor's hidden guards protecting her as well as the elite troops under General Lu's command. If they are unable to fend off these attacks, then what can our small group do by rushing forward rashly? It'd be in vain. That being said, we also have 2 weak and delicate young maidens in our group and a youthful royal prince. We absolutely should not make a rash decision. But we also can't just sit back and watch Miss Yu get attacked. Miss He and Miss Yuan, aren't you Miss Yu's best friends? We shouldn't be fair weather friends, Yoch. Ning Dongwan didn't even get to finish his thought when a heavy slap interrupted him. Ning Donglin pulled back the hand he used to hit his brother and coldly said, just who are you calling fair weather friends? Are you saying that if we send our lives into an unwinnable situation, that's called being a good friend? Or are you saying that to be a good friend, we should just show up and allow the enemy to use us to threaten Royal Princess Jinan? You stupid idiot. Just as they were about to get into a heated discussion, Chunhua, who had been sent up to make inquiries, had returned. Master, Royal Princess Jinan's group was attacked by some people from a foreign tribe. Although the attackers were quite bold and fearless, the group wasn't very big and has already been beaten back by the Jinwu guards. Royal Princess Jinan hasn't been injured and was only a little bit frightened by the situation. Yu Xiaoxiao lowered her head down to think for a bit before she opened her mouth. If their target truly is Royal Princess Jinan, why would they send such few people along to attack her and get pushed back? Isn't that beating the grass to scare the snake off? I think that these foreigners were only trying to sound things out. They were trying to see whether the group ahead actually had the target they had in mind. It looks like the rest of the journey will not be very smooth anymore. Ning Donglin now truly admired the person who came up with this decoy plan. With the group in front of them to draw the attention of the enemy, it was a lot easier for him to keep the real Royal Princess Jinan safe on this journey. He Wanning was now alert and excited. She sat up straight and excitedly said, let's rush forward and catch up with them. Perhaps we'll encounter some of the enemy running away. This old maiden's whip isn't just for show and I'm certain I can make them cry for their parents. Just stop off. With your cruddy abilities, you wouldn't be able to harm a single person on a real battlefield. Those foreign tribes are as sturdy as a bear, very skilled, and extremely cruel and vicious. Calm down and don't add to the mess. Nine Dongwan had also been given a tutor who taught him how to ride and do martial arts. However, he didn't like to work hard and wasn't as proficient in these areas as his second older brother. Despite that, even he looked down upon He Wanning's so-called whip skills, let alone more skilled people. Ning Dongwan was whipped a few times by He Wanning before he finally begged for forgiveness. Miss He, I was wrong. I'm the one who only has flashy moves with no substance. Alright. Your good friend Miss Yu has been frightened today. Do you plan on going over to comfort her? The fact that she was in the mood to whip him showed that she was only surface friends with Miss Yu. He Wanning glared at him and then glanced briefly at Yu Xiaoxiao before she said, you finally said something that makes sense. Although my younger sister Xiaoxiao puts up a brave front normally, she's a scaredy cat at heart. I definitely need to go and comfort her little trembling heart since she experienced such a frightening and exciting event today. The expression on Yu Xiaoxiao's face didn't change one iota as she nodded in agreement. A meeting by chance has fate involved. Since this has happened, I should definitely go up and greet her courteously. The group of them spurred their horses forward and, after about 15 minutes of fast travel, they arrived at the scene. It was obvious that the enemy was only sounding things out with this attack before retreating quickly. Thus, neither side had suffered a lot of losses. The enemy left behind a few dead corpses while their side only had some injured soldiers. These soldiers had been treated with Royal Princess Jinan's special wound balm, so they were in no danger. The first person He Wanning thought of was her fiancé, Lu Hao. She sidled over and saw that there were bloodstains all over him. She asked in a worried tone, "You got injured? Is it serious?" "I have some extra strong wound balm that younger sister Xiaoxiao personally made here. Go take it." Lu Hao happily gazed at his fiancé's pretty little face. He noticed that she couldn't seem to hide her anxiety and felt his heart twinge. He softly comforted, "What's wrong? You don't have any faith in your man's abilities. How could those tiny thieves possibly be worthy opponents for me? The blood on me is all from other people. Not even a single hair was harmed on me, so don't worry." "Who's my man?" He Wanning felt herself relax a few degrees and immediately blushed. Her watery large eyes flashed to glare at him. "Although I'm not your man now, it'll be a done deal very soon. After this mission is over, it'll be very close to our marriage date." Lu Hao also didn't know why he didn't end up liking those gentle and sweet young noble misses. Instead, he had to be fond of a little spicy pepper. However, this little spicy pepper was incredibly good looking, for even her glares seemed to have the ability to draw a person in. He Wanning felt her face become even more hot. She seemed to be feeling something as she ran a few steps towards the carriage. She stammered haltingly, I'm going to go see younger sister Xiaoxiao. I'm sure she must have been scared to death." Yuan Shuiyan also entered the luxurious and comfortable carriage. Yu Xiaoxiao wanted to have a better idea of the situation and climbed into the vehicle too. The dunce, Ning Dongwan, wasn't able to take a single step into the carriage before the hidden guards blocked his way. "Oi, how come he can enter but I, third young master Ning, can't?" Ning Dongwan gestured at Xiaoxiao, who was disguised as Royal Prince Guo, as he asked in a disgruntled manner. Come to think of it, Miss Yu only had a very shallow relationship with Royal Prince Guo, whereas, he, on the other hand, could be considered an old acquaintance of hers. Thus, wouldn't he be considered closer to her than Royal Prince Guo? Ning Dongwan smugly decided that his train of thought was spot on with the situation. Ning Donglin pulled his third younger brother back and admonished him, "Royal Princess Jinan will be marrying Royal Prince Guo's older paternal cousin. As the younger cousin, it's within reason for him to go and comfort his future-in-law. Why are you trying to butt into all of this?" When he said the words, future-in-law, Ning Donglin felt a pang go through his heart. Wouldn't it be so much better if he had been the one to encounter Xiaoxiao first? Their meeting by chance had occurred too late and he was too distracted by other matters to strike. "Your Highness," one of the hidden guards who had been disguised reported to Xiaoxiao in a lowered voice. This time the enemy sent around 50 or so experts to attack. Although they were disguised as people from our empire, they were unable to conceal the telltale odor of sheep from their bodies. As you and the Emperor have both suspected, their target truly is you, Your Highness. Yu Xiaoxiao nodded her head slightly. This is only the beginning. This attempt was only to see what we have on our side. Since they have confirmed that their target is here within the entourage, the true battle will start very soon. If I'm not mistaken, I'm sure that their next attack will occur at Wild Wolves Slope. That area has a grove of trees that is quite thick, so I'm sure they'll set an ambush over there. Wild Wolves Slope was the area where Xiaoxiao and Zhu Junyang had previously saved Xiao Rong. Your Royal Highness, please be at ease. This subordinate will send people right now to survey the area. Another hidden guard, who had been disguised as a maid, bowed towards Xiaoxiao before she exited the carriage to run off in the distance. He Wanning had a face full of puzzlement when she heard the conversation between them. She remarked in surprise, "What's going on? It looks like you all knew beforehand that there would be bandits attacking, right?" Why does it feel like that this outing isn't for the sake of giving us a fun trip and, instead, we're here to create a smokescreen for you? Yuan Shuiyan tapped the other maiden's head and lightly sighed. Do you finally realize it now? I'm pretty sure that, within our group, other than that numbskull Ning Dongwan, you're the other stupid one. It took you this long to figure out something so obvious. Alright, enough you guys. Clearly we're not as good friends as you claim we are since you all hid such an important matter from me. That's not okay. My poor little heart has been injured now, so I need to be comforted. Otherwise, I'll break off all relations with you cold-hearted fellows. He Wanning wasn't stupid beyond measure and at least said her threats to Yu Xiaoxiao in a lowered tone. 2 boxes of chocolate-flavored cakes. Yu Xiaoxiao casually waved the fan in her hand as she made the number 2 sign in the other. He Wanning continued to act as if she was furious as she countered. So apparently our sisterly relationship is only worth 2 boxes of cakes in your eyes, younger sister Xiaoxiao. This is such a shock to my system, I am so dismayed now. I'll add on a box of hazelnut chocolates too. Yu Xiaoxiao went up on her offer. Accepted. He Wanning's favorite treats were hazelnut chocolates. Thus, she quit while she was ahead and candidly accepted the offer as soon as it came out of Xiaoxiao's mouth. However, for the 2 boxes of cakes, one needs to be tiramisu while the other needs to contain Black Forest Gâteau. Such an embarrassment. You're so easily bribed by just 1 extra box of chocolates. You're not the least bit reserved at all. Yuan Shuiyan glared at He Wanning in an exasperated manner. Didn't you say that Black Forest Gâteau is a tad too bitter for you and is not as tasty as tiramisu? Why didn't you ask for 2 boxes of tiramisu then instead of 1 of both? Right at this moment, Lu Hao's strong and sturdy figure flashed by the window of the carriage. He Wanning stared at him as she chuckled sheepishly. Well, that's because that fellow Lu Hao likes the taste of Black Forest Gâteau the most. Older sister you normally seem quite dense. Who would have thought that even you would have such a side for details too? Looks like my future brother-in-law will be lucky in food. Yu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but tease the older maiden. He Wanning had never been the type to be embarrassed over small things. She planted her hands on her hips and proclaimed in a confident manner, he's my fiancé, not some random person on the street. What's wrong with caring about him? When Royal Prince Yong had to leave the capital to go to war, didn't you stay up all night until your eyes turned red like a rabbit's to personally make some special medicine and dried rations for him? When she spoke this time, He Wanning didn't try to lower her voice. Thus, Lu Hao, who had good hearing, heard everything she said. Bubbles of happiness rose up in his heart. HMPH. That fellow surnamed Zhu always bragged about how virtuous and sweet his little lass was. Now he also had someone who cared about him and would think of him always. The hidden guard who had been disguised as Xiaoxiao secretly observed the true royal princess Jinan. She never would have thought that such an innocent and delicate-looking girl could tame the great devil that was Royal Prince Yong. It was just as that saying said, brine can be used to cure tofu, thus an unlikely object can be the nemesis of the other. Xiaoxiao finally came out of the carriage with her 2 good friends. After she finished talking to the hidden guards, they chatted a bit with Lu Hao before their group left, traveling at top speed to head towards their destination for the night. By the time they reached the small town, the moon had already risen past the tree tops. This small town was much smaller compared to Tanggu town. There was only 1 restaurant within the town and also 1 guest house. The group first entered the inn and reserved all of the remaining rooms there. It was just enough for all of them to fit in if they were willing to squeeze a bit. Dinner was had at the only restaurant in town and the food was delivered to the inn. The ingredients were considered quite fresh, but the taste of the food was incredibly average. Chushi had gone out into the town, pretending to buy supplies as she scoped out the area. She came back to report, there are quite a few suspicious-looking characters in town. I'm pretty sure that these are all spies from the enemy tribes. Yu Xiaoxiao's 5 senses were quite sensitive, so she nodded her head in agreement. No wonder as soon as we entered this small town I always felt like there were people surreptitiously observing us. I originally thought it was the citizens of this town who were curious about our group. Now I know that these people were watching us for another reason. Truly makes one feel honored by their preparations. Chunhua came in with the hot water and quietly said, Master, the other rooms in this inn have been reserved by people who are suspicious too. If I'm not wrong, I'm sure they are the enemy too. I'm pretty sure they're all here to prevent their target from inadvertently slipping away. Yu Xiaoxiao rubbed her chin and thought for a bit before she continued, tonight, we need to stay on guard. We need to avoid the situation where they try to kill us just to be safe. She then had people go remind He Wanning, Yuan Shuiyan, and the two Ning brothers. When it was time to sleep, Chunhua and Chushi had originally planned on taking watches separately throughout the night, but Xiaoxiao had convinced them not to. After spending an entire day on the road with more dangerous roads ahead of them, it was important to get enough rest in order to be alert enough to deal with the surprises of tomorrow. As for night watch, wasn't there the little divine stone? That fellow didn't need to cultivate recently and spent all day every day within the multicolored stone. It was already bored to death by now. A tiny golden kitten appeared in the corner of the guest room. Chunhua and Chushi immediately recognized that this pretty little cat was their master's beloved pet. They hadn't seen heads or tails of it during this entire journey, so just where did this fellow pop out from this time? Although Chunhua and Chushi still had some doubts within their hearts, they didn't persist in trying to take over the night watch. This was because they knew that their master's pets all were very intelligent. When true danger arrived, these pets would definitely warn them. The two of them squeezed onto the other bed in the room and very quickly fell asleep. In their slumber, they missed the kitten slowly transforming its color from its bright golden coat into a dark black color. The little divine stone vanished into the darkness and sidled over to the other guest rooms in the inn. Right now, there was a group of people from the enemy tribes who were grouped together, coming up with their plan. Although they spoke a foreign language, that wasn't enough to stump the little divine stone. It had the ability to directly hear the thoughts from other people's heads. One of the men, whose face was covered with a beard and looked quite vicious, spoke in the Mongols' language. From my standpoint, there's no point in dilly-dallying. Let's catch this group of people. What's the point in hesitating anymore? It doesn't serve any purpose. Don't forget our mission here. The heavenly teacher had said that we need to capture them alive. The man who rebuked the first one was a brawny fellow with a knife scar on his face. The man with the big beard snorted out a gust of air from his nostrils and grumbled, Heavenly teacher, heavenly teacher. The great king has been bewitched by that fellow and believes that dribble about, immortality medicine. How could a stupid teenage girl possibly know any arts to make immortality medicine? In my eyes, that heavenly teacher, who we have no background information on, is the one who is suspicious. Second brother, hold your tongue. The person who spoke this time was a middle-aged man who had a graceful and elegant demeanor to him. His face was pale without any facial hair and he was dressed in scholarly clothes. However, his eyes shone with a crafty light, which completely destroyed his outward elegant appearance. Eldest brother, I've already asked around. The guests here contain one royal prince and the other two youths and girls are all the children of high-ranking officials. From their appearances, it doesn't look like our target is among them. It's better not to act rashly in case we end up beating the grass and scaring off the snake. The man with the knife scar on his face looked at the middle-aged scholar as he quietly stated. When the big bearded fellow heard this, his eyes immediately lit up, the children of high-ranking officials. I'm sure they have a ton of cash on them. If we catch any one of them, we can eat and drink merrily for the rest of our lives. The man with the scarred face glared at him and huffed, Did you get addicted to masquerading as a bandit? Do you think the guards they brought with them are pushovers? What's her name? The royal princess, is lodging not far from town. If a ruckus happens here, do you think they wouldn't be able to find out? Perhaps there are even their spies here already. It's better not to introduce a new twist in our plans without thinking it through. The man with the beard sneered and replied, Old 3, I think you've spent too much time here in the Central Plains. Not only do you speak all fancy now but you've also become more of a coward too. In my opinion, we should have our fellow brothers ambush them when these guys leave town. After they're dead, we can plunder the loot. By the time that whatever royal princess comes along, we would have fled long ago. Although the middle-aged scholar seemed a bit tempted by this proposition, in the end, he decided to say this instead, official business first. The rest we can all figure out later. The little divine stone waited in the dark, listening for a long time. When it knew that these people had no intentions of harming its master tonight, it eavesdropped for a bit longer to learn their plans. After getting the information it was looking for, it turned around and silently left. These foreigners would have never expected that their carefully thought-out plans had inadvertently been leaked out without them even knowing what had happened. When the little divine stone got back to Xiao Xiao's room, it told its master everything that these fellows had outlined. As she had expected, the enemy had set up an ambush at Wild Wolves Slope with about 1,000 men there. They were all waiting for Royal Princess Jinan's carriage and escort to walk into the trap. Yu Xiaoxiao knew that there were countless eyes in town staring at them, so it wouldn't be convenient for them to send someone out with this information. Instead, she wrote down all of the details on a piece of paper and asked the little divine stone to carry it in its mouth to the decoys outside of town. The little divine stone was displeased with her plan. Then do you plan on morphing into a homing pigeon? I can tie the paper onto your tail instead. Yu Xiaoxiao retorted. The little divine stone thought about its beautiful and elegant tail with a stupid piece of paper bound to it. It was still better for it to carry it in its mouth. At least it'd look less dumb that way. It grumbled a bit as it unhappily headed out with the note in its mouth, jumping through the window. It disappeared silently in the darkness of the night. Since the foreign enemy wasn't planning on attacking them tonight, Xiao Xiao went to sleep with a light heart. She slept deeply without any dreams. The next morning, after washing up, she saw He Wanning come out of her room listlessly with a pair of prominent panda eyes. What happened? Did you go out last night to steal some needle and thread from other people? Yu Xiaoxiao couldn't resist the urge to make fun of the other girl. Don't mention it. Didn't you say last night that there were countless foreigners in town with ulterior motives? After hearing that, she was anxious the entire night and tossed and turned, disrupting the entire room. Didn't you always claim that you were bold and brave? How come you're so cowardly now? Yuan Shuiyan spared no effort in ridiculing her good friend. He Wanning righteously stated, I have some skill in martial arts, so if bandits appear I can at least defend myself for a few moves and stall for enough time for the bodyguards to come over. I was worried for you. Okay. You're a weak and delicate young maiden. I was the one who brought you out, so the responsibility rests on me to bring you back safe and sound. Last night, the reason why I didn't sleep was because I was trying to keep a night watch. Okay. Arg, I'm so sleepy. I'm pretty sure I can fall asleep while riding my horse today. Yu Xiaoxiao remarked out of guilt, I was the one who wasn't thoughtful enough. I should have sent either Chunhua or Chushi over to protect you guys. No need. Among the maids I brought, 2 of them also have some martial arts skills. Although they're not as strong as Chunhua or Chushi, even 10 of me wouldn't be able to beat any one of them. The enemy's target is you, so it's better that Chunhua and Chushi stay by your side to keep you safe. He Wanning yawned again and rubbed her eyes with a hand as she spoke casually. As they talked, the Ning brothers also exited their rooms. The 2 men seemed to be in good spirits and Ning Dongwan was as cheerfully happy as ever. When he saw them, he said, let's go and try out some special breakfast foods in this area. I've already investigated everything. Not far from here is a small shop that sells barbecued donkey meat and almond milk. It should be decent. Another group of people exited the inn as they conversed. Yu Xiaoxiao could sensitively tell that there was an unfriendly gaze staring at them blatantly. She glanced over secretly and saw a large fellow with a giant beard looking at them as if they were a herd of fat sheep. The man had a vicious-looking smile on his face. Yu Xiaoxiao remembered what the little divine stone had told her last night and unconsciously frowned slightly. Did the bearded man still want to attack them for their goods? Xiaoxiao silently became wary at that thought. While they were eating breakfast, Yu Xiaoxiao told her thoughts to Ning Donglin in order to make sure that he was prepared for the possibility of an attack. She also deliberately revealed some wealth in front of the bearded man when they were packing up their luggage to head out. A large embroidered pouch that was bulging with cash had been dropped right in front of him. A few golden coins fell out. She could distinctly tell that the bearded man's breathing had quickened when he saw this happen and that his eyes had flashed with the light of greed. Aha! The bait had been cast and she didn't have to worry that the quarry wouldn't bite. As expected, not long after they left town, their group heard the sound of hooves behind them chasing them when they reached a more desolate area. They slowed down their pace and a group of 15 to 16 gruffy-looking men on horseback surrounded them. Fellow citizens, I'm not sure why you are blocking our way. Is there something that we need to be instructed on? Ning Donglin went forward one step and greeted them in an official manner as he addressed the large bearded man who was clearly the leader of the scruffy group. Ha ha, a vicious light flashed through the large bearded man's eyes as he coldly laughed. Instruct you? This old man doesn't have the time. I'm here to send you to the next life early, so there's nothing you can do except lament your poor fate. You think you can do that with just a dozen small fish with you? It hasn't been set in stone who will be sent to their next life yet. Yu Xiaoxiao lightly brushed off some invisible specks of dust from her white clothing as she regarded the attackers with a look full of disdain. You little brat, you're just arrogant 'cause you have a few guards with you, right? This old man has even fought against proper army soldiers from the great Ming dynasty. Do you think your little toys here can do anything? Brothers, let's go. First come, first served. This little brat is marked by me, so don't even think of trying to snatch him away. The large bearded man waved the cutlass in his hands and slashed it furiously in Xiaoxiao's direction. Chunhua pulled her master back about 10 meters in a hasty retreat. Out of the 4 hidden guards that the emperor had sent over, 2 of them rushed forward to engage the bearded man, flanking him on his right and left. The other people present weren't to be outdone and quickly found their targets among the group as they ran over eagerly. He Wanning and Yuan Shuiyan were protected fiercely by their maidservants as they headed over in the direction of Xiaoxiao. Chunhua and Chushi, as well as the other 2 hidden guards, grouped around the 3 maidens, keeping them safe in the middle. The large bearded man thought that the noble young maidens and masters from the capital only brought a few guards along that weren't very strong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought along only a dozen or so friends along to chase them down. However, as soon as he began to fight, he discovered that something was off. Why did the 2 men fighting against him seem to be even stronger than the soldiers he had fought yesterday? The large bearded man wasn't a complete idiot as he knew he had hit a hard wall. He brandished the cutlass in his hands as he fought against the 2 soldiers. He hollered, Muirhan, Geji, come over and help me out. The 2 people he had named ran towards him and began to attack the 2 hidden guards fiercely. The large bearded man disengaged swiftly and rushed towards the direction of Xiaoxiao as he screamed, there's definitely something off with that white-clothed brat's identity. Brothers, come up with me. No matter if we live or die, we need to capture him. In actuality, out of the guards that were protecting her, only the few hidden guards among them were truly great experts. The rest of the people were just ordinary guards sent by their families. When fighting against these fierce foreigners, at most, these guards could only fight them to a stalemate. Immediately, a few warriors from the enemy's side rushed over after hearing the bearded man's commands. The other 2 hidden guards were quite skilled, but they still needed time in order to fight off the enemy. Chunhua, Chushi, and the other maid servants had all been engaged by the enemy. Thus, only Xiaoxiao and the 2 beauties of the capital were left standing alone by themselves. The large bearded man had avoided the hidden guards and stalked the 3 people with an evil smile on his face. He Wanning waved the whip in her hands and stepped forward, keeping herself in front of the other 2 girls. She solemnly stated, Shuiyan, take younger sister Xiaoxiao away on horseback now. I'll stall for now, ha ha, little beauty, do you really think you can stop me with just that measly little whip in your hands? It'd probably be better if you stripped naked now and show yourself to me. You 2 beauties, I may look rough but I still have tender feelings for the opposite sex. How about you 2 come and engage me? I'll make sure to keep you 2 alive. The large bearded man had a disgusting smile on his face. His mouth was wide open in a grin, revealing a row of yellow, revolting, uneven teeth. How could he Wanting possibly not explode after encountering such a disgusting insult? She snapped the whip in her hand as she snarled angrily, this lady will fight against you. Just as she was about to rush forward, she was pulled back by Xiaoxiao, who was behind her. The large bearded man had never considered he Wanning, who had slender legs and arms, to be of any threat. He stalked forward as he continued to spew insults from his mouth. He wasn't in any hurry to attack them. In his eyes, the fat little sheep and 2 beauties in front of him were all going to fall into his hands sooner or later. The large bearded man was very well aware that when people faced their death, they were more likely to become more fearful with every little movement. Thus, He deliberately made each step forward at a slow pace. As he raised the large cutlass in his hands up in an exaggerated manner, the expression on his face immediately congealed right before he was about to slash in Xiao Xiao's direction. He Wanning looked over in the direction that he was looking when she noticed the scared expression on his face. She unexpectedly saw a dark-colored barrel pointing in the direction of the large bearded man's chest. A gun, He Wanning shouted in surprise. Why didn't you take it out earlier if you had something like this on hand? You really scared me to death, making me think that I'd have to sacrifice myself to save you two from this bandit. It wouldn't be fun if I took it out early, right? Yu Xiaoxiao steadily pointed the gun in her hands at the large bearded man, who had cold sweat dripping down his back, as she regarded him in a steely manner. A cold smile flashed on her face. Oh ho! You recognize what this is, ah. Looks like you've already experienced the might of the great Ming Empire's new weapons. What's wrong? Since you know that our firearms are powerful, you still decided to rashly attack a royal prince. Were you tired of living and wanted to court death? Ah, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. The big bearded man couldn't be more terrified now. He squeezed out an uneasy smile. I've been strapped for cash recently. Young master, you accidentally revealed your wealth at the inn, which caused me to become quite greedy, leading to uncouth thoughts. I never wanted to do anything that would cause permanent harm, so please, young master, be generous and merciful. Give me and my brothers a way out alive. Don't listen to him. Fire the gun and let this criminal die. He Wanning had been stoked into a fury by this man's insults and words. Now that they had the upper hand, she needed to make sure that his man ate his words. Don't, my little ancestor, I was the one who didn't have eyes and offended you. If you feel unhappy, you can use your whip on me a few times to relieve your temper. This large bearded man apparently knew when to bend and grovel. He immediately revealed a flattering smile and even began to slap his own face a few times. Yu Xiaoxiao impatiently pointed the gun at him and shouted, aren't you going to drop your weapon and quickly tell your subordinates to stop? Or do you really want to have a taste of what our great Ming Empire's guns are like? Clatter. The large bearded man immediately threw his cutlass onto the ground and screamed at his subordinates, who were slowly losing the fight. Back off, you bastards. Stop fighting for F***'s sake. Second older brother, a large man, who seemed as sturdy as a bear, opened his large eyes wide and aggressively charged towards Xiaoxiao. Despite his hulking size, he wasn't the least bit clumsy as he sped over with a longsword in his hands that he swung in her direction. Bam! That sturdy fellow staggered a couple steps forward and finally stumbled to the ground. He fell about 3 steps away from Xiaoxiao and lay on the ground near the bearded man's feet, no longer moving. The large bearded man slowly looked at the man at his feet and discovered that the other man's chest had a large hole in his chest. Copious amounts of blood oozed from the wound. Then, he turned his head to look at that young master dressed in white and discovered that the youth had switched out the gun in his hands for another. The gun that had been used to kill his subordinate was now in the hands of a short bodyguard, who was currently reloading the still steaming muzzle. Just when did the new great Ming Empire's firearms become so cheap? A tiny, insignificant royal prince actually had 2 of them on hand. Didn't they say that the Empire's firearm factories had trouble manufacturing these guns in large quantities, which was why civilians were prohibited from carrying them? Was that just fake news that their spies had obtained? This was also the first time Yu Xiaoxiao had killed someone. Her back dripped with cold sweat as her heart trembled inside. However, none of her tumultuous emotions could be seen on her cold, serious-looking face. Her eyes glittered with an icy light as they stared fixedly at the large bearded man. The loaded gun in her hands was pointed steadily in the direction of the large bearded man's chest. Their current guns had an annoying flaw as they were only able to hold 1 bullet at a time. Thus, after they were fired, they needed to be reloaded before being used again. Because of that limitation, the soldiers within the firearms barracks were trained to have half of their men shoot the first batch and then step back to allow the other half to shoot while the first batch reloaded. That was the cycle they used now. Yu Xiaoxiao rejoiced in the fact that she had 2 guns on hand. The first one had been given to her by the emperor as he had been worried about her safety on her journey. The other one, Well, that had obviously been given to her by her beloved fiancé so that she would have a way to protect herself. This time she had brought both guns along and they truly proved their worth right now. Yu Xiaoxiao felt her heart swell with courage when she thought of Zhu Junyang, who was currently on a bloody battlefield, defending the country. She took the reloaded gun from Chunhua in her left hand and pointed at the dumbstruck bandit in front her. She coldly laughed and said, "Do you want to experience the might of my great Ming's legendary weapon? This royal prince will gladly allow it." "I don't dare, I don't dare." The large bearded man immediately quelled any sneaky thoughts and deflated completely. "Spare me, your highness. Please spare our worthless lives. Spare you guys. I guess I could consider showing mercy." Yu Xiaoxiao paused for a second and then waved a hand at the bodyguards under her. She commanded them, "Round up these bandits and strip them dry. Then leave them hanging at one of the small forests next to the road. As for when they might obtain rescue from their fellow compatriots, that would have to rely on their own luck and fortune." The corner of the hidden guard's lips twitched as he obeyed her orders. He Wanning was still upset though. "Are we going to let them off that easy? It's not like you didn't hear the horrid things that Brigand said earlier. Do you hear that? Older sister, he over here is quite dissatisfied by your earlier words and insults and has no desire to let you off that easily. Now that I think about it, she's right. If it weren't for the fact that this prince had guns on hand, who knows what would have happened by now. We can forget about everyone else, but as for you if you don't keep your word, you'll reap the consequences." The large bearded man regarded the gun pointed at him with a look of pure fear as he howled. "I only said that I would spare your life, but I never said that I would allow you to leave completely unscathed." The smile on Yu Xiaoxiao's face was enough to freeze a person's heart. "Destroy their right arms such that they will never be able to pick up weapons again. As for you you're the leader of this vile group, so you need to pay a higher price. Otherwise, that wouldn't be fair." Yu Xiaoxiao turned towards He Wanning and said, "His mouth is foul, so you can go wash it for him." He Wanning picked up a rock from the side of the road that was about as large as a man's fist and pelted it viciously at the large bearded man. The bandit screamed in pain and almost half of his teeth fell out of his mouth. His lips were swollen like sausages as blood dripped onto the ground. "Vented enough? Yu Xiaoxiao slanted a look at the other maiden as she asked. Just a bit He Wanning's eyes flickered as she said, "Lend me that gun of yours. I want to destroy an arm and leg of his. That'll be enough to sat my temper. Otherwise, if I hold it all in, it'd cause problems for me in the future." Yu Xiaoxiao's eyes twitched. This last spoke so much only for the sake of playing with the guns, right? She put the gun that the emperor had given her into He Wanning's hands. She warned the other girl repeatedly, "Play as you wish but don't hurt yourself. Make sure you keep his worthless self alive. This prince doesn't want to have a stain on my reputation because of him." The unspoken implications were clear. As long as the man was kept alive, everything else was negotiable. After she finished, Xiaoxiao gracefully marched away, leaving He Wanning with the large bearded man. The other girl waved the gun in her hands excitedly towards the man, making him turn pale out of fear. He was frightened that she might accidentally discharge the gun at him and end his life. He Wanning ultimately aimed at the large bearded man's right leg. "How?" The man howled as if he was a pig at the slaughter. "Oh ho ho, looks like my aim was poor and I wasted a bullet." He Wanning sighed regretfully. While Chunhua reloaded the gun for her, she snapped her whip at the large bearded man's face as she asked, "What are you screaming for? I didn't hit you. Just look at you, your courage is smaller than an ant, yet you dare to come out and cause trouble. Screw you." The large bearded man wasn't able to finish his string of profanities when the reloaded gun was pointed in the direction of his chest. He hastily swallowed down what he was about to say. "If you make this young maiden even more unhappy, I might aim poorly and hit the wrong place. At that time, it'll be my mistake and not royal Prince Guo not keeping his word, right?" He Wanning felt her temper sat as she watched the large bearded man in front of her sob and beg piteously. "Stop playing around. If this continues on for too long, we won't be able to make it to our next rest stop in time." Yuan Shuiyan shouted towards He Wanning as she followed Xiaoxiao from behind. He Wanning shot the large bearded man in the knee and then also shot the man's right arm as well. The man howled grievously in pain while he was being tied up a large tree. After that was done, she hurriedly caught up with her two good friends. What's wrong? When she got to Xiao Xiao's side, she found out that the younger girl's complexion looked wan while her hands and feet trembled. Yuan Shuiyan supported Xiao Xiao as she gently patted her back. She answered He Waning's question, I'm not sure. Earlier she seemed just fine but she began to vomit when we got here. She also can't seem to stand up straight. He Waning took out her waterskin and had Xiao Xiao drink a few sips as she worriedly inquired, was she scared silly from earlier? She seemed quite calm and confident just a few moments ago. That demeanor, that expression, I almost became her die-hard fan after seeing that. Who would have thought that she would also be frightened by what had happened? Ning Donglin had finished cleaning up the remains of the battle and walked over. When he saw this scene, he stated, the first time I killed someone my hands also trembled and my heart felt uneasy. Did anyone bring any calming pills? Give her one. This is something that has shadowed her heart and only she can walk out of it. Chushi hurriedly took out a pill that gave off a refreshing fragrance from the small medicine box she carried on her. After helping her master take it, she muttered guiltily, it was all this subordinate's fault for allowing the young miss to get frightened so much. I'm fine. I'll be perfectly all right in a few moments. No need to worry about me. Yu Xiaoxiao sat down on a rock at the side of the road and inhaled a few deep breaths through her nose. She could still smell the scent of fresh blood in her nose. Blarg. She vomited again. Yuan Shuiyan personally fed some water into her mouth and helped her rinse. Then she gently hugged Xiao Xiao as she comforted, that person deserved to die. If you didn't fire your gun, then we would be the ones who are dead now. Killing a bandit to save the people most close to you was the right decision. There's no need to put pressure on yourself over this. That's right. Earlier you were so cool. You were able to accurately hit him from such a far distance, which means you must have practiced before. I was unable to hit something even from such a close distance. So embarrassing. He Waning sat next to Xiao Xiao as she chirped and jabbered at the younger girl in an almost worshipful manner. At this time, Yu Xiao Xiao had already rested for a good while. She smiled wanly at her two good friends and said, Junyang. Older cousin Junyang had once instructed me for a period of time on how to use guns. With that added onto my natural talent, I can't say I will hit every single thing I aim at, but I'm sure I can hit it 90% of the time. Yu Xiaoxiao wasn't bragging. She truly was more talented in this area compared to other people as she had been infused with spiritual energy from the little divine stone. Thus, it only took half of the time and effort for her to learn how to use a gun well compared to other people. Zhu Junyang had even repeatedly complimented her for being so talented. Ning Dongwan slung an arm around her neck and flatteringly said, Royal Prince Guo, can you lend me a gun to play with for one day? I just want to play with it for one day, all right. Not okay. This young maiden hasn't had enough either. Thus, it absolutely cannot go to you first. He Waning glared at him fiercely and then smiled fawningly at Xiao Xiao. Young royal prince, don't you have two guns? Just let me play with one of them for a few days, all right? Blarg. Ning Dongwan mimed vomiting, surnamed he, you're a woman with a fiancé. Is it really all right for you to fawn over a young master who is in his early teens without that fellow Lu Hao knowing about it? Why do you care? You're just a dumb schmuck. Mind your own business, okay? He Waning snarled viciously at him. This young maiden is considered maternal cousins with Royal Prince Guo. What's wrong with asking one's younger cousin to lend me something? Is that something I need to hide from others? If that fellow Lu Hao dares to voice a complaint, just watch me put him in his place. Ning Dongwan repeatedly shook his head and felt some pity towards his good friend, such a good youth yet he has such a shrew at home. If you dare to speak more nonsense, then I'll let you have a taste of just how strong this gun is. He Waning pointed the gun in her hands in the direction of Ning Dongwan with a threatening look on her face. Both of you stop. This gun isn't a toy, so you need to be careful to not harm someone. For the sake of fairness, neither of you are allowed to borrow it. Give it back. Yu Xiaoxiao felt much better after taking the calming pill. She took the gun from He Waning and locked the safety catch on it before putting it away on herself. He Wanning had a deflated expression on her face and she turned her head around to glower angrily at Ning Dongwan. Ning Dongwan shrank his head down as he muttered quietly, "It's not as if I was the one who told you that you're not allowed to play with the gun. Why are you glaring at me? If you didn't butt in, perhaps Royal Prince Guo would have lent me the gun to play with for a couple of days. It's all your fault. You're the one who ruined everything for me." He Wanning didn't want to admit her own fault when there was a perfectly good scapegoat here. Why not vent her temper on an easy target? Ning Donglin quietly advised Xiaoxiao's two maidservants, Chunhua and Chushi, to keep a close eye on their master that evening. That night, when they had hunkered down in a farmer's house, Yu Xiaoxiao ran a high fever. Fortunately, they had brought along some fever-reducing solution. In addition, the little divine stone stayed by her side the entire night, helping her to process through these complex emotions. After tossing and turning for an entire night, she was finally able to settle herself by the next day. The other people saw her pale and listless-looking face and felt pity rise in their hearts towards her. Thus, they decided to rest for another day in the farming village before heading out the subsequent day. By doing that, they were now behind Royal Princess Jinan's carriage train again. By the time they arrived at the site of the next ambush, Wild Wolves Slope, the battle had already finished. Although the enemy had the advantage of numbers, their warriors were not as skilled. The soldiers within the Jin Wu troops were all seasoned veterans who had undergone hundreds of battles. Furthermore, there were a few hidden guards within them who were highly skilled, so even the hidden guard disguised as Xiaoxiao didn't need to come out. Within the bleak environment, the soldiers had also hidden themselves, which hindered the enemy. In addition, Xiaoxiao had given them some paralyzing poison, so it made victory quite easy for them. Long before Xiaoxiao and her group arrived at Wild Wolves Slope, they could smell the distinct scent of blood in the air. Ning Donglin was afraid that Xiaoxiao would become ill from fright again, so he had her and her two friends wait at the side as he went forward to check on the situation. Ning Dongwan quipped foolishly, "Little royal prince, obediently stay here in order to avoid getting scared out of your pants again. Arg tilde, you're such a sissy that you're giving a bad name to all men." He Wanning frowned immediately and strode forward in large steps and began to quarrel riotously with Ning Dongwan. Suddenly, she revealed a crafty smile on her face and stretched out her tiny claws. She forcefully scratched down on Ning Dongwan's wounded hand. Everyone could only hear him howling in pain, and it was loud enough that even Lu Hao, who was cleaning up the battle, was startled. "Weren't you just bragging about how manly you were? You can't even endure a little bit of pain, so how manly can you possibly be?" He Wanning smiled proudly. Ning Dongwan was in so much pain that he wanted to hit her, but he had been raised since birth that he wasn't allowed to hit women. The expression on his face twisted, which made He Wanning grin even wider. Third younger brother. Ning Donglin had already seen things for what they were. His younger brother would never be able to gain an advantage over these three maidens, so he hurriedly called him over. Otherwise, that fool would end up just getting even more hurt over the tricks of these three girls. Although the battle at Wild Wolves Slope had been won by them, they had still been outnumbered, so it was unavoidable that they had some casualties. Out of the 500 Jin Wu troops, there were around 20 who had been seriously injured and 7 who had perished. The seriously injured ones were able to stay alive thanks to the special medicine Yu Xiaoxiao had made. Even those who had only one breath left in their bodies were brought back from the brink of death. Otherwise, they would have lost more people. When he found out that Xiaoxiao's group had also encountered danger, Lu Hao came over to inquire about everything after he finished cleaning up his area and making sure the fake Xiaoxiao was okay. Naturally, he spent most of his time making sure his bold and impetuous fiancée, He Wanning, was alright, since she only had the most rudimentary skills at defending herself. He was afraid that she might have lost her temper in the midst of battle and rushed forward, injuring herself. He Wanning did her best to convince him that everything was fine. It was only after he saw that the person he needed to protect and his fiancée was safe and sound did he finally leave anxiously. For the rest of the journey, the main group had been ambushed a few more times. However, these attacks were all much smaller than the attack at Wild Wolves Slope. The crafty enemy even began to use poison. Luckily, Xiaoxiao had refined a large batch of detoxifying pills. Thus, although there were people who had gotten injured, no one had ended up dying during these attacks. With Lu Hao and the others as the bait, Xiao Xiao and her group were able to swimmingly get closer to the stud farm. Unfortunately, when they were about 20 kilometers away from their destination, they had gotten intercepted by a group. The leader of the enemy group was a handsome fellow with a pretty face and elegant demeanor. However, an evil aura could be sensed from him, and it was easy to tell at a glance that he wasn't a good person. Furthermore, he was able to immediately spot the disguise on Xiao Xiao's face. He grinned confidently as he said, "Royal Princess Jinan, it's quite difficult to get an audience with you all. If I'm not remembering incorrectly, I'm pretty sure we've never met before. Why do you want an audience with me?" Yu Xiaoxiao knew that the hidden guards she had brought with her had already gone ahead to the stud farm. As long as they stalled for an hour, the stewards and guards at the farm would notice that they hadn't arrived and would absolutely send people to look for them. Furthermore, the stud farm even had a squadron of special soldiers from the firearms barracks guarding them. The man smiled faintly and replied, "Although you have no knowledge of me, this lowly one has admired you for a long time. I don't have any ill intentions in inviting you over. This one is interested in concocting medicines and is considered talented in this area. When I found out that your highness was also proficient, I wanted to invite you over to my residence so we could compare notes. Then I will have to disappoint you. This young maiden only has a shallow knowledge of the medicinal arts and only knows how to make the most ordinary of medicines. If you want to find someone to compare notes with, our Central Plains has quite a few talented people, such as young Master Shu from Medicinal King Valley. His abilities are much better than mine." The little divine stone had the ability to read people's minds, so he had told Yu Xiaoxiao that the person in front of her was the traitor from Medicine King Valley, Lei Tengfeng. This guy had once competed against Shu Zi for the status of the future master of the sect. However, because the current leader didn't like his personality, he ended up losing to Shu Zi. That was the reason why she deliberately mentioned Shu Zi earlier. As expected, the expression on Lei Tengfeng's face changed as he couldn't keep the smile on his face anymore. He asked, "Your Highness truly is learned and has a good memory. You even know about the hidden and secretive Medicine King Valley. Perhaps you've had some contact with the young master there. We can't be considered to be very close. However, the last time when I was here, I ended up saving young Master Shu's life while I was deep within the mountains. That's all." Yu Xiaoxiao smiled slightly as she spoke in a calm and collected manner. It was as if she didn't think much of what had happened in the past. The expression on Lei Tengfeng's face changed again. It was important to realize that Medicine King Valley was a sect that repaid its debts and grievances in a strict manner. The young maiden in front of him had actually saved the young master from the sect, which meant that Medicine King Valley owed her an incredible favor. If he ended up kidnapping her, that meant the people from the sect would never let him go. However, after thinking a bit, he realized that he had been living incognito ever since he fled from Medicine King Valley. Even if he didn't kidnap her, the sect would never let him go either. As long as he was able to obtain what he wanted from this maiden surnamed Yu, then the people from the sect wouldn't be able to do anything to him either. Lei Tengfeng frowned deeply as he said, "Your Royal Highness, now that you mention it, this one is also related to Medicine King Valley. In fact, young Master Shu is considered my younger martial brother Ah. Since you've saved him, that means you're my benefactor too. This one has a residence in a nearby town. If you don't disdain it, then please come back with me to allow me to toast some good wine to thank you." "I will have to refuse." Yu Xiaoxiao immediately pushed away his offer. "You say that this wine is good, but can the wine here in the middle of nowhere compare to the wine that my Yu family makes? If you want to invite me for food, do you really think the food at your place can compare to the food at Junsho restaurant? Since you've already investigated me before, then you must know that many of the recipes at Junsho restaurant are related to me, as I was the one who gave them their recipes. Thus, don't mention bringing me over as a guest to your residence anymore. I still need to finish my journey, so please stop blocking me. Your Royal Highness, I'm afraid that I cannot let you go." Lei Tengfeng clearly didn't expect Yu Xiaoxiao would reject his offer so directly. He was unable to keep the fake smile on his face as he continued, "Your Highness, this one will have to advise you to obediently go with me. Don't refuse my good intentions now, otherwise you'll regret it later. Since this princess has no interest in drinking a toast with you, I naturally have no desire in drinking a forfeit either. Yu Xiaosao crossed her arms around her chest and stubbornly stood her ground. This demeanor paired with the male clothing on her made her seem quite heroic, causing He Waning's eyes to shine in admiration. Lei Tengfeng sneered coldly, "Your Royal Highness, do you truly believe that you will be able to prevail against all of my brave soldiers with just those 2 puny guns on you?" After he spoke, he blew a loud whistle. Not far from where they were, a dozen horses appeared from a small glade of trees, galloping over at high speed. There was a strong warrior seated on each horse. PSH. Yu Xiaosao's confident expression didn't change one iota as she chuckled icily. She asked casually, "Did you forget just whose domain you are standing on now? Are you talking about the Tuhire Hanbu tribe? They just finished quelling internal unrest, so how would they have the time to meddle in other matters? Let me advise you to stop trying to stall for time, as it's all in vain. Obediently come with me to avoid suffering more in the future." An evil expression surfaced on Lei Tengfeng's face. "Great leader Xiao Rong, if you guys don't come out now, then the people who saved you will be taken away by some bad people. I don't think refusing to repay a boon is great leader Xiao Rong's personal style." Yu Xiaosao raised her voice. Ha ha ha. A bout of clear and resounding laughter could be heard. The expression on Lei Tengfeng's face immediately changed. He had never expected that the ancient saying, "The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind," would actually apply to him today. Suddenly, a group of several hundred warriors seemed to appear from out of nowhere. In the blink of an eye, this group had easily surrounded Lei Tengfeng's group of men and Xiaosao's group. After looking more closely, one would discover that these men had all been disguised with mats woven from fresh grass. When a person laid down on the ground with the mat on top, they blended seamlessly into the grass prairie. It was truly a good disguise. "Miss Yu, how did you know that my men and I were in the vicinity?" A fine-looking steed trotted forward from the dust, stopping not far from her. The person sitting on top of that horse was the current leader of the Tuhire Hanbu tribe, Xiao Rong. "Chief Xiao, I trust you have been well since we last met." Yu Xiaosao had a bit of admiration in her heart for Xiao Rong. He was decisive and confident in his actions while being brave and intelligent. In the period of short months, he had managed to not only quell his tribe's inner turmoil but also swallow up a few small tribes in their vicinity. If he had been born in the great Ming Empire, he would absolutely become a wise and great general there. Having such a man as an enemy would not be an easy thing to deal with. Lei Tengfeng interrupted the greetings between the two people as he coldly huffed, "Chief Xiao, I, Lei Tengfeng, have long admired you for being a true man. Who would have thought that a mighty chief would become the mere dog of the great Ming Empire? Such an utter waste of your talents, esteemed heavenly teacher, Xiao Rong has also heard that you are a person of the Central Plains. A citizen of the great Ming Empire is asking for my help because of a grievance between you two. Esteemed heavenly teacher, are you in any position to criticize me at this point?" Xiao Rong easily dismissed the other man's attempts at sowing dissension between them. Absolutely true. Does someone who has betrayed their own country have any qualifications to criticize other people? That being said, the Great Ming Empire and the Tuhire Hanbu tribe are in a mutually beneficial diplomatic relationship with each other. How is this one country commanding another then? When Yu Xiaosao learned that Lei Tengfeng was a traitor from the Medicine King Valley sect, she felt even more disdain towards the other man. Since the Tuhire Hanbu tribe is not being commanded by the Great Ming Empire, then it's best, Xiao Rong, if you don't butt into today's matters. That way you can avoid rousing the ire of all of the other outer tribes. Lei Tengfeng noticed that the other man had almost the same number of men as he did. When added onto the bodyguards that Yu Xiaosao brought along, that would make victory uncertain for him if Xiao Rong decided to interfere. Xiao Rong smiled slightly and leisurely replied, "At that time, when I was at my lowest and severely injured, Miss Yu had helped me out. If it weren't for her help, then this world would no longer have me anymore. The warriors from the Tuhire Hanbu tribe always return a boon for a boon and an eye for an eye. We are honorable warriors. Today, I will consider this as returning the favor that Miss Yu had shown when she had nursed me back to health." Yu Xiaosao slightly bowed towards him and said, "Chief Xiao is too kind. As a student of the medicinal arts, I'm not like some practitioners who only know how to rely on my skills to harm others. I was only doing my duty when I had helped you out." A particular practitioner's expression changed before he managed to wrest his face back under control. Lei Tengfeng spoke to Xiao Rong. "If Chief Xiao doesn't interfere today, then I, surnamed Lei, will be willing to supply a year's worth of medicines to the Tuhire Hanbu tribe for free." Yu Xiaosao sneered and said, "Do you think you're the only one who knows how to make medicine? As a medicinal practitioner, for your own benefit, you even dared to set poison down at the stud farm. Who would dare to use medicine made by such an immoral person? What if you decided to add something a little extra to your pills?" Lei Tengfeng had seen that his words had somewhat tempted Xiao Rong. Thus, when he heard Yu Xiaosao's rebuttal, his face immediately darkened and he raged furiously, "Shut up. I, surnamed Lei, am willing to use my reputation as a guarantee. PSH. Does someone who has betrayed his own masters, who have taught him everything, have a reputation left?" Yu Xiaosao pressed on her advantage and wasn't giving the other person an opportunity to maneuver. He Wanning would have never expected that younger sister Xiaosao, who had been born in a peasant farmer's family, could have such an imposing manner and not back off when against a formidable enemy. The admiration and worship in her heart towards the other girl increased until it almost overflowed. She regarded the younger girl with stars in her eyes. "Chief Xiao." Yu Xiaosao wasn't going to give Lei Tengfeng a chance to speak. She looked at Xiao Rong head-on and addressed him solemnly. "Once the problem at the stud farm has been resolved, this princess will immediately send a request up to the emperor once I get back to capital to ask him to allow the addition of the Yu's medicine stall to the mutual marketplace between our two countries. This stall will sell some commonly used medications and will sell to the Tuhire Hanbu tribe alone. However, it will only contain the common types of medications. That's the most I can guarantee at this point." Xiao Rong was immensely delighted by her promise and nodded his head repeatedly. "Many thanks, Miss Yu. I am extremely grateful for this." One had to realize that the weather in the lands north of the border was cruel and bitter. It wasn't an easy land to live in. Every year, many of the tribes old and weak would end up perishing from some common illnesses as they weren't able to get enough medications for treatment. Xiao Rong had long known of the efficacy and might of the Yu's pharmaceuticals. Unfortunately, there wasn't a branch of Tongren Medicine Hall outside of the borders. Thus, one could only buy the Yu's pharmaceuticals products within the border. Furthermore, these products were extremely popular and as soon as they were restocked on the shelves they were sold out. Xiao Rong had sent a few of his subordinates to the nearby Zhou prefecture. They had waited for over half a month before they were finally lucky enough to buy 2 bottles of the Yu's cough and cold medicines. These medicines were now regarded by the tribe as heavenly cures. Last winter, these medications were a saving grace for Xiao Rong. His stupid younger brother's die-hard supporter, one of the highest-ranking generals of the tribe, only had one son. That son had gotten heavily ill from the cold and was at death's door. It was only after taking some of the Yu's medications that he survived. Because of that, that general had switched allegiances to Xiao Rong out of immense gratitude, making his victory over the internal turmoil of the tribe that much easier. If they could truly open a medicine stall at the mutual marketplace, a stall that actually sold medicines from the Yu family, then the commoners of the tribe would regard him even more highly. Thus, his position within the tribe would become even more stable and assured. Furthermore, he had already been planning on returning the favor to her, so even without this benefit he wouldn't just stand aside and watch her land into hot water. Xiao Rong immediately ignored the words heavenly teacher Lei had said and didn't fall into temptation. "Warriors, for the sake of the miracle medicines, for the sake of preventing sickness from taking our wives and children away from us, protect the royal princess." Xiao Rong forcefully waved his arm as he trumpeted loudly. All of the men beneath him enthusiastically shouted, "Yes." The 100 of valiant warriors from the Tuhire Hanbu gathered around Yu Xiaosao's group, protecting them tightly within the middle. They brandished their weapons towards the troops from the foreign tribes that were under heavenly teacher Lei. An immense battle was about to begin. Lei Tengfeng was so angry that he almost broke a tooth from clenching his jaw so hard. He silently cursed the 18 generations of Chief Xiao Rong's family. If that man hadn't suddenly appeared, Royal Princess Jinan would already be safely ensconced away in his hands. With her on hand, then the secret behind the special horse fodder at the stud farm would be easily found out. Once he investigated the secret within the fodder, then extracted what he needed to make sure that it wouldn't harm humans, he was absolutely certain he'd find an ingredient to prolonging life. Perhaps, once he understood this ingredient's properties, he would truly be able to make the legendary immortality elixir. After making secret investigations, he was certain that this special fodder was closely linked to the young maiden who was by that cold royal prince's side. As expected, as soon as he set a devious poison at the stud farm, the imperial court immediately sent royal princess Jinan out to fix it. However, he had miscalculated. The current emperor of the great Ming dynasty was a shrewd and clever one. He had sent out a fake royal princess out to draw away the vast majority of men under his command. Furthermore, the real princess had been disguised and had almost arrived at the stud farm. If it weren't for the fact he had treated that bearded idiot's gunshot wounds, he would have never realized the switcheroo. However, from the way things looked now, if they decided to battle them head-on, it was unlikely that he'd have an easy victory. Even if he managed to kidnap royal princess Jinan, he would have to pay a high price to do so. On the other hand, he really didn't want to let this opportunity slip away. It was time to fight. With one word from Lei Tengfeng, the battle began. Chunhua, Chushi and the other 4 hidden guards had surrounded Xiaoxiao and her 2 good friends, keeping them safe within a tight circle. Xiao Rong also went into a protective stance by her side. Thus, the fighting spread like a wildfire while Xiaoxiao was in the safest area. Oh no, this sneaky fellow is actually using poison now. Ning Dongwan had been ordered by his second older brother to not enter the battlefield, but he was quite antsy at this moment. However, as soon as he saw the people on their side inexplicably fall over one by another, he remembered that Xiaoxiao had once mentioned that this despicable fellow knew how to make poison. He immediately became incensed and exclaimed his findings. Xiao Rong watched as his men and horses slowly fell down to the ground. The stronger ones didn't end up on the ground, but they were still barely holding on. A shiver went through his body and he involuntarily clenched harder to the horsewhip in his hands. Using poison. Who hasn't used that before? Little glutinous dumpling, it's up to you now. Let them experience what it means to use one's weapons against them. Yu Xiaoxiao obviously didn't have any poison on hand. However, she had the little divine stone use its own spiritual power to cause a similar effect. The little divine stone's cultivation level had improved again, so doing something like this was only a small appetizer for it. Before Xiao Rong could figure out what this little glutinous dumpling was, a flash of golden light vaulted off his shoulder and went straight into the battlefield. As the tiny golden figure passed the enemy troops, it left them staggering and falling down to the ground. When Yu Xiaoxiao found out that her opponent was highly skilled at making poisons, she had prepared special detoxifying pills to bring along. She nodded her head towards Chunhua and the maid took out a few bottles of pills. She hurriedly disseminated them to He Waning's bodyguards as well as the other men fighting in the field. In an instant, she had become a white-clothed angel. After taking a single detoxifying pill, the warriors from the Tuhire Hanbu tribe, who had previously been rolling on the ground in pain, immediately calmed down. A breath later and these previously poisoned men were able to stand up again. Within a quarter of an hour, it was as if they had never been poisoned. They picked up their weapons again and began fiercely fighting against their foes. Lei Tengfeng watched this all with jealous eyes. He was very well aware of the effects of the poison he had made. Those who were misfortunate enough to encounter the poisonous gas would start rotting from within. Even his own antidote wasn't as effective as the detoxifying pill that the other person had. What did this mean? This meant that royal princess Jinan absolutely had a special recipe on her, and it might even be a legendary method from the ancient times to concoct medicine. His desire to capture her and steal this method away had risen by another 100-fold. Heavenly teacher, it is not safe here, so this subordinate will escort you to retreat now. One of the brave warriors watched as the soldiers from his side fall over one by one from an unexplainable method. Slowly, the tide turned against them. If this continued, then it was likely it would end in their total defeat. The most important thing now was to escort the heavenly teacher away safely. No, that stinky brat absolutely has a heavenly concocting method on her hands. If I'm able to capture her, Then I'll become an immortal and the world will become mine. Lei Tengfeng had fallen into a frenzy as he was obsessed with obtaining this method. He howled like a madman. You're crazy. I think you're probably possessed by evil spirits and had a cultivation deviation. How could there be a way to refine an immortality elixir in this world? Even if there was, do you think the common herbs of the mortal realm could be used to refine an elixir of immortality? Anyone with a brain wouldn't sacrifice the lives of their subordinates to pursue such an illusionary goal. Yu Xiaosao sneered and raised her voice. In actuality, when she said these words, she felt a little guilty because she had a refining method the little divine stone had given her. However, refining an elixir of immortality was absolutely impossible, but it was possible to prolong life, strengthen the body, or increase the ability of something. Lei Tengfeng's two subordinates looked at each other, quickly brought the great heavenly teacher onto a horse, and raced towards the horizon. Yu Xiaosao thought that this guy was a numbskull. For the sake of the so-called immortality elixir, he ignored the lives of others and created so much trouble. If she didn't teach him a lesson, the resentment in her heart wouldn't disappear. She took out a gun and fired a shot at the butt of the horse that was under Lei Tengfeng. Originally she wanted to hit Lei Tengfeng, but he was protected by his subordinates, so she could only fire at the poor horse. The horse stumbled and fell to the ground after its hind leg was injured. Due to gravity, Lei Tengfeng and his subordinate, who were on the horse's back, flew off over the horse's head and fell on the ground. They rolled several times before stopping. The other two men were busy dismounting and helping the two people onto their horses before riding away. They were afraid that the great Ming Empire's gun would fire again. Ha ha ha, how funny. Little sister Xiaosao, you're so strong. Anyone could tell that guy was a flop just at a glance. Unfortunately, he escaped this time. Who knows what kind of lousy idea he'll come up with next. He Wanning laughed and clapped. Miss Yu, you are not being a good friend. Hiding the truth the whole way here. However, your disguise technique is very successful. I really thought you were a royal prince Guo, it looks so real. Ning Dongwan crowded over and grumbled. However, he was soon attracted by the art of disguise and pestered Xiaosao to learn it. Xiaosao couldn't beat him at stubbornness, and threw him to the Imperial Hidden Guard, who was proficient in the art of disguise to let him mess around however he liked. He Wanning, on the other hand, didn't miss the opportunity to embarrass him. Only you, the one without a brain, wouldn't know Xiaoshao's identity. If you don't believe me, ask your second brother. Ning Dongwan turned his sights to his second brother. Seeing him nod slightly, he wailed and said, "It's okay if others don't tell me. Yet even you. You are my brother. Second brother, when did you find out about Miss Yu's identity?" Quote, I knew from the very beginning. The emperor was worried about the three young maidens. He secretly summoned me to the palace, and gave me the order to protect them. Otherwise, how could Ning Donglin know when Xiaosao would be leaving the capital? Ah, it turns out that you taking me hunting outside the pass was just to cover up your own business. To think I was moved for such a long time. Ning Dongwan mumbled and felt uncomfortable because he was the only one in the dark. By this time, the battlefield was almost cleaned up. Heavenly Teacher Lei brought more than 500 people here. When he left, a lot of them were knocked down by the little divine stone, and only about 100 people escaped with him. Lei Tengfeng, this time, could be said to have stolen the chicken but lost the rice and suffered a big loss. On Xiaorong's side, except for those who were killed by the enemy at the beginning by poison, the other men who had been poisoned were now completely cured and they were tying up the fallen opponents one by one. They had discovered that these enemy soldiers, who had fallen to the ground, were unconscious for some reason. They even stabbed them twice, but no one woke up. The warriors of the Tuhire Hanbu tribe thought that Yu Xiaoshao's medicine was responsible for their unconscious state. Also, her antidote pill could easily detoxify the other party's poison, which showed that her pharmaceutical skills are much higher than that of the so-called heavenly teacher. As a result, they looked forward to the opening of a medicinal stall at the mutual market. Chief, a large group of people are coming. Della Sideng, who was leading his men to clean up the battlefield, inadvertently looked up and saw a group of men on horses racing towards them in the distance. He didn't know whether they were friend or foe and immediately went to Xiaorong's side, on guard. Yu Xiaosao stood on her tiptoe and looked at the gap between Xiaorong and Della Sideng. Her eyesight was good and she immediately recognized the equipment of the firearms camp and said to He Wanning in a relaxed way, "Don't worry, it's our reinforcements." He Wanning breathed a sigh of relief. This trip was quite frightening. If she were to do it again, she didn't know whether or not she would collapse. She rolled eyes and said, "Coming now, what use is there? If it was not for the Tuhirehanbu tribe, we wouldn't even know how the situation would have been at this time." Quote, Yuan Shuiyan patted her and gently said, "Don't be angry. The people at the horse farm didn't know we were in danger. Your Royal Highness, please punish me for being late." The firearm camp was taught by Royal Prince Yong and they always respected his wants and orders. The news of Royal Prince Yong and Royal Princess Jinan's engagement had been spread outside the pass. Therefore, the commander of the firearm battalion, who had come to rescue them, respected Xiao Xiao as much as he did Royal Prince Yong. Commander Li's words are too serious. After all, it was thanks to Chief Xiao's help this time. If Chief Xiao isn't against it, I'll prepare water and wine in the side courtyard to thank you all. Yu Xiaoxiao looked at Xiao Rong and smiled calmly. Xiao Rong looked highly upon this teenage girl in front of him. He had been to the Central Plains before and those Han women, especially those who grew up in noble and wealthy families, were all delicate, like weak and useless flowers. When they encountered difficult situations, they could only cry and sob. However, the young lady in front of him gave him a new understanding of Han females. Facing more opponents that had 10 times the amount of people, she was fearless in the face of danger, retorting arrogantly, and dealt with her opponent. The bloodshed on the battlefield didn't even make her blink. The retreat of their side was also timed so they could turn the tides and hit the opponents by surprises, letting them turn defeat into victory. When he was saved in the past, he was also greeted with kindness and prestige, which made him think highly of her. She was standing there upright, with her delicate waist, like a young bamboo in the spring, standing tall and straight even though it was weak. Her small figure appeared very conspicuous, making people unable to move their sights off of her. Were only such people qualified to stand beside a hero like Royal Prince Yong? Xiao Rong had an unknown feeling well up in his heart. With a smile on his face, he saluted the respectable young lady and said, "We can skip going to the side courtyard. However, I heard that the Yu family's liquor is very tasty. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to taste it. If Miss Yu is willing to part with it." Chief Xiao is too polite. Compared to Chief Xiao's help today, what are a few jars of wine worth? Chushi, take 10 jars of Northern Spring Sword from our luggage cart and give it to Chief Xiao. Every time Yu Xiaoxiao came out, she was well prepared, especially regarding food and drinks. This time, she originally brought the liquor to reward the soldiers at the firearms camp stationed at the horse farm. Who would have thought that this liquor would end up benefiting the Tuhirehanbu tribe? Yu Xiaoxiao wasn't a stingy person, giving out 10 jars in one go, which made Della Sideng, who was beside Xiao Rong, open his big mouth and smile like a blooming flower. He rubbed his big hands together and said with a smile, "Miss Yu really is friendly and honest. Elder brother, can you spare one of these 10 jars of wine?" This Della Sideng ordinarily had no other hobbies besides drinking a few drinks when he was free. Unfortunately, the quality of the wine outside the border was too poor. He heard that the liquor produced by the Yu's family business in the Central Plains was very strong. If it wasn't for the eventful autumn in the tribe, he would have sneaked into the Central Plains to taste how good the so-called liquor was that it was rumored to be supernatural. Everyone will have some. When we go back, we kill a few cattle and sheep and reward all the warriors today. Xiao Rong's ability to gain loyalty was really unique. Della Sideng felt a sharp pain in his heart when he heard this. After all, there were at least 400 or 500 people present. There were only 10 jars of alcohol and each person getting 1 bowl of wine each would be considered lucky. How could they even have a good time? Hearing this, Xiao Xiao said, "All the warriors who worked and bled for me today. I'll take out 10 more jars of liquor to reward you. Chushi, bring out 10 more jars of alcohol. The previous 10 jars of liquor will be considered as gifts for Chief Xiao. You better keep them for yourself." As soon as the Xiao Xiao had finished speaking, a burst of cheers broke out among the warriors of the Tuhirehanbu tribe. The cheer floated far and wide with the wind on the grassland. Della Sideng felt a lot more comfortable in his heart. His elder brother had 10 jars of wine in his hands. No matter what, he should be able to get a jar, right? The warriors of the Tuhirehanbu tribe were happy, but the soldiers of the firearm camp weren't happy. 20 jars of fine liquor and they all disappeared like this. If it hadn't been for today's event, all these fine alcohol would have been theirs. Alas, they didn't know how many jars of alcohol the boss's future wife had brought, and whether or not she could give them some. Xiao Rong returned with the warriors of the Tuhirehanbu tribe carrying the wine jars. He Wanning stared at Xiao Cao worshipfully on the side and exclaimed, "Sister Xiao Cao, after these past 3 days, I'm impressed. I did not expect you to face such a fierce battlefield and be so fearless and generous. You can face the leader of a tribe without being too humble or arrogant. You're really showing that women aren't inferior to men." Yu Xiaocao gave a bitter laugh and lifted her shaking hand to show her, "Who said I wasn't afraid? I was just pretending to be calm. I didn't want to let my timidity show in front of my opponent. Quick, catch me, my legs have gone weak." He Wanning and Yuan Shuiyan looked at each other, rolled their eyes and each took an arm of Xiaocao, who they were just praising. However, faced with such cruel scenes, it was also a skill to pretend to be calm to the extent of what was false seemed to be real. Xiaocao and the others arrived at the horse ranch under the protection of the firearms camp without any trouble. However, Lu Hao's team wasn't so lucky. On the way, their opponents used assassination, poison, and endless other methods to intercept them. If it wasn't for the antidotes given by Xiaocao, they were afraid that a large part of them would have died on the way. Fortunately, the team was full of excellent soldiers who had experienced many battles. Also, the Imperial hidden guards with high martial arts skills, and even the skinny and small fake princess could equal up to 5 or 6 foreign warriors, which surprised the enemy to no end. They arrived at the horse farm 3 days later and almost everyone was injured. Even if there was a special medicine on hand, they still lost 34 Jinwu guards. This made Xiaocao's heart feel like there was a heavy stone in there, making her breathless. "No, I can't take this." Yu Xiaocao stomped her feet angrily after solving the poison problem at the horse farm. She wouldn't let the one with the surname Lei have an easy time. He Wanning helped her come up with bad ideas. Yes, our royal princess Jinan isn't someone who can easily be bullied. You have to give him some lessons. How about, you make some poison and let the brothers at the firearms camp sneak attack the enemy camp at night so they can poison all their men and horses. No, the traitors of the Medicine King Valley should be dealt with by the Medicine King Valley. I think Shu Zi must be very grateful for the news I sent him. Yu Xiaocao's skill of killing people with a borrowed knife was perfected. When Shu Zi left back then, he left behind the method of sending messages to him. Yu Xiaocao led an imperial hidden guard under her go. Due to the potential threat of the lunatic heavenly teacher Lei, Xiaocao and her 2 good friends could only obediently stay on the horse farm. Yuan Shuiyan had a quiet temperament. No matter where she was, as long as she had a book in her hand, she could spend a whole day quietly. In the spring, the grasslands were as green as if they had been rendered with heavy colors. There were some wildflowers scattered on the green grass. Against the blue sky were white clouds and distant mountains. It was a rugged and bold landscape painting. From time to time, Yuan Shuiyan, with her 2 maids, would ride the horses on the horse farm, traveling along the grassland freely. When she saw a scenery that she liked, she would stop to quietly draw a picture of the spring scenery of the grassland. As long as they were on the horse farm, even if they didn't remember the way back, the horse would return to the stables in the evening. Besides, the stud farm's firearm camp guards were well known. No one dared to come to the horse farm to find trouble openly, even though it was a tough area. Thus Xiaocao didn't have to worry about her safety. As for He Wanning, she was a horse lover. After arriving at the stud farm, this lady was like a fish in water, mixing with horses all day long. Especially the little black whirlwind, He Wanning, almost raised the colt as her son. Unfortunately, the black whirlwind was very proud. When faced with He Wanning, it always looked cold and indifferent. At the sight of the Xiaocao, it would change its face. It licked her face in front of He Wanning and asked for her to pet it. Compared to it when it was in front of He Wanning, it was a completely different horse. He Wanning's eyes were green with envy and jealousy when she saw this cute and adorable side of Black Whirlwind. However, she knew that she couldn't be envious, because her little sister, Xiao Xiao, had an inborn affinity for animals. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to tame 2 wolves better than dogs. When Snow Scar led the wild horses back to the horse farm to supplement their nutrients, Huaning's attention turned to this white horse, as she was full of anger and resentment. However, Snow Scar only let the Xiao Xiao ride it, which made her suffer another blow. However, Huaning didn't retreat but started being stubborn with Snow Scar, vowing to tame the fine stallion. Thus, this girl took her dry rations and bedding and went deep into the grassland to chase the wild horses. She often didn't return to the horse farm for 10 days to half a month. The wild horse herd was getting familiar with her. However, Snow Scar was still on its guard. If she changed her taming target, she might have succeeded in her carelessness. It was a pity that she chose the tough nut, Snow Scar. The winds on the grassland made her pale skin dull and rough, but Huaning didn't care at all. In the end, however, she didn't fulfill her wish. Later on, she was caught by her fiancé and taken back on horseback. As for Xiao Xiao, she focused on discussing with veterinarian Wang the prescriptions for treating equine diseases. They worked together and made many targeted patent medicines. Xiao Xiao's factories must produce a fine product. The quality of these horse medicines were naturally superior, and their effects were also immediate. In the days when Xiao Xiao stayed at the horse farm, the horses in the horse farm were well conditioned. One by one, they became bigger and stronger, which was very pleasant. Newborn foals were also the biggest beneficiaries. Originally the very ordinary-looking foal, once raised by the grass, actually had the potential to become one of the finest horses. Spring was the season for all things to multiply. The mares in the stud farm and the wild horses, one by one, became pregnant with young horses. According to Xiao Xiao's statistics, it was estimated that by the end of the year, more than 6 foals would be added to the horse farm. These were all the hopes of the horse farm. The mares of the wild horse herd and their young foals all stayed in the horse farm as they enjoyed the special perks, drinking mystic stone water, having access to fresh horse feed, and being served by specialized personnel. After the winter's imperceptible influence, the wild horse herd had made the horse farm their second home. The days passed by one by one. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Xiao and her group had been at the horse farm for more than a month. Huaning was playing on the horse farm and wasn't in a hurry to go back. However, Lu Hao was in a hurry. He had planned after this assignment to ask the emperor to take a vacation and marry his little wife. But now, he would like to go back, but the reality couldn't tolerate his wish. After all, the demon-like heavenly teacher Lei had suffered such a big fall in Xiao Xiao's hands, and he would never give up with his fanatic personality. It was only the firearms camp by the horse farm that frightened the enemy, so they did not dare to invade them. If at this time, no matter who left the horse farm, they would surely suffer his crazy revenge. Lu Hao only had around 400 to 500 men with him. Compared with the forces of several tribal alliances, they were not enough. Although he was anxious to get married, he had to face up to reality and not take risks. Fortunately, before long, Xiao Xiao received the news from Medicine King Valley. Young Valley Master Shu, who was leading the experts in the valley, had already set out for the border. The matters of the Zhonghu belonged to the Zhonghu. As long as Xiao Xiao achieved her goals, it didn't matter if she did it herself. Another half a month passed, and just when Snow Scar had condescended to let Huaning help it take a bath, Shu Zi came to the horse farm and brought the good news that he had captured the traitors. Young Valley Master Shu, the traitor of your Medicine King Valley, has inflicted physical and mental damage on me and brought irreversible losses to our side. How are you planning on compensating us? Yu Xiao Xiao knew that she was venting her temper on the other party. However, Lei Tengfeng had caused so many troubles to the horse farm for the sake of nothing, causing her to come to the border in person, which delayed her many businesses and caused indelible trauma to her little mind. Also, Lu Hao's subordinates who had died in the battle would never return. Their parents, siblings, wives, and children would be so sad. Well, when the holy elixir for internal injury is developed, how about I share it with Miss Yu? Shu Zi had figured out the little girl's personality. He knew that he couldn't tweak her whiskers at this time and had to be careful. Yu Xiaosao snorted coldly and said, This holy medicine for treating internal injuries was originally left by our ancestors. Isn't it right to give us a copy of the prescription when it comes out when we gave you the formula to research? Quote, then, how does Miss Yu want to be compensated? Xu Ziyi looked like he was amenable to discussion. After thinking for a while, Yu Xiaoxiao said, how about this? It's said that the 9 Paths to Recovery pill in Medicine King Valley is the elixir dreamt of by martial arts practitioners. How about 30 to 50? And the pill I provided? After it is successfully developed, the valley should provide me at least 20 pills a year. What's more, your Medicine King Valley owes me a favor. When I need your help in the future, you can't shirk it. Quote, hearing this, Xu Ziyi felt pain in his heart and said, the 9 Paths to Recovery pill that you mentioned, due to the rare medicinal materials, Medicine King Valley can only refine 2 bottles of about 100 pills every year. You're asking for 1/3 to even half of it. Isn't this making things difficult? What's more, there is one substance in the holy medicine handed down by your ancestors which can't be replaced. Thinking of it, even if it can be replaced, the medicinal materials are very precious. 20 a year, aren't you opening your mouth too wide? Well, how much does young Valley Master Xu think is appropriate? Yu Xiaoxiao had already left room for the other party to bargain and asked unpleasantly. Miss Yu, look, the 9 Paths to Recovery pill, I have only 10 with me, I'll give all of them to you. And the healing holy medicine, we provide you with 2 pills a year. How about it? With a smile, Xu Ziyi stretched out 2 fingers. Yu Xiaoxiao frowned and replied in a very dissatisfied manner, I want 20 pills. You, on the other hand, directly used 2 of them to try and fool me. Are you trying to send beggars away? Forget it, give me back my medicine, I'll work out the prescription myself. Although I'm not good at refining medicine, I'm talented. Maybe in 30 or 50 years, I'll make it. Quote, Miss Yu, don't be impatient, let's talk about it. When Xu Ziyi went back to the Medicine King's Valley, the holy medicine was taken away as a treasure by his drug-crazy father. Even his grandfather, the old valley master of the Medicine King Valley, had shut himself in and became fascinated with his father's research on the holy medicine. Right now, all the affairs of Medicine King Valley were in his hands, but he was too busy. If he went back and said that the owner of the medicine was going to take back the holy medicine, his grandfather and father would eat him. Xu Ziyi clenched his teeth and made a decision. How about this? If the elixir really is made, I will give you 5 pills a year. For 20 years, how about it? His father said that to replace medicinal materials, the materials had to be about 500 or even more than 1,000 years old, and all of them were extremely rare. 5 a year to the Yu family was his biggest concession. In actuality, Xiaoxiao wasn't interested in the so-called healing panacea that she could easily make. She just wanted to find a justifiable reason to get the elixir into her hands. From Xu Ziyi's micro-expression, she could see that 5 pills was his limit, so she stopped forcing him. She revealed a sly smile and said, all right. For the matter of the healing panacea, we will do as you say. But what? Seeing the smile on the young maiden's face, Xu Ziyi helplessly begged for mercy. My little ancestor, what else do you want? Can you not act so crafty? Actually, this request is a piece of cake for your Medicine King Valley. That is, if the descendants of our Yu family need medical treatment from Medicine King Valley, may I ask young Master Xu to please help out? Yu Xiaoxiao didn't continue to make things difficult for him and came straight to the point. No problem, no problem. With our relationship, this is something that goes without saying. Xu Ziyi thought that it would be a tricky request. Medicine King Valley had always provided medical services to outsiders, so it naturally wasn't a problem to provide free medical treatment and so on. Of course, Yu Xiaoxiao's request wouldn't be that simple. When she was around, she naturally wouldn't let the members of the Yu family have any major illnesses or injuries. After all, she had a cheat, the little divine stone. She was doing this for the benefit of her descendants. Does your Medicine King Valley have some sort of token that, when presented, will ensure that you guys will go all out to save the patient? Yu Xiaoxiao thought about it and said, don't misunderstand, it's not that I don't trust you. But, decades later, our generation would be aged. so we need a token that the younger generations of Medicine King Valley will acknowledge. Shu Zi smiled bitterly and pondered for a moment before saying, originally, there was no such thing. However, since you mentioned it, we must have one now. When I get back, I'll have someone carve a few rescue tokens with 10,000-year-old ebony wood. Those who possess this token are benefactors of Medicine King Valley. With the rescue token, one can request Medicine King Valley to save a life with all their might once. Is it all right like this? Can you give me 3 of these tokens? Yu Xiaoxiao made an exorbitant request. Miss Yu, aren't you just making things difficult for me? Only those who Medicine King Valley are indebted to can get a token. Shu Zi felt as if his face was about to turn into a bitter gourd. This Miss Yu was too hard to deal with. He felt so helpless. Yu Xiaoxiao counted her fingers and said, look, Royal Prince Yang and I saved your life in the deep mountains. As the successor of Medicine King Valley, you're carrying the hope of the rise and fall of Medicine King Valley. Isn't saving you a great favor to the entire Medicine King Valley? Shu Zi had to agree with this. As the heir of Medicine King Valley, the clan devoted themselves to train him to be a qualified successor of the valley. If he died while collecting medicinal herbs, it would certainly be a great loss to Medicine King Valley. Seeing him nod, Xiaoxiao continued, secondly, not only did I let you eat one of the healing panacea that my family treasured for decades, but I also provided a pill for Medicine King Valley to do research on. With Medicine King Valley's attainment in medicine production, it would only be a matter of time before you analyze the formula and produce the holy medicine of life and death. Since I provided such an important formula to you guys, isn't it considered a favor to Medicine King Valley? All right, although she didn't provide the formula, the healing panacea used for research was indeed given by Miss Yu. Shu Zi must acknowledge this favor. There's more. It was thanks to the clue I provided that your Medicine King Valley was able to successfully capture the traitor. Isn't this considered a favor? Yu Xiaoxiao had a matter-of-fact expression on her face. Her meaning was very clear. It wasn't an exorbitant demand to request 3 tokens because she deserved them. Shu Zi couldn't win against her, so he could only suffer silently and agree to give her 3 tokens. In any case, if he could successfully produce the healing panacea, it would be worth it no matter how many tokens he had to give her. After sending away Shu Zi, Yu Xiaoxiao was so happy that she was about to fly. First of all, Shu Zi resolved the biggest concern in her heart. Without Heavenly Teacher Lei misleading the public with rumors, she could go about freely in the northeast with her hidden guards. Furthermore, she had gained 3 chances to save the lives of her descendants, which was also an unexpected surprise. If she knew that young Master Shu was so easy to persuade, she would have asked for a few more tokens. While taking the traitor back to the valley, Shu Zi sneezed and had an ominous premonition in his heart. He should hurry back to the valley because it was too dangerous outside. Who would have thought that a young maiden, who appeared like a little white rabbit, would be a sly fox? It was now already late spring to early summer. With suitable temperature and pleasant climate, the grassland in the north was a good place for summer vacation. Unfortunately, someone had been anxious for a long time, waiting to go back to marry his wife. For fear of missing the auspicious date, he urged the group to return to the capital as soon as they settled the foreign invasion. On the way back, Xiaoxiao rode in her royal princess carriage. One could lie down or sit in the spacious and comfortable carriage, and it could accommodate 7 to 8 people. He Wanning and Yuan Shuiyan had also benefited from this and sat comfortably in the carriage. Compared with their trip to come here, they were so happy now. When they traveled to the borders, they had to rush over on horseback because a certain little grass had a task on hand. When they settled down each day, their waist and back would ache. They didn't even want to get up in the morning. They had also encountered many setbacks on the way, which let the 2 pampered noble maidens from the capital experience the feeling of thrill. The return trip went smoothly. The firearms camp sent a dozen men to escort their caravan out of the borders so that foreign tribes eager to cause trouble would give up on the idea and powerlessly watch as their targets passed the borders. It was already midsummer when the group arrived in the capital. Yu Xiaoxiao, Lu Hao, and Ning Donglin entered the palace to report to the emperor. Due to the dangers of this job, Xiaoxiao was rewarded with a lot of goods to comfort her startled heart. She was also granted a half-month vacation so that she could have a good rest. When Princess Consort Jing heard about the danger on the road, she called Xiao Xiao to the prince's estate and held her hands as she carefully examined her from head to toe. After she confirmed that Xiao Xiao was not hurt, she pulled her into her embrace and said with lingering fear, "How could they assign such a dangerous task to a girl? It's perfectly possible to make the antidote in the capital, and then have someone deliver it to the borders. You must be scared, right? Tomorrow, I'll take you to Chang'an Temple and ask the abbot to calm your uneasy and startled heart." Allegedly, the Chang'an Temple's soul-calming mantra was very effective in soothing one's mind and soul. For children who had suffered a fright, many would invite the abbot to chant the soul-calming mantra to dispel the fright in the child's heart. Yu Xiaoxiao really wanted to say that she wasn't a child, and she didn't suffer a fright. However, she couldn't refuse the good intentions of her future mother-in-law and could only go along with her. She would just take it as easing Princess Consort Jing's heart. The war in the northwest borders was in full swing. They had Royal Prince Yang, who was the invincible god of war, so they had never lost any of the battles. With the protection of all the different kinds of medicinal pills he carried, the enemy had no chance to plot against him. In terms of martial arts skills, there was no one in the entire Northwest who was on par with him. He could even fight to a draw with Su Ran, the army supervisor. Normally, in between battles, Zhu Junyang often asked the army supervisor for advice. Royal Prince Yang and Xiao Xiao were already engaged and confirmed their relationship. With the mentality of, "Love the house and its crow," Su Ran gave him advice unreservedly, which greatly improved Zhu Junyang's martial arts skills. Repeated reports of good news helped relieve Xiao Xiao's anxious heart. Next, she had to put all her attention on the medicinal cuisine house. During the period when she went to the borders, the medicinal cuisine house had been fixed up in accordance to the blueprint that she had left behind. The training of the medicinal chefs was also in full swing. The division of labor in the back kitchen was very clear. Each medicinal chef was only responsible for one medicinal meal, and they each had their personal kitchen. Thus, each medicinal chef was only trained in one method of cooking medicinal cuisine. The less than half a year of intensive training made them very familiar with the cooking technique, heat control, and so on. The medicinal meals not only required color, fragrance, and taste, but it was also important to achieve the curative effect of the medicinal meals. This would test the ability of the medicinal chef. Fortunately, Yang Liu had high talent in cooking and was strict towards others. Some of the medicinal chefs had worked under her since she was managing the braised food shops. To be able to work for her for so many years, they definitely had some merits. Allegedly, when they were at the pastry shops, these people could only work as assistants. But a real piece of gold would shine sooner or later. Hence, when the master announced that she wanted to establish the most popular medicinal cuisine restaurant in the capital, these girls, who had followed Yang Liu for many years, suddenly felt that there was a use for their abilities. When they learned to cook the medicinal meals, they were particularly diligent and attentive. Moreover, they were all decently talented. All of them passed the medicinal chef examination with excellent performance and were honored with positions as medicinal chefs of the Yu's Medicinal Cuisine House. In addition to these four, the other medicinal chefs were recruited from outside. There were both men and women, and some of whom were cooks with good cooking skills. There were also housewives skilled in cooking who had come for the high wage offered by the medicinal cuisine restaurant. There were also people who were loyal fans of the Yu's. These young maidens and youths had no doubts about the abilities of the founder of the Yu's, who was also the first female official of the great Ming dynasty, to prosper in all the business that she endeavors in. They strived to become a member of the Yu's with their own efforts. Before the Yu's Medicinal Cuisine House had opened for business, the notice of recruiting medicinal chefs became a heated topic as soon as it was posted. The people signing up almost filled the room that served as a temporary recruitment agency. For the recruitment of 20 medicinal chefs, over 100 people had signed up for training. The training also abided by the principle of fairness and equity. The 100 or so people were divided into 20 groups, which consisted of 5 to 6 people in each group. Each team was trained on 20 different medicinal meals, respectively. After over 4 months of intensive training, Yu Xiaoxiao, the owner of the Medicinal Cuisine House, who had just returned from the borders, personally tasted and selected the top 2 medicinal chefs of each course. The first place in each group was the main chef, and the second place was responsible for assisting. If there was booming sales and exceeding demands for the medicinal meal, the 2 medicinal chefs would have to work on the cooking. Those who weren't selected could continue participating in the training with no fees until they received Xiao Xiao's approval. These people were all reserved talents of Medicinal Cuisine House, who could be used when the restaurant expanded or opened branches in the future. Buddha Jumps Over the Wall had been a well-known dish before Medicinal Cuisine House had opened. It had even attracted many influential officials to book in advance. Of course, this was thanks to the unsparing promotions from the Emperor Emeritus, Great Scholar Yuan, and more. The medicinal chef in charge of cooking the Buddha Jumps Over the Wall was Yangliu herself, as well as one of her trusted subordinate maidservants. Yangliu was highly talented in cooking. Not long after she learned the technique of cooking Buddha Jumps Over the Wall, she had received the approval of her master. Her trusted subordinate maidservant, Jinwan, was slightly lacking in terms of heat control. However, after Medicinal Cuisine House opened, Jinwan had progressed considerably and was soon able to work on her own. The Yu's Medicinal Cuisine House opened for business on the 6th day of June. Although it was the height of the summer season, the hot weather didn't extinguish the nobles' anticipation of the opening of Medicine Cuisine House. What's more, all the tables for the first month of operation were long booked. Only 10 servings of Buddha Jumps Over the Wall were served each day, so the nobles were in a fierce competition for the sake of eating this dish. On the first day of business, many high-status bigwigs in the capital had deigned to come to the Yu's Medicinal Cuisine House for the plaque unveiling ceremony. 2 full tables were occupied by the Emperor Emeritus, Imperial Prince Duan, Imperial Prince Jing, Imperial Prince Sa, as well as their princess consorts, heirs, and daughters-in-laws. It had almost turned into a gathering of the imperial family. There were also Duke Rongguo, Marquis Ding Yuan, Prime Minister, Assistant Minister Yu, and Minister Li of the Ministry of Ceremonies. They had also brought their families over for the celebration. There were some people who came that seldom had contact with Yu Xiaoxiao, and she didn't even recognize their faces. They were influential people who had come with presents to congratulate the opening of their restaurant, so she couldn't just drive them away. In addition, there were also guests who normally interacted with Xiaoxiao and the Fang family. There were more than 30 private rooms upstairs, and the rooms barely accommodated all the guests. Xiaoxiao seriously suspected that some people had come today just to try out the medicinal meals. All right, she immediately went to the back kitchen in person to cheer on the medicinal chefs. Today's guests are either rich or influential, and they are all potential customers of our Medicinal Cuisine House. Whether it can become an instant hit will depend on your performances. Don't spoil the Yu's good reputation. Seeing that several of the introverted medicinal chefs looked slightly nervous, Xiaoxiao quickly pacified them. Relax. No matter how powerful they are outside, they would only have one identity once they enter our restaurant: a customer. I have personally appraised each of your culinary skills, and many have already surpassed your teacher. As long as you continue to do things as normal, they will definitely be amazed. Her words seemed to have successfully soothed the hearts of the medicinal chefs. Some of them were die-hard fans of Yu Xiaoxiao, and they had become even more spirited. They were ready and eager to let their master see their skills and efforts. Their master had said that in the future, the Medicinal Cuisine restaurant would definitely open branch restaurants. Manager Yangliu had limited energy. The position of the branch manager was like a carrot hanging in front of a donkey. It stimulated the medicinal chefs with ambitious hearts to strive for the position. Let's put aside the position of the branch manager to talk about the employee treatment at the Medicinal Cuisine restaurant. In addition to a good base pay, all medicinal chefs also received a commission for each dish. In other words, whoever got the most orders and sold the most dishes would get the higher salary. This was enough motivation for them to constantly improve the medicinal dish that they specialized in and strive to make every meal perfect. The grand opening of the Yu's Medicinal Cuisine House would be talked about enthusiastically for a long time. Not to mention the creative and novel performances at the opening ceremony, but just the important figures who came to celebrate the occasion had almost covered more than half of the imperial officials who were third-ranked and above. Almost all the members of the imperial family had come. Even the emperor had personally written an inscription for Medicinal Cuisine House, which was hung in the main hall on the first floor. As soon as one entered the door, one would be able to see the emperor's calligraphy. The eldest imperial prince, who had been bestowed the title of Crown Prince, also visited the Medicinal Cuisine restaurant. He tasted the medicinal meals and gave a high evaluation. As Xiao Cao had said, the honored guests who had come today immediately became loyal fans of Medicinal Cuisine House after tasting the delicious, fragrant, and visually appealing medicinal meals. Based on their past experiences with the other businesses under the Yu's, these people decided to gain the advantage by striking first. Almost every household made reservations for medicinal meals. After all, the Yu's Medicinal Cuisine House had limited space and couldn't accommodate too many customers every day. In order to let more people taste the delicious and nourishing medicinal meals, the restaurant enabled takeaway service. If booked in advance, it could be picked up at the restaurant or delivered to one's door. Delivery fee must be added to the order. Medicinal Cuisine House had adopted the tiered membership system. Diamond Card members and Gold Card members could enjoy the service of Imperial Physicians' medical consultation and customized diet plans based on their pulse examination results. If there was no improvement in their health within 1 month, then a full refund would be given. As for the other members, they could also bring their pulse examination results over and let Medicinal Cuisine House develop a nourishment plan. However, a fee would be charged. In actuality, on the wall of the main hall on the first floor of Medicinal Cuisine House, there was an introduction of all the medicinal meals, as well as their effects. In addition, each private room had a menu, which introduced the medicinal dishes with pictures and texts. For this menu alone, Xiao Cao had put in a lot of effort and invited a renowned painter in the capital to help out. Great scholar Yuan was the one who introduced this leading figure of the painting world to Xiao Cao. As soon as Xiao Cao made the request, this famous painter immediately pulled a long face. Had he not considered his old friend's, Yuan Sinian, face, he would have driven her out a long time ago. His paintings were hard to get even with money, yet she actually wanted him to draw menus. It was simply an insult to him. However, the reason this great master painter could become close friends with Yuan Sinian was that they shared a common hobby, eating delicious food. In order to be able to paint good works, he had visited well-known mountains and rivers. He had also boasted about eating all the delicacies in the world. When he got together with great scholar Yuan, they often bragged about the delicacies that they had eaten, in an attempt to best the other party. This great master painter seemed rather angry and resolute at the beginning, but Yuan Sinian had a calm smile on his face and only needed to say, "If you help with this request, you can eat Buddha jumps over the wall, for free for 1 year." The great master painter had heard of the dish, Buddha jumps over the wall, from his old friend many times. His old friend praised the dish to the skies, and the gluttonous bug inside him had long been hooked. On numerous occasions, he had regretted that he didn't have any relationship with the Yu family. But he couldn't be thick-skinned like his old friend and bum meals off others. He had long been tempted by Buddha jumps over the wall, yearning to try it. He could finally taste Buddha jumps over the wall, and it was for free for an entire year. Upon hearing this, the great master painter had set aside all of his initial persistence as a cultured individual and reservation as an artist. The Yu's Medicinal Cuisine House became a hot topic again, and this time it had nothing to do with the taste of the medicinal meals, the curative effects, and the services. It was because the thin menu in the private rooms of the restaurant were original works of old Lin. Many literati were extremely envious when they saw the menu. They seriously wanted to steal the menu and admire it on the walls of their studies every day. The staff in charge of the private rooms of Medicinal Cuisine House had a heavy responsibility. In addition to serving the customers, they also had to prevent others from taking away their restaurant's menu, or secretly tearing a page out. In conclusion, the Yu's Medicinal Cuisine House was very popular in the capital. In the capital, anyone who didn't know about the Yu's Medicinal Cuisine House would be ridiculed as a country bumpkin. The most common topic regarding Medicinal Cuisine House was the curative effects of the medicinal meals. Since they dared to promise a full refund if there were no effects within a month, they definitely had the confidence. For members with Gold Card membership and above, Members who had bad health showed apparent improvement in their health after consuming medicinal cuisine house's medicinal meals on a daily basis. The Grand Tutor's migraine, the insomnia of the matriarch of the Minister of Appointments household, and the chi blood deficiency of the wife of the assistant official of Crown Prince Affairs, had all cured miraculously without any medication. After a month, the Yus arranged a consultation with an imperial physician. The proven facts became another advertisement for medicinal cuisine house. The second topic was the taste of the medicinal meals. When most people heard medicinal meals, they would think about the smell of medicinal herbs. But that was wrong. If one didn't say that the dishes served at the Yus medicinal cuisine house were medicinal meals, one wouldn't be able to detect the taste of medicine. None of the medicinal meals were inferior to the delicacies of Junsho restaurant. How could it not be popular when it can be eaten and nourish one's health? Of course, these medicinal meals weren't affordable for everyone. The third topic of medicinal cuisine house was the astonishing price of each dish. Even a dish that seemed to have ordinary ingredients cost 200 taels. But they claimed to have added precious medicinal herbs that were over 100 years old, and thus it really wasn't that expensive. Without good medicinal herbs, how could the curative effects be so good? Buddha jumps over the wall was the signature dish of the restaurant. In addition to medicinal herbs, it also contained many precious food ingredients. All kinds of valuable ingredients were collected in one jar, so it was even more expensive. A jar of Buddha jumps over the wall cost 500 taels, yet there were still people rushing to get it. Only 10 servings were offered daily, and they had all been booked for the next 3 months. Poverty had limited one's imagination, so one could only sigh that there were too many people who didn't lack money in the capital. If others found out that the so-called precious 100-years-old medicinal herbs were just a drop of the little divine stone's bathing water, they would definitely scold Xiaosao for stealing money. Every day, the medicinal chefs of medicinal cuisine house received a special ingredient, mystic stone water. Xiaosao claimed that it was extracted from over a dozen precious medicinal herbs. 1 drop was added to ordinary medicinal dishes, while 2 drops were added for dishes like Buddha jumps over the wall. She also told the medicinal chefs about the principle of too much was as bad as too little, to prevent people from adding too much mystic stone water. If the effects were too astonishing, it would be too eye-catching. In fact, those people were right. This medicinal cuisine restaurant was just like picking up money off the ground for Xiaosao, and she was using a rake to get the money. According to an incomplete calculation, the daily turnover for the Yus medicinal cuisine house was equivalent to the monthly turnover for Junsho restaurant, which was also very popular. Shortly after the medicinal cuisine restaurant opened, third young master Zhou brought his wife, a fangirl of Yu Xiaosao, over for a visit. He deliberately complained to Xiaosao that she had robbed him of at least half of his business, and if this continued, Junsho restaurant would have to close down for good. Before he had finished speaking, Xiaosao tsked at his. Nonsense. Yeah, right. You really think I'm so easy to fool? Ah. There's no correlation between the customers who come to our medicinal cuisine house and your Junsho restaurant. Most of the people who come to medicinal cuisine house are focused on regulating their bodies. Who would be such a squanderer to frequently eat dishes that cost hundreds of taels for the sake of satisfying their appetite? Therefore, there are very few who come to medicinal cuisine house for the sole purpose of eating. There's no impact to the business of Junsho restaurant at all, okay? Yu Xiaosao stated the facts and rejected third young master Zhou's grievances. Third young master Zhou had wanted to act pitiful and get some new recipes from Xiaosao, but his plan had been terminated by Xiaosao. With his relationship with Xiaosao, he didn't have to beat around the bush. He directly stated his intention, and Xiaosao also generously gave him some recipes. No matter what, she was also considered a shareholder of Junsho restaurant. She invested with her recipes and received a rather impressive annual dividend. The business of medicinal cuisine house was becoming increasingly prosperous, and there was exceeding demand for both in-store dining and takeout. Which one of those old generals and old ministers who had fought along the Emperor Emeritus didn't have old injuries? Not only were the medications prescribed by the doctors in the past were too bitter to swallow, but they also weren't very effective and couldn't cure the root of the problem. Since the opening of the Yus medicinal cuisine house, Those filial sons and grandsons who had initially just wanted to let the elders in the family try out the medicinal meals noticed that the health of their grandfathers and fathers were becoming better day by day. Even their old injuries didn't act up before the winter. They felt happy and were also willing to help advertise the medicinal cuisine restaurant for free. The good reviews were spread far and wide. This was a period when filial piety was very important. As long as their family conditions permitted it, they didn't mind spending a lot of money on ordering medicinal meals for the elders in the family to regulate their bodies. The women of this era would, more or less, suffer from some childbirth complications such as puerperal fever, blood deficiency, or menstruation problems. Therefore, there was excessive demand for Xiaoxiao's medicinal meals, which could regulate women's constitutions. In response to the request made by the vast majority of the customers, the business of medicinal cuisine house expanded significantly after the new year. The takeout service was separated, and the business was even better than the restaurant. The manpower that Xiaoxiao had initially reserved were now put to use, but they were still shorthanded. Thus, Yang Liu began to train another group of medicinal chefs as standby. The salary was related to the sales and quality of the medicinal meals, and medicinal cuisine house was blooming with business. Thus, although the medicinal chefs were tired, they beamed with smiles when they received their salaries. Some had even received up to nearly 800 taels in a month. One wouldn't be able to find another place that offered a higher wage in the capital. Allegedly, head chef Wang, who had devoted himself to Zhengzhou restaurant for nearly 10 years, only received a monthly salary of 500 taels. The medicinal chefs of medicinal cuisine house had worked for half a year at most, yet they were already receiving such good benefits. Their enthusiasm for work increased even more, and they tried their best to show a good performance in front of manager Yang Liu, for fear that they would be replaced by the backup medicinal chefs if they didn't work hard enough. There would naturally be a lot of people envious of such a blooming business, but they could only be envious and make some sour remarks in private. The Yus had a strong backing that others couldn't afford to easily offend. Disregarding the fact that the boss of the Yus was a royal princess personally conferred by the emperor, with her identity as the future wife of royal Prince Yang, no one dared to offend her no matter how powerful and impudent they were in the capital. They were afraid that royal Prince Yang would settle accounts with them when he returned. Not to mention the backing of royal Prince Yang, but from time to time, the Emperor Emeritus would visit medicinal cuisine house to eat. Buddha jumps over the wall. Imperial Prince Duan even specially reserved a private room at medicinal cuisine house and regarded the restaurant as his own kitchen. The Emperor and Empress would also occasionally travel incognito to dine at medicinal cuisine house. Yu Xiaoxiao had finally experienced the feeling of counting money until one's hands got cramps. Xiaoxiao was truly a rich little lady in the capital. She didn't dare to call herself wealthy, but if there was a ranking for the richest people in the capital, she would definitely be in the top 10. Other tycoons had accumulated their wealth for generations, but she relied on her own efforts to create a legend in the capital's business industry. Yu Xiaoxiao's reputation had spread far and wide. From an old man in his 80s to a 5-year-old child, there wasn't anyone who didn't know her name. A year had unconsciously passed by in a hurry. The war in the northwest borders was also coming to an end. Royal Prince Yang had led the Great Ming army to drive out the tribe in the western borders all the way to present-day Kazakhstan, and they no longer had the ability to confront the Great Ming Empire. There wouldn't be a major war in the northwest borders for at least 30 years. Since the war was coming to an end, it wasn't too far from the date when Royal Prince Yang would return to the court. In the past year or so, the Yu family had many happy events. First, the youngest son of the Yu family placed first in the provincial exam. This youth, who was only 15 years old, had become the first provincial official in Dongshan village. This wasn't just a happy occasion for the Yu family, but it was a major event for the entire village. Next was the marriage of Xiaoxiao's eldest brother. In the spring of the year that Yu Hang turned 19, he married his longtime fiancée, Lu Huifang. The wedding ceremony was held at the Yu family's ancestral home in Dongshan village. This was the first wedding of the Yu family's younger generation, so it was held in a grand manner. All of the officials, gentry, and merchants in the Tanggu area, as well as customers who had business relations with the Yu family, had come to congratulate the happy occasion. The heir of Imperial Prince Jing had even personally come to Tanggu for the occasion, giving face to his future in-laws. There were also a lot of people who had a good relationship with Yu Xiaoxiao, who had sent people to deliver valuable gifts to congratulate the marriage of the future head of the Yu family. The wedding banquet was held at the Junsho restaurant in Tanggu town. Junsho restaurant was now the most popular restaurant in Tanggu, and its scale had expanded significantly. Many guests had come to the celebration, and it was just able to accommodate all of them. Yu Hang's wedding banquet had caused quite a stir in Tanggu. No one dared to look down on the Yu family, who had come from a farmer's background. No matter if it was their connections, financial resources, or material resources, the Yu family was very outstanding in Tanggu. Many old noble households, who originally looked down on the Yu family and just viewed them as nouveau riche, gradually made friends with the Yu family and regarded them as people worthy of being friends with. The relatives of the Yu family had also come to Dongshan village early to help prepare the first wedding for the younger generation of the Yu family. After consuming the nourishing medicinal meals that Xiaoxiao sent over, Xiaoxiao's maternal grandparents, who were almost 70 years old, had even healthier bodies than their fellow villagers, who were in their 50s. They didn't have any health problems and were able to directly travel from home to Dongshan village without any need to rest. The three brothers of the Lu family traveled between the prefectural city and the neighboring counties to deliver goods to various fruit and vegetable shops. There were the early maturing vegetables in early spring, melons in late spring and early summer, various fruits in the fall, and out-of-season fruits and vegetables in the winter. They rarely had free time throughout the year. At the beginning, the oldest son of the Lu family was responsible for transporting the goods. The second son, who took care of the farmlands at home, occasionally helped out, and the third son worked on port construction at the harbor. As the work got busier, second maternal uncle realized that transporting goods made much more money than farming at home. After helping out a few times, he opened up a new route and also started doing this business with a few horse carriages. Later, when the port construction was completed, third maternal uncle could only take on some casual jobs and became the person who earned the least in the family. Hence, eldest maternal uncle invited him to help transport goods between the prefectural city and neighboring counties. In actuality, the business that they were doing was similar to the fruits and vegetable wholesale in later generations. The Yu family's out-of-season vegetables were of high quality and had excellent taste, so they were naturally very popular. It wasn't something that could be brought by just anyone. The three brothers of the Lu family had the advantage of being able to obtain an unlimited supply of goods, so for the sake of convenience, the fruit and vegetable shops within the vicinity all got them to deliver the goods. Although it cost 20% more than getting the goods from the Yu family directly, there were still some profits. In order to attend her oldest nephew's wedding, Xiaoxiao's oldest paternal aunt handed the braised food shop and pickled vegetables shop to the steward working under her and arrived early in Dongshan village to help out. Although the braised food shops still used the name, the Yu's, it had long become the property of Xiaoxiao's oldest paternal aunt. The business of the braised food shop and pickled vegetables shop was so good that they opened several more branches in the prefectural city, and the business was thriving. On the day of the wedding, an unexpected guest had appeared, which was Yu Heng's younger paternal uncle, Yu Bo. After moving to the prefectural city, Yu Bo had changed his impetuous temperament. He had studied hard for 3 years and finally passed the county-level examinations. Madame Zhang relied on selling the braised food that she got from the Yus to support the whole family. They even had extra money to buy 10 or so mu of farmland in the outskirts of the prefectural city, which they rented out to farmers who had no land. Yu Bo clearly realized that with his skills, passing the county-level examinations was the most he could accomplish. He didn't even need to think about passing the provincial examination. Thus, he opened a small, private school in the south side of the city to teach young children and earn a small income. It had been a long time since Yu Bo and Madame Zhang had appeared in front of the Yu family. At this time, he had come to Yu Heng's wedding with a gift. While it surprised the Yu family, they also warmly welcomed him. Yu Bo was quite selfish in the past, but he had never done anything to harm Yu Hai's family. His biggest mistake was to have Madame Zhang as his mother. Not long after Yu Heng's wedding, Zhuang Xiaomo prepared a grand gift and solemnly asked the Yu family for Yu Shaolian's hand in marriage. Yu Shaolian and Zhuang Xiaomo's wedding was scheduled to be held in early winter. At this time, Zhuang Xiaomo no longer sold greenhouse fruits and vegetables. Instead, he had taken over the business of supplying seafood to the major restaurants in the capital. At the beginning, it was because of the hot sale of the Yu's medicinal cuisine houses, signature dish, Buddha jumps over the wall, which required a large supply of seafood. Since they had to find a supplier, they might as well hand it to Zhuang Xiaomo, who was the future son-in-law of the Yu family. Zhuang Xiaomo, who had been doing business in Tanggu for several years, knew quite a lot of people and had accumulated a decent amount of personal connections. In addition, when he used to gather seafood in the sea, he had made many friends in the seafood market and had many resources. Therefore, the seafood he purchased was the freshest and best quality in the market. Third young Master Zhou, who had inadvertently learned about this, also let him be in charge of supplying seafood to Zhenshu restaurant. Gradually, the reputation of Zhuang Xiaomo's seafood supplying business had spread out. Many restaurants in the capital contacted him and were willing to work with him. A year and a half later, Zhuang Xiaomo, who was in his early 20s, had become the biggest seafood supplier in the capital. Due to his relationship with the Yu family, no one in Tanggu and the capital dared to mess with him. His business operated smoothly, and with the ice-making technique that the Yu family had mastered, there was no need to worry about the freshness of the seafood. The famous restaurants in the capital had established a stable client-supplier relationship with him. In addition to fresh seafood, Zhuang Xiaomo had also opened a dry seafood store in the capital, and the business was very good. After more than a year, Zhuang Xiaomo had made quite a lot of money. With the money he earned, he bought a small courtyard in the capital. After they got married in the future, if Shaolian wanted to live in the capital, then they could live in the capital for a period of time. If she missed home, they could live in Tanggu for some time. Uncle Yu and Shaolian didn't look down on him even when he had nothing. Over the years, Uncle Yu and Auntie Yu had treated him like their son and helped him a lot. Even this seafood business was arranged by younger sister Xiaoxiao. It could be said that the current Zhuang Xiaomo wouldn't exist without the Yu family. Zhuang Xiaomo remembered this gratitude deep in his heart. After they got married, he treated her twice as well, and they never got into conflicts. When they had disagreements, Zhuang Xiaomo always took Shaolian's opinion as the most important. Even when he monopolized the marine goods industry in the capital and its surrounding area and became an influential magnate in the capital, he still treated her in the same way. At that time, the two most envied girls in the capital were the Yu sisters. One married a powerful prince who no one dared to offend, while the other wedded a famous and rich merchant. The two men were loyal to the Yu sisters and spoiled them to the skies. Both emotionally and physically, they were able to stay devoted to one person for a lifetime. This should be recounted later. The Yu family celebrated many happy occasions, and their business of improved varieties was becoming more and more prosperous. The seeds of high-yield wheat had been popularized in the north and gradually expanded to the central regions. There were more and more seed merchants relying on the Yu family's breeding farm. At the Yu family's farm, no matter if it was seeds for corn, potato, or winter wheat, there was no need to worry about the sales because there was excessive demand for them. During the summer and fall harvest seasons, seed merchants lined up overnight in front of the farm, for fear that they wouldn't be able to get the improved varieties. It should be noted that the people in the northern region only accepted the seeds from the Yu family's farm and the imperial plantation. As soon as the improved varieties were in stock, all of them would be sold out immediately. Even if the imperial court suppressed the price of the improved varieties, seed merchants still made a considerable profit. One must grasp the opportunity to make money in their hands. So what if it took some hard work? The Yu family's lives were becoming increasingly prosperous, and Xiaoxiao's business grew bigger and bigger. However, even the growing numbers on the account book couldn't suppress Xiaoxiao's longing for a certain person. It had been nearly 2 years since Zhu Junyang left the capital with his troops. They maintained contact during this period of time, but he wasn't physically by her side after all. Since he appeared in Xiaoxiao's life, he had never been away for such a long time. She was used to his company, his care, and his doting love. No matter how busy Xiaoxiao was, she still couldn't ignore the empty feeling within her heart. It felt as if it could never be filled up, making her anxious. In the past year or so, Xiao Cao deliberately kept herself busy. She could have been a master who only ordered others to work at the imperial breeding base, but from time to time, she would run over there to provide some suggestions. It caused the officials and stewards in charge of the breeding farm to think that their work ability had declined due to the overly comfortable work environment recently. In order to keep up with Miss Yu's pace, all of the officials and tenant farms of the breeding farm worked even harder and diligently. By the time of the fall harvest, the yield went up slightly, which was a pleasant surprise. The annual output of the high-yield winter wheat increased each year, so with fertile soil and meticulous care, an output of 600 to 700 caddies per mu definitely wouldn't be a problem. Compared to the previous 200 caddies per mu, the yield had increased 2 to 3 folds. The successful breeding of the high-yield winter wheat had benefited the people in the central regions and the northern regions. They were able to live in a time when they didn't have to worry about food and clothing. As a result, the officials in the southern regions couldn't sit still anymore. They submitted a joint memorial to request the emperor send official Yu to the south to investigate and help them improve the rice yield. If Zhu Junyang was around, Xiao Cao would have traveled to the south at public expense without any hesitation. If a certain person was free, he would accompany her on the trip and made proper arrangements for all the matters of the trip so that she didn't have to worry about anything. She only had to enjoy the trip and sightseeing. But, since Zhu Junyang left, she hadn't been in the mood to attend the gatherings hosted by her good friends, let alone a long and arduous journey to the south. However, since the emperor had summoned her into the palace to discuss the matter of the high-yield rice, she couldn't disregard the face of the biggest boss. As a result, she opened up around 10 mu of experimental rice paddies near the water source in the breeding farm to grow rice. For the selection of the rice kernels, she deliberately asked the tenant farmers to pick kernels that were full and large one by one. They had to be careful and meticulous. When preparing the paddy, they made sure to use enough farmyard manure. After sowing, they specially added a layer of plastic film to help with incubation. This layer of plastic film had high efficiency in preserving moisture, soil, and fertility. It could increase the temperature and accelerate the growth of the rice seedlings. Of course, when cultivating the rice seedlings, she definitely wouldn't forget to add diluted mystic stone water to ensure that the seedlings were robust, resistant to diseases and pests, and high-yielding. As for the water in the paddy field, she also altered it a bit. Many officials of the imperial court were keeping a close eye on the experimental fields, and the emperor also attached great importance to this matter. However, Xiao Cao knew that one must learn to walk before one could run. Thus, when she used her cheat, she made sure to control how much was used. Even so, the yield of rice in the experimental fields reached 500 caddies per mu during the summer harvest this year. Even when the most fertile fields in the south were carefully managed by experienced farmers, the highest output would be 300 caddies per mu. Generally speaking, a field with an output of more than 250 caddies per mu was already considered a top-grade field. When this number was announced, Yu Xiaocao and the imperial breeding base became famous again. The officials in the south burst into tears of excitement. It should be noted that in the past 2 years, the officials in the north had frequently reported good news supported by a series of data, leaving the south in the dust. Many people, who used to not care about the northern regions, viewed it as an area with adequate food and clothing. Some people had left their hometown and moved to the north. How could the officials of the south feel good when they saw this? But, what could they do when an expert farmer had appeared in the north? Not only did she cultivate high-yield corn, but she also enhanced wheat seeds, ensuring that the people in the north could fill their stomachs. The officials of the south had submitted the memorial to the emperor with a mindset of doing a trial. After all, there were many dry fields in the north, so that amazing official Yu might not be good at cultivating in paddy fields. It was fortunate that they had made this attempt. Otherwise, as a fertile region, Zhongnan would be surpassed by the northern regions and never be able to prove themselves again. The more the officials of the south envied the northern officials in the past, the more they felt grateful to royal Princess Jinan now. In their hearts, they almost regarded her as the child of fortune who served beside the Bodhisattva. She had doubled the output on the first year of attempting to plant in paddy fields. Based on their experience with winter wheat, the yield would increase again next year. Zhongnan was saved, and the people of Zhongnan were blessed. Yu Xiaoxiao's reputation reached a new high in the imperial court. Many old ministers who used to look down on her, who was a little lass, were slapped in the face. They inwardly pondered whether the lass was favored by the heavens. Not only was she talented in farming, but she was also skilled in business. Now, the most popular person in the imperial court was this lass. She was highly favored, and the emperor had rewarded the lass with many goods because of the rich harvest of the experimental fields. The goods rewarded by the emperor had occupied nearly half of the Yu family's storehouse. Furthermore, the businesses under her name were all closely related to their lives. People would be desperately trying to curry favor with someone like her. How could anyone be so blinded as to try to offend her? In the past year or so, Yu Xiaoxiao's career and business had been going smoothly, but there were fewer and fewer smiles on her face. This was because the longing in her heart was surging at all times. During the day, she worked so hard that she didn't have time to rest. But, no matter how tired her body was, her heart and mind would be occupied by that hateful fellow when she was free. That feeling of longing had turned into an urge to cry. Xiaoxiao, who had lived for 2 lifetimes, never knew that there would be this persistent gloomy mood in the bottom of one's heart when one missed someone. Just when Xiaoxiao had the bold idea to fight for the position of an official in charge of army provision and travel all the way to the northwest to see her lover, there was finally news about General Junxi's won victory and return to court. When the news reached Xiaoxiao's ears, she immediately felt as if the shackles on her body had been released. At the thought that she could be able to see the devilishly handsome and devoted man, Xiaoxiao's mood suddenly became as clear as the autumn sky, and all the haze in her heart had disappeared. The troubled, painful, and stuffy feelings were all left behind. Her long-lost smile had returned on her face. Before the victorious troops had entered the city, the person who Xiaoxiao was longing for had appeared in the courtyard of the Yu estate. Seeing the familiar figure, Xiaoxiao disregarded all the reservations and shyness of a young maiden and rushed towards Zhu Junyang like a butterfly fluttering towards a flower. Perhaps her footsteps were too quick, or she was too eager, but in the process of rushing over, Xiaoxiao had accidentally stepped on the hem of her dress and sadly fell towards the ground. Just when her little face was able to have close contact with the ground, a pair of strong arms lifted her up like he was holding a little chick. Xiaoxiao, who was glad that her nose had escaped a misfortune, was pressed into a chest comparable to an iron wall. The hard chest muscles almost knocked tears out of her eyes. Her nose felt painful and sore. If her nose was fake, it would definitely be ruined now. Xiaoxiao was so eccentric that she had the time to think about this. Be careful, you're already a year older, yet you're still so reckless. The voice that sometimes emerged in her dreams was still as elegant and touching as a cello. It easily moved one's heartstrings. Xiaoxiao suddenly couldn't control her emotions anymore and burst into tears as she hugged the slim waist of the person in front of her and buried her head in his chest. Her tears soon dampened that person's clothes. Zhu Junyang was flustered and hurriedly pacified the petite maiden who was going through an emotional breakdown in his arms. He softly said, "Don't cry. Don't cry. It's this prince's fault. I shouldn't have scolded you as soon as I saw you. If you're unhappy, hit me a few times. Don't cry until your beautiful eyes are swelled. This prince's heart will ache I miss you. I really, really miss you. I think of you when I eat. I dream of you when I sleep. When I see you now, I wonder if I'm dreaming and you will disappear again when I wake up. Wah, you're so hateful. As soon as we got engaged, you left me in the capital and disappeared. Were you enthralled by the young maidens of the northwestern tribes, and thus reluctant to come back?" At the beginning, Zhu Junyang was moved when he heard her words. His little lass finally understood, and his feelings were finally reciprocated. But he didn't know whether he should laugh or cry when he heard the latter part of her words. She was indeed his little lass. The sentimental feelings only lasted for 3 seconds. Good, be good. Today isn't a dream. This prince is right in front of you. In the future, this prince will take you wherever I go and never leave you by yourself. Don't cry. Don't cry anymore. How can those young maidens of foreign tribes be as lovable as my little lass? This prince likes you so much, so other women are the same as the men in the army in my eyes. Zhu Junyang held Xiaoxiao's face and wiped the tears on her face with his somewhat rough fingers. Yu Xiaoxiao raised her head and looked at the delicate and enchanting face in front of her. There was a sense of pity in his charming phoenix eyes. His plump red lips parted slightly, producing a pleasant voice. This must be a dream. How could someone who had been in the army and out in the battlefield in the northwest for over a year become even more good-looking? Like an open faucet, the tears in her clear, big eyes kept flowing down along her eyelashes. She sniffled her nose, lifted her own little hand, and opened her mouth to bite down on it. Zhu Junyang acted swiftly and blocked her action with his own hand. He had a smile on his handsome face as if it wasn't his hand that was being bitten. He even joked to lighten up the mood. What? There's no one to bring you braised pig trotters when this prince isn't in the capital. You want to eat it so much that you're actually gnawing on your own hands. It's no wonder that you got thinner again. Do you not eat properly when this prince isn't around? You should be punished. Wa tilde tilde tilde. Xiaoxiao, who had just stopped crying, started crying again. This time, her cries sounded even more sad, wailing endlessly. What's wrong? I won't punish you. I won't punish you. How can this prince bear to hit you? Only you can hit me. If this prince makes you unhappy, I'll be willing to let you beat and punish me. As he spoke, he held Xiaoxiao's small, tender hands and hit himself a few times. Wah! It doesn't hurt when I bite my own hand. I'm indeed dreaming again. Xiaoxiao couldn't stop crying. As soon as Wudong saw her young miss rush towards Royal Prince Yong, she had cleared out everyone in the courtyard and quietly retreated far away. At this time, Xiaoxiao and Zhu Junyang were the only ones in the huge courtyard. Upon hearing her words, Zhu Junyang didn't know whether he should laugh or cry. He showed her the small teeth marks on the back of his hand, saying, "Silly girl, you were biting this prince, so how can you feel the pain? There's no way that this prince will let you get hurt, even if you're the one biting yourself." Yu Xiaoxiao stared at the teeth marks for a long time, and then stopped crying with slight embarrassment. This time, it's really not a dream. It's not a dream. This prince is back and I'm really standing in front of you. If you don't believe me, then, why don't you pinch my face? Since Zhu Junyang was 3 years old, he had firmly rejected others pinching his face. He was also desperately opposed to Xiaoxiao pinching his face in the past. At this time, he actually offered to let Xiaoxiao pinch his face, which immediately caused her to feel that this situation was unreal again. Looking at the lass's wrinkled-up face and tears welled up in her big eyes, Zhu Junyang didn't know what to do. With a sudden thought, he bent down and stopped the young maiden's loud cries with his warm, full lips. Yu Xiaoxiao opened her eyes wide open, and clearly saw the scorching affection within his enchanting, bright phoenix eyes. His lips, which were soft and carried a pleasant scent, were tightly pressed against her lips. The sudden kiss was filled with a deep sense of longing and full of emotions. It was like a violent storm that took her by surprise. His strong and powerful arms held her slender waist tightly as he pulled her into his embrace, leaving no gaps. Their lips made contact and their tongues instinctively entangled together. He caressed her back with his hands, and then lifted her silky hair. He gently rubbed the soft skin on the back of her neck, pulling her closer to him. His kiss was gentle yet domineering. The fresh breath from his lips made her feel dizzy and intoxicated as if she was drinking wine. Putting aside all her reservation and worries, she wrapped her slender arms around his beautiful neck and closed her eyes in a comfortable and sweet manner. At this moment, the emptiness within her heart had been filled up, all her confusion was dispelled, and all her thoughts had turned into a breeze that gently wrapped around him. After an unknown period of time, Xiaoxiao's engrossment was interrupted by the sound of heavy breathing. The touch on her lips disappeared and she was gently pushed away, creating a distance. She pouted her lips and kissed him again. It seemed like only this close contact could calm her heart. Zhu Junyang didn't push away the soft young maiden in his arms. He took a deep breath and calmed his heated and restless heart. He really wanted to marry and bring the lass home right now. If this happened a few more times, he definitely wouldn't be able to stand it. The young maiden's attachment to him made him feel as if a feather had brushed over his heart. He had originally thought that all his efforts and feelings were one-sided. The lass seemed like a child who still didn't have a clear understanding of love, and she was always laughing merrily without a care in the world. Unexpectedly, he had gained a pleasant surprise from this separation. His feelings were finally reciprocated. The appearance of the little lass clinging to him reminded him of a kitten that he used to raise. When it was seeking attention, it would grab onto his trousers tightly and look as if it wanted to be caressed and hugged. His heart was filled with a sense of happiness. Zhu Junyang hugged the young maiden's slender waist and gently lifted the lass up. Xiao Xiao cried out in surprise, and then realized that her feet were lifted off the ground. Only when her view was suddenly shifted to be looking downwards did she notice that she was being lifted up in the air like a child. She had a sturdy and strong fiancé, who always surprised her. Her surprised cry attracted the look of Wudong, who was inwardly muttering, "Look not at what is contrary to propriety." She looked over and just happened to see a beautiful scene. Amongst the fluttering golden ginkgo leaves, a tall, strong, and handsome youth lifted a beautiful, petite, and lovely young maiden in the air. With the sun shining on their bodies, they appeared to be shrouded by a circle of light. That wonderful scene was unforgettable. Looking at the bright smile on the young Mrs. face, all the gloomy mood had been swept away. Wudong suddenly felt that Royal Prince Yong was perhaps the fated person that the heavens specially arranged for young Miss. Only when the two of them were together would they be complete. Why did you get thinner again? Did you not eat properly? After putting Xiao Xiao down, Zhu Junyang felt her thin arms, which seemed like they would break with a little force. Thus, he asked with slight dissatisfaction. After Yu Xiao Xiao was put down, she stayed in her boyfriend's embrace as if she had no bones. She replied in a coquettish manner, "Because I miss you all. I didn't have any appetite, and even Buddha jumps over the wall didn't seem appetizing anymore. No matter how good the food is, I can hardly eat without you helping me get the food." As she spoke, she stood on her tiptoe and kissed his chin. Cough. Zhu Junyang was momentarily overwhelmed by his fiancée's sudden outspoken words of affection. He lowered his head to kiss her small, red lips, and said, "It turns out that this prince has the role of serving food. How come I never knew?" Yu Xiaoxiao suddenly showed a cheeky smile, which gave Zhu Junyang an ominous premonition. Generally, this kind of smile was a precursor of the lass's mischief. Sure enough, she shook her head and said, as the ancients said, "A feast for the eyes." As she said this, Xiao Xiao reached out her right hand and pinched his sharp chin with her index finger and thumb. She revealed a lecherous expression and said, looking at this exquisite, gorgeous, and devilishly handsome face, "Even if there aren't any side dishes, I can still eat 2 more bowls of rice." In this world, this bold and mischievous lass was the only one who dared to tease him about his appearance. The last person who said he was beautiful seemed to have been bedridden for half a year. After that, that person always took a detour upon seeing him. What could he do to the little lass that he chose himself? What's more, he had this inexplicable sense of joy in his heart over the fact that she was attracted to his appearance. "It's my honor to be able to serve food to the future princess consort of Royal Prince Yong. All right, you must eat at least 3 bowls of rice tonight. You're not allowed to go back on your words." Zhu Junyang decided to come to the Yu estate for the next few days to supervise the lass's meals. His next goal was to ensure that the lass regained the weight that she lost. If she got any thinner, she would turn into a stick of firewood. If outsiders saw her like that, they would think that he, Royal Prince Yong, was a miser who was unwilling to feed his wife. 3 bowls of rice. Yu Xiaoxiao glared at him with big, round eyes and complained, "Are you trying to make me eat until I burst? Be honest. Did you get hurt? Did the medicine I give you work? The medicine that you gave me played a big role. But, don't worry, it wasn't used on me." Zhu Junyang briefly recounted the chaos at the borders to her. It turned out that the rebellion in the northwest wasn't a simple invasion at the borders by foreigners. There were actually descendants of the former dynasty involved in the conflict. He hadn't expected that martial art experts of the former dynasty were hiding within the thousands of troops. Among them, there was the big boss who used to train with Su Ran and had always been hard to distinguish. However, unlike Su Ran who had forsaken darkness for light, this fellow had fanatical supporter of the former dynasty. He was very loyal to the former dynasty, and thus held deep hatred for Su Ran's betrayal. Therefore, he took advantage of the chaos to attack Su Ran, who was the army supervisor. It was originally hard to determine who had the better martial arts skills between the two. But, With the addition of petty and unscrupulous tactics, Su Ran almost lost his life in that man's hands. Fortunately, Zhu Junyang was beside him at that time. Seeing that army supervisor Su was injured and about to die, he didn't hesitate to use Xiao Cao's special internal injury medicine, giving them all to him. Xiao Cao's specially prepared medicines were only a tiny level away from the legendary elixirs in the stories. With them on hand, even if Su Ran wanted to die he wouldn't be able to. So shameless, to mount a sneak attack. If it was a fair fight, Sir Su likely wouldn't have lost to him. When Yu Xiaocao found out that Su Ran was fine, she let out a sigh of relief. She then waved her small fists in the air and cried out for the injustice that he had endured. Okay, your Sir Su is very strong, alright Zhu Junyang almost slapped his own face. He knew that the little lass was a crazy fangirl of that fellow, so why did he have to bring that stupid eunuch up in such a good atmosphere? Yu Xiaocao frowned perceptibly and snarled angrily at him. What sort of attitude is that? Do you want to elaborate? Zhu Junyang inwardly rolled his eyes as he thought, your Sir Su, who is so skilled, actually had to be saved by your man. Within the whole army, other than the heavily injured Su Ran, only I, your man, can be considered a worthy opponent to that person. Although that person ultimately fell due to the might of the gun, the person who reacted the fastest when Chief Steward Su Ran got attacked was still your man. If it wasn't for me blocking the way, your Sir Su would have long died without even the chance of getting medical treatment. Now he needed to bring the little lass's attention back to himself. Chief Steward Su is truly quite skilled, but he had been heavily injured. It was I, your man, who had bravely stepped forward to fight his enemy despite the danger. It was also I, your man, who ended up subduing the other party. In the end, it was also I, your man, who saved Chief Steward Su's life. Based on the facts, who do you think is the strongest now? Oh ho, who was being jealous again? Such a narrow-minded man. However, this was exactly the type she liked. Yu Xiaocao jumped up and gave a quick kiss to the handsome man in front of her who was currently incredibly jealous. She grinned and said, you're the strongest. In my heart, you're the biggest hero in this world and no one can surpass you. Sir Su's enemy was so strong, so I need to check to see if you're injured or not. Nope. When this prince left, I had promised you that not even a single hair on my head would be harmed. Zhu Junyang acquiesced to the little lass's request and turned his body around, allowing her to easily inspect him. As Xiao Cao began to pull apart his clothing to get a closer look, he grabbed onto her busy little hands and said, this prince isn't stupid. If I couldn't beat him, don't I also have a gun on hand? One shot and that fellow fell straight to the ground. Apparently he had used this type of strategy. Yu Xiaocao felt completely relaxed as she said, my Junyang is the smartest of them all. You're absolutely right. What's the point of trying to beat them head-on if you don't have to? That's something only an idiot would do. Guns are so easy to use so it'd be idiotic of you to not use it if you have one As she spoke, her eyes glittered with worship as she stared at him. It made Zhu Junyang feel quite proud and elated. Junyang, did you eat lunch yet? What do you want to eat for dinner? It's been a long time since you last ate something that I made, so I need to make sure to compensate you. Yu Xiaocao rubbed her hands together in anticipation. She was planning on making sure she had a firm grasp on Great General Junxi's stomach. I didn't eat yet. In order to come back earlier to see you, I even ate breakfast on horseback. I just gnawed casually on a few bites of dried rations. As he spoke, Zhu Junyang held his stomach in an exaggerated manner as he pasted a pitiful look on his face. Yu Xiaocao immediately felt her heart soften. Ayo. How can that be okay? I can't let my great hulking hero starve to death. Wadung. Quickly take out the pastries that I personally made at noon and bring them to the reception pavilion. You should first eat a few pastries. For now. Later on, I'll make a sumptuous meal for you. Although she had deliberately stationed herself further away from the two of them, Wadung had been observing the events in the courtyard quite carefully. She had seen everything. Her young miss sobbing pitifully when she saw Royal Prince Yang, her young miss acting spoiled and cute, her young miss being intimate with the prince, ahem. In the past, she had done her best to prevent Royal Prince Yang from taking any liberties, but now there was no need for her to be so cautious. In a year, her young miss would become Princess Consort Yang. If she continued to block these two lovers, she'd end up drawing the ire of both. Even her young miss wouldn't forgive her for those actions. When she heard her young miss's orders, Wadung made a noise in assent and quickly headed into the small kitchen. Earlier, during lunch, her previously down and depressed young miss finally had become more lively and had made some chocolate sandwich cookies in the kitchen. After she finished making them, she only ate a few cookies. Was it because her young miss had a premonition that Royal Prince Yang was going to appear, so she had especially prepared these pastries for him? At the moment, Xiao Cao had already entered the small kitchen and was bustling about. Zhu Junyang didn't want to waste a single moment. He had to interact with Xiao Cao, so he picked up the plate of sandwich cookies and strolled into the small kitchen. He gazed at Xiao Cao's busy figure and felt a burst of warmth rise up in his heart. He really wanted to marry his little lass as soon as possible. That way, she would only make food for him. Everything would be for himself only. What sort of delicious foods are you planning to make for me? Zhu Junyang bit into a flaky and delicate sandwich cookie. He delicately chewed on the pastry as he asked. Today I was sent over some fresh prawns, so I'm going to make you a dish from the Manchu Han Imperial Feast, 1 peacock prawns. Yu Xiaocao shelled the large prawns with a practiced ease and cleaned out the middle intestines before seasoning them. Then, she whipped some egg whites until they were foamy and placed the peeled prawns within them. Afterwards, she fried the coated prawns until they were a golden yellow. Try some. Ah. These are done. Didn't she say that this dish was called peacock prawns? Where was the peacock? Zhu Junyang ended up asking the question that rose within his mind. Peacock. Yu Xiaocao rubbed her nose in an unconfident manner. Her eyes roved around as she said, that is just made by using some squash and carving it into a pretty shape for the plate. It's just for show. We're very close to each other, so there's no need to do it today. One of the sous chefs who was quietly helping out on the side took out a piece of wintermelon and carved it into a lifelike looking peacock head and neck before handing it to her master. Yu Xiaocao smiled gratefully and made a funny face at Zhu Junyang. All right, now we have the peacock. My dear prince, do you have any other requests now? The golden yellow large prawns were now paired with the light green color of the peacock neck. A delicate aroma wafted from the dish and the beautiful aesthetics of the dish delighted one's eyes. With such delicious and tasty looking shrimp in front of a person, who would want to eat some boring cookies instead? Zhu Junyang stuffed the plate of cookies into the drooling Hu Xiaoliang's hands. These are gifted to you now. Thank you, master. Hu Xiaoliang was exhausted and starving after spending a grueling journey on horseback following his master. Although Wadung had considerately given him a piece of jujube cake earlier, he had seen the tantalizing plate of cookies within his master's hands. Furthermore, it was said that these were made by his future mistress. Thus, the jujube cake became tasteless in his mouth. Everyone in the capital had acknowledged his future mistress's culinary talents. However, he had never been lucky enough to eat any food personally made by her. He would have never had expected that his master would be so kind to bestow upon him a plate of chocolate sandwich cookies to him. Boo-hoo, he was so touched. What should he do from now on? In the future, he needed to work even harder for his master in hopes that he would get rewarded with more delicious food to eat. Naturally, Zhu Junyang had no idea of the thoughts that were running through his assistant's head. He was currently stretching out a hand to pick up a golden yellow fried prawn. He stuffed it in his mouth and tasted it delicately. Crispy on the outside while tender on the inside. Flaky and immensely tasty. This truly was the hallmark of his lass's cooking. Oh right, what is the Manchu Han Imperial Feast? Zhu Junyang ate 3 large prawns in quick succession before he had the time to voice the question that had risen in his heart. Yu Xiaocao's hands paused for a second as she pondered how to answer this question. The Manchu Han Imperial Feast, is a type of legendary court feast that has been lost in the sands of time. This feast not only has the elegant qualities of imperial dishes but also has the refreshing qualities of local delicacies. It combines the tastes and qualities of both Manchu and Han culinary traditions. It's considered one of the best feasts within our culture and has reached the pinnacle of culinary success. The entire feast has a total of 108 dishes. It contains sweet and savory dishes, vegetarian and meat foods, extensive and rare ingredients that are found in the deep mountains and frigid seas. Wow, 108 different dishes. Zhu Junyang's eyes immediately lit up when he heard this detail. Didn't that mean that once he married his little lass he would have such a delicious feast in the future? Wife, were the recipes for this legendary Manchu Han imperial feast recorded in that ancient scroll remnant that you had found? Zhu Junyang considerately found a perfect excuse for Xiaoxiao. Yu Xiaoxiao paused for a second and then lightly nodded her head, However, the scroll remnant is just a remnant, after all. I only know a few dishes that were used in that legendary feast. It's already amazing that you know how to make a few of these dishes. This prince's little wife is truly the best among the best. Author's note. Royal Prince Yang, where is your cold and aloof image now? Royal Prince Yang. Cold and aloof image. Isn't this prince a loyal and loving dog in front of his wife? Ah. Who's your little wife? Looks like not even food can keep your mouth shut. Yu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at him in a coquettish manner as she continued to prepare food. Zhu Junyang sidled over and stuffed a fried prawn into her mouth. When he saw her chewing happily, he felt like this plate of peacock prawns had become even more tasty. Wife, you are clearly this prince's little wife, right? In about a year, you'll be 18. Hasn't our wedding date been set long ago? Ah. Their wedding date had already been booked over a year ago. They had decided to get married at the start of spring next year, during the 3rd month. At that time, the weather wouldn't be too hot or cold, so it was perfect. Zhu Junyang watched as Xiaoxiao concentrated on making delicious food for him. As expected, seeing Xiaoxiao fully focused made it hard for a person to stop staring at her. He gazed at her in an infatuated manner. Even the plate of large prawns in his hands wasn't enough to draw his attention. Wife, what are you making now? I noticed that the kitchen has both meat and fish and remembered there's a dish from the Manchu Han imperial feast, called Affection of the Dragon and Phoenix, so I plan on making that. Yu Xiaoxiao didn't raise her head as she deboned and skinned the fish in her hands. She then expertly skinned and deboned some chicken breast before she thinly sliced both meats into slender slivers. Following that, the 2 meats were placed into 2 bowls and seasoned with some cooking wine and a bit of salt. After mixing it up, she then placed the 2 meats into some egg white and corn flour. Wife, this name is quite nice. However, when you take this dish outside this residence, it's better to find a different name. Otherwise, certain people would use this name as an excuse to attack our reputations. Zhu Junyang had just come back triumphantly and didn't want some jealous officials to find anything to bring him down in front of the court. Okay, then I'll change the name. I'll call it Loving Iron Man. Yu Xiaoxiao also felt the dragon and phoenix in the name of the dish was a bit too eye-catching. Although the emperor wasn't someone who was that petty, she was afraid that there would be nitpicky jealous officials who would take it as a point of contention against her and complain endlessly. Wife, this name is very good. It sounds like this dish was named especially for this prince. Wasn't he the perfect example of a loving Iron Man? Ah. He was such a manly man, but in front of his little lass, he acted like a gentle and loving person instead. However, this dish looks to be quite cumbersome to make. In the future, you should have the chefs and cook maids make such complicated dishes. Zhu Junyang didn't want his little lass to work so hard. Cooking was quite difficult sometimes and his wife was supposed to live a leisurely life. She wasn't there to be his personal chef. In the future, she shouldn't have to do so much work if she didn't want to. Yu Xiaoxiao glanced at him and revealed a honey-sweet smile on her face. The words that came out of her mouth subsequently also delighted him to his core. It's not a bother at all. I'm happy to make food for you. Even the smallest detail needs to come out of my hands. As she spoke, she went back to her task at hand, leaving Zhu Junyang, who was touched beyond measure, to stand silently at the side. She heated up the wok and oil before searing the slender strips of fish and chicken in separate batches. Then, she took them out of the pot and left some oil in there before adding the fish back into the pot with some cooking wine and fine salt. She let it simmer until it produced a fragrant broth and then added some cornstarch to thicken it. Finally, she poured the cooked fish into 1/2 of a prepared plate. Following that, she did the same procedure for the seared chicken meat, making sure to also thicken the broth with starch at the end. She then poured the cooked chicken into the other half of the plate, creating a sort of yin-yang presentation between the fish and chicken. Finally, she stir-fried some bean sprouts with some special seasoning and placed it in the middle of the chicken and fish meat in the dish. The final dish was complete. Zhu Junyang looked at the beautiful dish that was in front of him. The simple and elegant aesthetics of the plate immediately conquered him, and he shifted his attention away from the plate of shrimp in his hands. He shoved the remaining plate of large fried shrimp into Hu Xiaoliang's hands and used a pair of chopsticks to pick up a piece of fish meat. Immediately, the tender and savory taste of the food invaded his mouth, tantalizing his taste buds. It was truly too delicious. It was fragrant and tasty. And the two types of different meat complemented each other perfectly, as if they were meant to be together. The food was so delicious that it was hard for a person to stop eating. The dishes afterwards all satisfied the raging glutton within Zhu Junyang's stomach. He ate and ate until his belly was about to burst. Only then did he finally reluctantly put down his pair of chopsticks in defeat. His lass's food was seriously too good. If he could eat this kind of food every day, then he would have a very fortunate life. Unfortunately, cooking was too exhausting. Not only did she have to prepare all of the ingredients, but many of the cooking processes were also time-consuming. Furthermore, the kitchen was full of high heat and oily smoke. In the summer, the heat was almost unbearable, like you were being steamed alive. How could he bear to let his little lass endure such conditions all the time? Forget it. In the future, he needed to rein in his inner glutton in order to avoid making his little lass suffer too much. Hu Xiaoliang had truly benefited from following his master around today. His future mistress's culinary talents were heavenly. Even the imperial chefs in the palace likely wouldn't be able to make food as delicious as the food she made today. He was so envious of his master. In the future, his master would be able to eat scrumptious food like this every day. That wouldn't do. He needed to cling himself shamelessly to his master in order to find other opportunities like today. Perhaps on days when his master was in a good mood, he'd be rewarded a few dishes here and there. That would truly be the fortune of a lifetime for him. That was right. Wudong wasn't getting any younger. Shouldn't he beg his future mistress for a favor and have her engage Wudong to him? His future mistress's culinary talents were so good, so shouldn't the maids by her side also be very good at cooking too? Then, in the future, wouldn't he be living in the lap of foodie luxury? Hu Xiaoliang happily fell into his own thoughts. However, how could he know that the maids under Xiaoxiao, other than Yangliu who had the talent and desire to learn more, were all dunces in the kitchen? In fact, Xiaoxiao often felt that they were pulling her back when they tried to help her prepare ingredients in the kitchen, which said volumes about their actual cooking abilities. Wudong, for example, might not even know how to properly cook rice. Thus, Hu Xiaoliang's silly fantasies were quite off the mark. Xiaoxiao felt a bit sorry when she saw Zhu Junyang shoveling down food as if he had never had a good meal in his life. She added a few bites of food to his plate from time to time and repeatedly warned him, "Eat slower, I know you haven't had a good meal in a while, but eating too fast will make your stomach hurt." "Not a problem. Don't I have the medicine you gave me in the pouch?" Zhu Junyang ate and guzzled down food and drink before he was finally so stuffed that he couldn't eat any more. He regarded the remaining food on the table with a gaze full of regret. If he hadn't eaten those cookies earlier, he would be able to eat more food now. Yu Xiaoxiao slanted him a disapproving look and said, "The medicine I gave you is to treat you when unfortunate things happen, not give you an excuse to use your body poorly. If you continue to do this in the future, then believe it when I say I won't cook food for you anymore." Zhu Junyang pulled at Xiaoxiao's fair little hands and rubbed them between his large palms as he gently said, "If you don't want to make food, then don't. This prince doesn't want his princess consort slaving away every day at the stove. In the future, all you have to do is enjoy yourself at home. Plant some flowers, do some hobbies, don't. You like little animals? I heard that in foreign lands, there's a type of small dog that looks a bit like a lion. It's gentle, cute, and obedient. We can get two for you, if you like. If you get bored, then you can play and tease your animals. For everything else, this prince is here and you don't need to worry." Hu Xiaoliang was dumbstruck by the words coming out of his master's mouth. "Master, you are truly too skilled at sweet-talking your wife. This is truly an example of the disciple overtaking the master. Master, you're better than your father at this. On the other hand, Yu Xiaoxiao wasn't the least bit grateful for any of this. Her eyes opened wide and she stated in a somewhat threatening manner, "You want me to just idle around for the rest of my life until I become a simpleton? Ah. You also know that I'm not the type to just sit around, doing nothing. If you keep me at home all the time, that's the same as taking my life away from me. That won't do. You need to promise me that I can do whatever I want after I get married to you and you won't interfere either. Otherwise, I'll rescind this marriage, HMPH. Break the wedding off. This prince has already hugged and kissed you. If you don't marry me, who will marry you instead?" Zhu Junyang immediately exploded after he heard her threat. His entire face turned pitch black like the bottom of a pot and he stared furiously at the little lass, who had successfully angered him. His entire body seemed to ooze out an imposing aura. If it were anyone else in front of him, they would have long fallen to the ground in abject terror. Xiaoxiao, on the other hand, forcefully pulled her hands out of his and placed them on her hips. She snarled in a shrewish manner, "Do you want to make me into a hapless canary and shut me in a cage for the rest of my life? I would rather be single for the rest of my life than marry a stupid oafish pig like you." Her attitude in front of Zhu Junyang seemed like a little kitten whose tail had just gotten stepped on. She roared and raged in an uninhibited manner. Hu Xiaoliang surreptitiously scooted over towards the door. Flames were raging inside and he didn't want himself, just a little fish, to get in the line of the fire. His future mistress was truly too fierce. When facing off with his master's icy cold face, she wasn't the least bit intimidated. However, how come it seemed like the two people in front of him resembled a tiny kitten confronting a giant wolf? It actually looked a little bit funny for some reason. This prince traveled without stopping day and night in order to see you sooner. I didn't do this to fight with you. Calm down a bit." Although Zhu Junyang was quite angry inside, he couldn't bear to say a harsh word to the little lass in front of him. What was he to do with her? "Do you think I wanted to fight with you too? You're the one being too tyrannical, trying to force me into a life I don't want to live. You also know that I'm the type of person who has my own ideas and I love having freedom and independence. I don't like it when people try to control me. You should have known all of this before you proposed marriage to me. I thought that you liked me for who I am, my entire self, and that you didn't want to change me. If things go the way you described, then why don't you just marry any noble young miss in the capital? That's the type of life that they long for." Yu Xiaoxiao thought of how much she had missed this stupid fellow in front of her for the past year. In fact, she even spent a lot of time and effort making a table full of delicious foods for him, yet all she got in return was his grim and icy-looking face. Instantly, the feeling of being wronged rose in her heart. Zhu Junyang felt his heart fall. When he saw the tears form in the little lass's eyes, he hastily said, "You misunderstood this prince. This prince doesn't want to control you. I just feel bad seeing you work so hard for the court's matters while also managing all of your businesses. I'm afraid that you'll become too tired, so I wanted to give you a comfortable and relaxing environment. If you don't like it, then this prince won't force you to become an idle young matron in the inner courtyard. In the future, you can do whatever you like, as long as you keep yourself safe and don't tire yourself out. Is that okay? Ah, you were the one who didn't say it clearly, which made me misunderstand you. It's all your fault. Furthermore, you glared at me in such a hateful manner while yelling at me. You need to apologize for that." Apparently it was because the man in front of her cared too much about her and wanted her to be well rested. Why couldn't he say it clearly earlier? Yu Xiaoxiao blinked away the tears in her eyes as she pouted her little mouth. It was clear that she was stubbornly holding onto her position. Zhu Junyang hurriedly took out a handkerchief and helped the little lass wipe away the tears on his face. He sighed again and said, all right. It was all my fault. In the future, this prince won't glare at you ever again, okay? However, in the future, please don't say anything about breaking off the wedding." It felt like someone was stabbing a knife into my heart when I heard those words. Right now I'm still hurting. There wasn't one person who was stronger in relationship issues between men and women. The outwardly heroic royal Prince Yang easily acquiesced and bent his head down in front of his little lass, as if it were no big deal. As long as his little lass wasn't sad anymore and would smile again, it was worth it. I'll help you rub it a bit so it won't hurt anymore. The person in front of her had apologized sincerely. In addition, she also had some fault in the manner, so Yu Xiaoxiao felt a bit embarrassed now. She stretched out a little hand and began to massage Zhu Junyang's chest. It didn't look like she was trying to relieve a hurt. Instead, it looked more like she was taking advantage of him. A few times, that little hand rubbed him in such a way that made him feel sensitive. Zhu Junyang simultaneously enjoyed her ministrations while being tortured by them. Finally, he restrained her naughty little hand. If he continued to allow her to stoke his fire, he wasn't sure he'd be able to endure any longer without ravaging the little lass. He needed to wait a little longer. There was less than half a year left for him. The little lass didn't have any adult women around to remind her at the moment, so he needed to make sure he respected her. He needed to wait for the most important step of their relationship and do it on their wedding night. It would be an unforgettable experience. Is it bad that you didn't come back with the army? Yu Xiaoxiao quietly leaned against Zhu Junyang's chest as she listened to the sound of his beating heart. She felt incredibly calm and secure at this moment. It's not a big deal. Only Inspector Su knows about me coming back early. Before I entered the capital, I made sure to disguise myself, so no one saw me. Tonight, this prince will secretly go back to where the army is. There's no need to worry. This prince isn't someone who does things rashly. Zhu Junyang had made sure to make all of the proper arrangements in order to see his lass earlier. It had taken quite a bit of effort for him. Yu Xiaoxiao nodded her head and then worriedly asked, if Sir Su knows, doesn't that mean that the emperor will know too? Will the emperor use this as an excuse to make trouble for you? Don't think too much of. At the worst, the prince could get rid of all of the duties that I was given. I'll just go back to what I was before, an idle and leisurely royal prince. However, at that time, this prince will have a much lower income stream, so wife, you'll have to make sure I don't go hungry. Zhu Junyang had absolutely no interest in keeping and obtaining political power. The only reason why he worked so hard right now was to improve his status and become a better shield for his little lass. That way, he could prevent all harm from reaching her. Furthermore, from his understanding of the emperor's personality, the situation would never get to the point that the lass worried about it. The lass was only being wary of shadows because she was concerned about him. Yu Xiaoxiao forcefully nodded her head and said, all right. I'll raise you all. All you have to do is keep yourself forever young and beautiful, and I'll be in charge of the money in the household. Hee. It suddenly feels like I'm raising a little kept man at home. What sort of nonsense are you spouting now? This prince was only horsing around. I don't think my circumstances are that bad, all right. Do you really think this prince is someone who would happily live off my wife? Zhu Junyang had a helpless expression on his face as he gently pinched the lass's cheek to punish her. Once again, Hu Xiaoliang sidled a few steps closer to the outside. My future mistress you truly have guts to call the master a kept man. Out of the whole great Ming Empire, you're probably the only one who's able to say something so impolite to him without retribution. He needed to get out of earshot. Otherwise, his master might fly into a fury over the fact that his subordinate had heard something so humiliating. He also didn't dare to reprimand his future mistress either. Hee, I'm only teasing you all. Do you think there's anyone in the capital who will dare to compete against us when we combine both of our enterprises? In the future, wouldn't that mean I could count money every day until my hands cramp? Yu Xiaoxiao suddenly had a feeling that she was going to become the richest noble lady in the capital and felt incredibly proud at the prospect. As counting money exhausting this prince will send a few people over and have them count for you. You can just stand at the side and watch them. Zhu Junyang aggressively said as he gently stroked the little lass's fine and glossy black hair with a hand. He relished in the silky feeling slipping through his fingers. Hee, Yu Xiaoxiao, the little money grubber, sniggered. Her whole demeanor resembled a tiny squirrel who had just eaten some stolen pine nuts. She was simultaneously adorable and childish. Zhu Junyang loved and hated that image at the same time. Just where did she get that oddball temperament from? Uncle and Auntie Yu were both placid and down-to-earth people. Her older brother and sister were the same. Her younger brother was also steady at a very young age. It was only this lass who had a weird personality. Zhu Junyang loafed around the Yu residence until the moon peeked over the willow trees. Only then did he reluctantly say his farewells. After leaving the Yu residence, he and Hu Shaoliang headed out of the capital, back towards the army. Although he never took outside criticism to heart, he was someone who was about to become married. Thus, he couldn't let his wife be worried about him in the future. It was important to keep up his image. Thus, he had no intention of getting accused of the crime of privately returning back to the capital without the army. 3 days later, Great General Junshi returned back to the capital. News from the northwest had just gotten back and the entire capital was thunderstruck and then elated by what had happened. Royal Prince Yang, who had become Great General Junshi, was now also given the nickname of War God. In the short time period of a year, he had managed to beat back the invaders and traitors of the northwest until they couldn't even raise their heads anymore. Thus, the people of the northwest now had a few decades of peace in the future. No matter what the time period, the commoners all hoped and prayed for peace in where they lived. In order to see the war god's imposing demeanor in person, many of the capital's people had arrived in the suburbs of the capital early to wait. The Yulin division had imposed martial law within a 1-kilometer radius of the suburbs for safety. This was done because the emperor himself, along with court's civil and military officials, were coming out to receive the army back home. On the day of the procession, Xiao Cao had been summoned to enter the palace. Within the imperial study, Zhu Junfan was currently looking over the crown prince's school work. The crown prince was already 12 this year and had grown into an impressive youth. All of his work had been praised to the skies by his various imperial tutors and more, he was gaining the appropriate demeanor and solemnity as the imperial heir. Although the imperial palace had added a few more young princes and princesses, the second oldest prince, who was a 3 to 4 year old, had an 8-year gap between him and the crown prince. By the time the second oldest prince got older, the crown prince would have almost reached his age of majority. Thus, no one could possibly be a threat to his position then. Furthermore, as long as the crown prince didn't make a huge blunder such as being unfilial to his parents or become a traitor to the empire, it was very likely his position would be rock steady. Consequently, it was highly unlikely that a bloody fight for the throne would happen in this generation. Official Yu. Zhu Hanwen placed down the brush in his hands and smiled when he saw Xiao Cao being summoned inside. This official greets the emperor and the crown prince. Yu Xiao Cao was holding a box of food in her hands. She hesitated for a moment before she went down on her knees to perform an official bow. However, the emperor interrupted her before she could finish. All right, no need to do these false courtesies. You are exempt from the official greetings and may take a seat. Zhu Junfan never expected his fellow transmigrator to do these overly convoluted and complicated customs in front of him. He pointed at the food box in her hands and heatedly said, "Oh. It's rare that you think of us. You actually brought a present along. If we hadn't summoned you, you would probably never show your face around here, right? It's fine that we don't see heads or tails of you at court, but do you truly believe the imperial token that allows you to access the palace to be a mere frippery? Your imperial majesty, just why are you speaking in such an aggrieved tone?" Yu Xiaocao glanced over in confusion towards the crown prince, who was sitting at the side. The two of them exchanged clearly puzzled looks. Imperial Majesty, this official's rank is not high enough to allow me to attend the daily court sessions. Yu Xiaocao quietly reminded him. Zhu Junfan snorted a bit and retorted, "Oh what? Do you dislike your position for being too low now? I would have never expected you to be someone who was obsessed with getting promoted off." Yu Xiaocao was seriously starting to wonder whether another soul had transmigrated over and taken over the emperor's body. Why was he acting in such a weird way? Why did she get the feeling that the emperor was currently whining and acting spoiled in front of her now? Oh my gosh, she was starting to get goosebumps from his behavior. Zhu Hanwen looked at his imperial father and blinked a few times. If it weren't for the fact that official Yu had already been engaged to his imperial uncle, he would have seriously started to suspect that his imperial father was interested in official Yu. After all, just what did that aggrieved expression and casual tone of voice mean? He turned his attention back to Yu Xiaocao. The young crown prince regarded her seriously for a few moments and came to a few conclusions. In the past 2 years, official Yu had truly grown into her looks. Just her flawless skin alone, which seemed as delicate as the outer shell of an egg and as luminous as a flawless crystal, was enough to blow all of the noble-born maidens in the capital out of the park. Furthermore, she had a pair of large and lively eyes that seemed to have the ability to pierce a person's soul. Zhu Hanwen suddenly felt a bolt of lightning go through his heart. He returned his gaze back towards his imperial father. Imperial father, did official Yu truly catch your fancy now? Ah. That absolutely cannot happen. Ah. Imperial Uncle Yang has just done a great deed for our empire and obtained a great military victory. You absolutely cannot steal his wife from him. If you do, it's likely that Imperial Uncle Yang would fly into a rage over this, and there's very few people in the capital who can possibly stop him when he is incensed. Imperial father, ah, Imperial father, you've been a wise ruler all this time, so you cannot, in a moment of muddle-headedness, become an infamous ruler who tried to steal one of his officials' wives. Ah. One had to admit that the crown prince had a pretty active imagination sometimes. Zhu Hanwen suddenly discovered that his imperial father had looked over in his direction. He met his father's eyes and immediately hid his thoughts as he said, Imperial father, official Yu has done many meritorious deeds over the past few years. She has undertaken hard tasks despite receiving criticism from other officials, yet she still only has a lowly 6th-ranked position as an agricultural official. This son believes, isn't it about time to promote her a bit? Zhu Junfan regarded his son with an impressed eye. He had spent all of these years painstakingly educating this son to be his successor for the sake of handing over the throne once his son turned 20. At that time, he planned on becoming a leisurely emperor emeritus, traveling with the empress throughout the country as well as into foreign lands. Wouldn't that be such a relaxing life? Imperial son, rewards and punishments must be allotted accordingly in order to become a wise ruler. In your eyes, what is the best way to promote official Yu? Zhu Junfan had also thought about promoting this trusted official of his. However, he didn't have a precedent to do so, and he had just awarded her with the glorious title of a royal princess, so he had delayed her promotion in officialdom. Zhu Hanwen pondered for a moment before he seriously replied, this son has studied with the imperial tutor and remembers that in the Qin dynasty, there was a position called the clerk of the capital for grain. This son believes that, with official Yu's current duties, it falls well within the position of clerk of the capital for grain. Imperial son, what you're trying to say is, that within the Ministry of Revenue, we should add in the position of clerk of the capital for grain. What rank should it be? Zhu Junfan searched his mind but couldn't remember what the heck the clerk of the capital for grain was. Just what the hell was this title? How come he had no inkling of what it was? However, for the sake of preserving an imposing and all-knowing demeanor in front of his son, he pretended to project a mysterious expression in front of him. Imperial father, official Yu currently has the position of agricultural official. Wasn't that a position that you had created on the spot too? Ah. For the past few years, official Yu not only managed to properly cultivate the Western Hemisphere's corn, but also produced a high-yielding strain of winter wheat. Furthermore, she's perfected the art of growing fruits and vegetables out of season in greenhouse pavilions, adding variety to our tables during the previous dead season. This year, she also began experimenting with rice paddies, and the preliminary results are incredibly promising and exciting. By adding together all of her merits and successes, I believe she should at least be promoted 3 levels right. This son believes that this position should be at least rank 4 or above. Otherwise, we'd be slighting official Yu too much. Zhu Hanwen had become close to Yu Xiaosao during his tender childhood years. Naturally, he now stood at her side and advocated for her benefit. However, Yu Xiaosao had no desire to be promoted into officialdom. No matter whether it was in her past life or this one, she wasn't interested in obtaining more power. Other than her desire to make more and more money, the rest was ephemeral to her and of no value. She was quite satisfied with the way her life was now and really didn't want a promotion. This was because she knew that the higher the rank, the more power she had, the more responsibilities she would get. In fact, the number one reason she didn't want to get promoted was because rank 5 officials and above all had to attend morning court. Being forced out of the house before the sun had risen was truly a fearsome thing. Yu Xiaosao knew that if she didn't open her mouth now, her new position would be set in stone, so she hurriedly interrupted the father and son duo, who were currently discussing this with enthusiasm. Your Imperial Majesty, Imperial Highness, this official is already very satisfied with my current position. I don't think I need to get promoted now, right? How could that be okay? The father and son duo simultaneously exclaimed. Zhu Junfan glared hatefully in a threatening way at his fellow transmigrator and said, we are a wise ruler. Successes need to be rewarded, so we naturally need to find something proper for you. Just sit there obediently and don't butt in. Yu Xiaoxiao hastily interjected, in actuality, rewards doesn't have to be a promotion necessarily. Other things that are more practical, like gold and jewels, are also quite good, right? Zhu Junfan revealed a toothy grin and suddenly asked, aren't the businesses under your hand doing quite well now? Did you encounter any problems with your medicinal cuisine business or blossoming beauty enterprise recently? No, why, they're all doing quite well. Yu Xiaoxiao was a bit confused now. She stared warily at the emperor as she wasn't sure just what the emperor was hinting at now. Since your businesses are doing quite well, that means you don't lack money, right? What's the point in throwing a bit of money down a money-filled well? The little bit that we could possibly give you is merely the cherry on top for you. Do you still lack money? Are there truly officials like you who don't long for the glory of promotion? Zhu Junfan hatefully glared at her as he grouchily thought, the amount of money you have in your hands is much more than what we have in our personal treasury. Yet you still want to spend money from our hands. You are truly quite cold-blooded. Yu Xiaoxiao still needed to struggle to the end, but, I'm just a silly girl, why do I need to have such a high rank at court? I only know how to farm and make some tasty food. I'm not cultured enough nor do I have enough elegance. There's no point in playing music to me, the cow. Being able to farm is already enough. The clerk of the capital for grain is a special position that manages agriculture matters, after all. All right, why do you have to be so stubborn, lass? We are giving you a promotion, so do we need to ask for your permission? Enough nonsense, we are getting annoyed. Zhu Junfan felt quite sullen now. Other people racked their brains to come up with an excuse for promotion, yet this lass was the complete opposite. She not only wasn't grateful for the opportunity but she was also doing her best to push away a possible promotion. Did she think that having a high rank at court was an inconvenient thing? That wouldn't do. This emperor's tender heart was quite hurt by her excuses and he needed some delicious delicacies to soothe the painful wound. Just what are you holding in your hands? Aren't you tired from holding it up for so long? Zhu Junfan had long been eyeing the box of food in her hands. Zhu Hanwen had also been regarding it in a pathetic manner. The delicious aroma from within had already tempted the gluttonous bug in his stomach out. However, in front of his imperial father, he had to preserve his image. Yu Xiaoxiao watched as the two faces, which quite resembled each other, revealed simultaneously an expression of longing and thirst. She felt quite tickled by it. If they were in any other place, who would have believed that these two, who were regarding her quite pathetically, were actually the two most important personages of the great Ming Empire? This subject was idle at home, so I came out with a few new mousse-type cakes. I thought that they tasted quite good, so I brought some over to show my respect to your Imperial Majesty. Children all love to eat mousse cakes, so I hope that your Highness, the Crown Prince, would like to try some too. Yu Xiaoxiao stood up and placed the box of cakes onto the study table. She lightly lifted the lid to the box, revealing the tiny adorable pieces of cake within to the father and son pair in front of her. Zhu Hanwen originally wanted to protest, this prince isn't a child anymore. However, once he saw the beautiful and delicate cakes in front of him, he immediately forgot the rest of his words. He only had eyes for the pastries. As soon as the Yu's dessert shop's Western-style pastries came out, it caused a huge sensation within the capital and instantly became famous. The cakes were soft and bouncy, sweet without being overwhelming, so they obtained everyone's approval. However, these pastries could not even compare to the legendary chocolate mousse cake, Black Forest Gâteau, and tiramisu that had been made by Royal Princess Jinan. Unfortunately, the Western-style pastries made by Royal Princess Jinan weren't something that could be eaten whenever one had the desire to. Those legendary pastries weren't for sale anywhere. Only the people closest to her were lucky enough to eat them on occasion. Last time, the matrons and noble maidens who had been invited to participate at Imperial Prince Jing's estate for a banquet were all given the opportunity to try her handmade desserts. When they left, the rumors spread throughout the capital about how amazing her cakes were. Thus, the chocolate-flavored desserts had reached another level of fame within these noble circles. The imperial palace naturally was given desserts made by Yu Xiaoxiao. Once, when Zhu Hanwen was at his imperial mother's palace, he had the chance to try some. He immediately fell in love with these chocolate-flavored desserts. However, his imperial father told him that as the heir of the empire he needed to learn how to endure hardships before pleasure, have a backbone as strong as steel, control his appetites, and strive for enlightenment, so how could he indulge in gluttonous pleasures? Then, all of the pastries that were later sent into the palace had mostly gone into his imperial father's stomach. Zhu Hanwen secretly wondered if his father's teachings were merely an excuse for him to stop fighting for sweets with him. There wasn't a second person within the great Ming Empire who could make pastries that could compare with official Yu's. Unfortunately, she was way too busy. She had to manage the tasks that the court tasked her as well as keep her own businesses afloat. Thus, she very rarely had the time to bake pastries. Zhu Hanwen could never forget the memory of those unique flavored desserts. When he saw the box full of a variety of mousse cakes, it immediately brought to his mind the taste that his memory savored. Imperial Majesty, please wait a bit. This subject will first taste these pastries for poison. Under the usual state of things, in order to keep the palace safe, it was forbidden for outsiders to bring food into the palace. All of the food served to the emperor first had to undergo tasting by his eunuchs for poison. This was the usual custom, so eunuch Su Qi's reminder wasn't out of the ordinary. However, the emperor kicked his butt forcefully and growled in a laughing manner, "Screw off. You're such a sly servant, coming over when you smell delicious food. We haven't even had the chance to try last Yu's food before you butt in to have a taste. Go stand where it is cool. There are only a few cakes in the box, so there's definitely not enough for you to get a share. So dream on. Imperial Majesty, food brought in from the outside of the palace normally can't be." Su Kai now had a visible footprint on his clothing but he didn't dare to dust it off. He had an aggrieved expression on his face as he recited the customs. Customs were all made by people. If we can't trust Lass Yu, then who is to be trusted? That's enough. Stop looking for an excuse to fight for pastries with us. Aren't you going to back down now? Why did this fellow not have any eyes for the situation? If it were Su Ran here instead, he absolutely would not have made such a fuss. Yu Xiaoxiao stopped herself from laughing and took off of the lids from all of the boxes she brought with her as she quietly said, "Imperial Majesty, this official has brought over 4 types of mousse cakes. Each cake came with 9 pieces. How about you let Chief Steward Su Kai let you taste test them first?" "No need, no need. Each cake only has 9 pieces, which is barely enough to satisfy us. How could we possibly allow someone else to try a piece of paradise?" Zhu Junfan protectively brought the food boxes towards him and impatiently took out a piece of mousse cake that had been crafted in the shape of a lychee. Imperial Father. Zhu Hanwen noticed that his father seemed to have forgotten that he was here, so he pitifully cried out. He felt like this was deliberate. His imperial father didn't seem to want to share these cakes with him. HMPH. Look at you, do you even have the demeanor of an heir to the empire at this point? If you can't even restrain your desires for food, how can you possibly keep the empire in your hands in the future? As Zhu Junfan spoke, he shoved the cake that was in his hands into his mouth. He revealed an ecstatic expression on his face. Zhu Hanwen silently cursed, "Imperial Father, you also have a hankering for good food, but isn't the empire flourishing and doing well under your hands? There isn't a conflict between the two, all right Do you truly intend on enjoying these pastries alone, letting me, your son, to just watch you pathetically?" Zhu Junfan felt a sliver of guilt enter his heart when he saw the despondent and pathetic look on his son's face. He dryly coughed and said, "All right since you've been working hard on both your studies and martial arts, I will reward you with 1 piece. Thank you, Imperial Father." Zhu Hanwen's face immediately lit up in joy as he carefully picked a piece of cake and delivered it into his mouth. He savored it in small bites as he exclaimed, "Wow! It's so incredibly delicious It has the flavor of fruit and the spongy texture of cake. Official Yu, what is the name of this cake? In reply to your highness, this is called fruit mousse cake. Within the smooth texture of mousse is the flavor of fresh fruit, which restores the original essence of lychee within it. The taste is very rich. Yu Xiaoxiao noticed that the father and son pair had the exact same joyful expression on their faces. She suddenly realized that it seemed like the foodie gene could also be inherited. The Emperor Emeritus was an old glutton. The emperor loved to eat good foods, and, now, even the crown prince was a tiny little foodie. Is this a chocolate-flavored cake? Ah, I love chocolate the most. Zhu Hanwen saw another type of cake in the box and immediately forgot the words that his imperial father had said about him only being allowed one slice. He reached his hand into the box and pulled a piece out as he delightedly tasted the pastry. The emperor glared angrily at the look on the crown prince's face. It was truly too interesting. Yu Xiaoxiao controlled the twitching lips on her face as she was afraid she might burst into laughter at any time. She managed to say with a straight face, Imperial Highness, that piece has hazelnut mousse. Mousse that is chocolate hazelnut flavored is filled between the slices of chocolate cake. The hazelnut adds a unique fragrance to the mousse. Chocolate and hazelnut are a pair made in heaven, so when paired with the cute shape of the pastry, it is truly considered a piece of culinary art. Zhu Junfan also placed a piece of mousse cake into his mouth. He delicately tasted it for a long time before he finally said, in one bite, the dense mousse explodes into my mouth. Paired with the refreshing flavor of fruit and the spongy cake, it truly makes me feel quite satisfied. The European pear mousse cake was also another example of a beautifully made cake. Not only was the outside delicate and lively, but it also preserved the unique characteristics of a European pear. The cake was filled with a caramel pear mousse filling, and, naturally, the taste was divine. The last type is cherry mousse. The outside is beautiful and translucent. In order to decrease the amount of mousse filling needed in the cake, this official added a bit more cherry flesh inside to improve the flavor. Please go ahead and try some. Yu Xiaoxiao had finished introducing all 4 types of mousse cakes but noticed that the father and son pair were solely preoccupied with eating. They didn't even say a word, so that's how she knew that they truly loved these cakes. Zhu Junfan saw that his son had eaten a piece of each type of cake and was raring to grab more. Thus, he placed the lid back on the boxes and said, "Don't eat any more. Otherwise, in a moment when it's time for the meal, you won't be able to eat much. The rest of the cakes should be given to your imperial mother." Each piece of mouse cake was only about the size of a ping-pong ball. After eating 4 pieces, Zhu Hanwen naturally desired to eat more. However, he was a filial child. As soon as he heard that the rest were to be given to his mother, he didn't protest anymore. His imperial mother loved him very much and always gave him the best she had to offer. How could he possibly fight for food with her? Official Yu, are the raw ingredients for these cakes easy to come by? Ah, will these be added onto the pastries that will be sold at the Yu's pastry shop? Zhu Hanwen was very interested in this point. If the market had these cakes available, then, in the future, when he wanted to eat these cakes, all he had to do was send one of his personal eunuchs out to buy them. He remembered that the previous chocolate-flavored desserts required raw ingredients that were too hard to find, which was the reason why they weren't sold on the market. If the ingredient problem could be solved, then all of these desserts could be added to her store, which would be too awesome. Official Yu was someone who really loved to make money, so she wouldn't let go of such a good money-making opportunity, right? Yu Xiaoxiao solemnly replied, "These mousse cakes truly test a pastry chef's abilities. I'm pretty sure that if someone didn't study under me for at least a year, it'd be hard for them to create a satisfactory product. However, Imperial Highness, you don't need to worry. If the Emperor decides not to promote this official, then this official will have plenty of time to make these new cakes to send into the palace." Official Yu, you're quite an odd person. Other people, for the sake of a promotion, rack their brains to find out a method to climb up higher. You, on the other hand, act as if my imperial father was harming you for trying to reward you for your merits. What should we do with you? Looks like you don't care about fame or fortune. Zhu Hanwen was a bit curious. Why didn't she treasure this opportunity to increase her official rank? Sigh. The higher one climbs, the more responsibility one has. I'm just a small little girl and I'm about to become a married woman soon. In the future, I'll be tending the household and children for my husband, so how would I have so much extra time to do other things? The most important factor is this. This subject remembers that ranked 5 officials and above all need to attend morning court. In a moment of carelessness, Yu Xiaoxiao said her true thoughts. Zhu Junfan burst out into laughter and pointed at Xiaoxiao. He stated in a voice filled with bemusement, apparently the reason why you really didn't want to get promoted is right here. Is it really that bad having to go to morning court once every 5 days? This subject truly sleeps heavily and likes to sleep in. I'm afraid I might sleep past the time and get punished for missing morning court, Yu Xiaoxiao meekly replied in a quiet voice. What a joke. Morning court started at 5 in the morning, so that meant she had to leave the residence at around 4. Didn't that mean she had to get out of bed before 4 then? That was asking for her life. When her younger brother and sister were studying for their college examinations, they didn't even have to get up that early. Zhu Junfan snorted and said, if I waived away the requirement for you to go to morning court and promoted you, would you be okay with that? After I get promoted, would I still only be in charge of the imperial plantation and other farming matters? If I need to manage anything else, I'm not sure I could do it. Yu Xiaoxiao had a good grasp on her own abilities. She knew she was only able to handle so much, so she truly didn't want to have more extraneous duties added on. Your duties will not change. The only change that could happen would be that you will have more people under you. We will send some officials over to help you. All you have to do is make sure your high-yielding crop breeding continues on course. Zhu Junfan suddenly felt fatigued. This was the first time he had to chase someone to promote them, yet they truly didn't want this honor. Then, that will work. Yu Xiaoxiao reluctantly said, as if someone had a knife to her throat. Then make sure you send 2 hard-working and humble ones over. Ones that are easy to get along with. I don't want to deal with any annoying ones. Zhu Junfan. Zhu Hanwen frowned at this. Wasn't his imperial father being a little too lenient? It was too obvious that he had some vague intentions towards official Yu. That wouldn't do. He needed to surreptitiously remind his mother a bit on another day. His imperial father had always respected his imperial mother's opinions, so he should be willing to listen to her advice. He needed to make sure that this got nipped in the bud before it got too late. Following that, at the next court session, Yu Xiaoxiao had been promoted to the 4th rank, clerk of the capital for grain, for her efforts in eradicating the poisoning case at the stud farm as well as the promising results in the rice paddies. She was now completely in charge of crop breeding, and her task was to improve the rice paddy yield as well as the winter wheat seeds. The emperor recalled that Xiaoxiao was Great General Junxi's fiancée, so he especially summoned her along to leave the capital to welcome him back home. His intention was simple. He wanted to give her the opportunity to see her fiancé as soon as possible. However, he would have never expected that his younger cousin had snuck into the capital earlier and had bummed around the Yu residence, acting lovey-dovey with his future wife, before he finally left. Regardless, Yu Xiaoxiao felt a sense of pride and glee rise up within her heart when she saw that familiar dark figure within the army as she rode next to the emperor's carriage with the envious gazes of other officials surrounding her. When a woman's man was successful, her face also became brighter. The high-ranked officials who had come out today to receive the army all felt mixed feelings arise in their hearts when they saw the handsome and heroic royal Prince Yang come back. In the past, Royal Prince Yang was impetuous and cruel with a cloud of bad rumors surrounding him. His reputation wasn't much better than the hedonistic good-for-nothing sons from rich families. Who would have thought that after he turned 15 and was given the mission to travel to the west, he would come back like a changed man? His personality had become stable and steady, and he became more and more outstanding as time passed. He not only brought the high-yielding corn seeds back, but he also luckily discovered the current clerk of the capital for grain, official Yu, who had a talent for farming. With higher yield crops now on hand, the commoners, who had previously been living in harsh, post-war times, now had a surplus to eat. As the fortunes of the people rose, so did the fortunes of the empire. Now that the commoners were living better lives, the empire was now richer and more powerful than ever. Furthermore, Royal Prince Yang wasn't just good at regular issues, he was also a genius at military matters. After the Chishan barracks were given to him to manage, in less than 2 years, any soldier from that assignment could easily fight against 3 to 5 ordinary soldiers with ease. The firearms division was especially astounding. Each soldier there had top-notch martial arts skills like the rest of the soldiers within the Chechen barracks, and they were also sharpshooters with their firearms. They were truly the best of the best. Not only was he talented at training troops, but he was also skilled at military strategy and tactics. When the Northeast Rebellion had occurred, it felt like only a practice session for him to put it down. This time, with the war in the Northwest, he was finally able to display his outstanding abilities. Even the previous dynasty's old General Zhao and young General Zhao had to admire this young and skilled royal prince's talents. Furthermore, the two generals from the Zhao family were only alive today because of him. Naturally, this was also related to the fact that Royal Prince Yang had external help, Royal Princess Jinan's medicinal abilities. Only he had a fiancée who was skilled at medicine and detoxifying poisons. It was also rumored that the unfathomable military inspector Su had been saved by him. Chief Steward Su was the emperor's closest and most intimate confidant and subordinate. Unfortunately, he was very hard to get close to and was extremely cunning and sly. Whoever could catch his eyes and have him say a few flattering words in front of the emperor naturally had a career that would soar without boundaries. However, Royal Prince Yang didn't require his good words as his own abilities were more than enough to ensure a smooth and steady climb up to the top. Royal Prince Yang was a youth with an extremely promising career ahead of him. Unfortunately, he was an engaged man. The high-ranking officials who had previously rejected Princess Consort Jing's attempts to matchmake her son in years past were now incredibly regretful. If it weren't for the fact that they had disdained Royal Prince Yang when he had a bad reputation, they could be his future father-in-law now and have another strong ally at court. Thus, their official careers would also be more smooth. What a pity. However, there were still some people scheming quietly in the background, thinking about their concubine-born daughters at home. Some of them even thought about offering their legitimate daughters to the prince to become his concubine. What man, especially the hard-working and talented ones, didn't have a crowd of wives and concubines at home? Royal Prince Yang was very likely going to be promoted into an imperial prince in the future, and it was very normal for a grand and noble imperial prince to have a courtyard full of women at home, right? For example, Royal Prince Yang's imperial uncle, Imperial Prince Sa, not only had 2 ranked concubines at home but he also had so many lower-ranking concubines that he couldn't keep them straight. Naturally, there were also some people who wondered whether Royal Princess Jinan could even marry the prince at this point. No matter whether it was personal or familial status, the two of them were not of the same background. Royal Princess Jinan was truly talented. After all, a little girl climbing up to a 4th-ranked official's position wasn't something to be scoffed at. However, the vast majority of men preferred women who were gentle and unassuming. If one had to be honest, Royal Princess Jinan's personality couldn't be considered sweet and considerate. Perhaps the position of Royal Prince Yang's official wife was something that could be negotiated. Royal Prince Yang had no idea that his future marriage and inner courtyard was currently being schemed over by many people. Currently, he had just spotted his little lass, who was next to the golden-yellow imperial carriage. She was dressed in a tiny official's robe and her hair had been styled into a nimble and handsome ponytail. The day before yesterday he had been preoccupied with spending time with her, so he didn't pay attention to the fact that she had some pretty significant physical changes in the past year. Although she still had a very slim and slender figure, she had grown perceptibly in height. By now, the top of her head should be around his chin height. Her facial features had also blossomed. She had a pair of round and innocent-looking eyes that now seemed more elongated. They glittered with liveliness and an air of coquettishness. Her roomy official's robe also couldn't completely hide her alluring body figure. His little lass had truly matured and was becoming more and more beautiful with every passing day. At this time, Xiao Cao's entire attention seemed to have been magnetized. She couldn't seem to move her eyes away from the heroic figure in front of her. Zhu Junyang was attired in a general's armor and looked incredibly handsome. There was something incredibly manly and stunning about him. His broad and sturdy figure paired with that alluringly handsome face didn't seem out of sorts at all and harmonized into one perfect whole. The mere sight of him made her little heart pound faster. Yu Xiaocao placed her hands over her heart as she was afraid that her heart might jump out of her chest from being too excited. The emperor was speechless at this. It looked like it was truly the wrong choice to bring that last Xiaoxiao along with him. These two people only had eyes for each other. He was pretty sure that neither of them had heard a single word of his grandiose and imposing speech. Such a waste of his eloquent and touching words. Under the gazes of everyone around them, this youthful engaged couple stared longingly at each other. The soldiers under Zhu Junyang all grinned knowingly as they elbowed each other. If it weren't for the fact that the emperor was present, it was likely that they would have long started heckling the prince. Yu Xiaoxiao finally realized that everyone was staring at the back of her head. However, she wasn't the least bit embarrassed. Instead, she calmly moved away her gaze and smiled tranquilly. This made all of Zhu Junyang's subordinates view her, as their leader's future wife, in a different light. She truly was a woman worthy of being admired by their leader, as she had the right temperament to be with him. It was no wonder that she, as a woman, was able to become an official and a successful businesswoman. At such a young age she had been made into an official, The leader's wife was currently wearing the robes of a fourth-ranked official. Heavens! 2 years ago, the leader's wife was only a tiny little sixth-ranked official. Now she had already been promoted into a fourth-ranked official. Fortunately, their leader was also someone with incredible abilities. This time he came back victorious from the battlefield, so getting rewarded was a sure thing now. Otherwise, wouldn't he be surpassed by his own wife by now? Royal Princess Jinan wasn't someone that anyone could marry. After all, most ordinary men would be completely pressured by her. Yu Xiaoxiao looked at the army and stopped her eyes on two familiar figures. The Zhao family's two generals had also spotted the slender and graceful young maiden who was next to the imperial carriage. Gradually, their memories of that super-thin little figure in that tiny fishing village had merged with the youthful maiden in front of them. They would have never expected that the Yu family's sickly and tiny Xiaoxiao was now the most successful out of all of them. Although they had been stationed at the border, the Zhao family's two generals had also heard the stories of Royal Princess Jinan, who was talented at farming and had expertly bred high-yielding crops, changing the lives of the people for the better. Furthermore, Lady Zhao, who had been left at the capital, often wrote letters to them that spoke of this little lass. She stated that the lass had a kind and compassionate heart. Xiaoxiao was afraid that she might be lonely by herself in the capital, so she often came over every few days to spend time with her. In addition, Lady Zhao wrote that the lass's pastries were incredibly delicious. Every time she came up with new pastries, she never forgot to send some to her. Finally, the little lass had also helped to nurse Lady Zhao back to health. She had a lingering illness after giving birth, but now her problem hadn't reoccurred for several years. Lady Zhao often lamented within her letters that she would have liked Xiaoxiao to become her daughter-in-law if it weren't for the fact that Royal Prince Yang moved too fast. Unfortunately, it was too late. Their family hadn't struck when they had the advantage and allowed Royal Prince Yang to monopolize this child. Now, the prince was only waiting for her to reach adulthood before marriage. 8 years had passed since the two Zhao generals had last seen this little lass, who used to sweetly call them Grandfather Zhao and Uncle Zhao. They would have never expected that she, by relying on her own abilities, would be able to become a fourth-ranked official. Normally, fourth-ranked officials weren't high enough on the rankings to accompany an imperial procession to welcome back a victorious army. However, the little lass was standing next to the emperor's personal carriage, which meant that the emperor himself had allowed her the great favor of coming along. Who else within the empire could obtain this type of honor and glory? However, that lass's personality hadn't seemed to change one iota. She was still as simple and pure as before. Just look, when she saw the two of them, the little lass revealed a broad and wide smile and even raised her right hand to wave at them furiously. All of the other officials here looked at her with expressionless faces. Even the emperor cocked his head over at her and glared at her with a smile on his face. The young maiden sheepishly lowered her hand and rubbed her nose. Her actions now were the exact same as when she was young. The two of them began reminiscing of years past. Back then, there was a skinny and slight little girl who childishly followed their grandson, from behind, begging him to teach her how to set traps. Now, she had already grown into the Yu family's glorious and honorable young maiden. Royal Prince Yang had been put in command of the army to fight the war in the northwest. He fought against the odds and put out a daring plan, which succeeded in pacifying their borders. He managed to beat back those ambitious wolves, the foreign tribes hankering at their border, sending them into a riotous retreat into the bitter and harsh conditions of the north. In less than 2 years' time, he had obtained a total victory and was likely going to become a rock-steady figure in the empire. He was truly too good to be a match in marriage. They weren't sure whether the engagement between the two would be a fortune or calamity for her in the future. The news that the emperor had personally come out of the capital to welcome great General Junshi back to court had long been disseminated throughout the city and its surrounding suburbs. The commoners had also all come over, finding a suitable place to stand as they craned their necks to get a glimpse of the great Ming Empire's army who had protected their country from foreign invaders. The bulk of the army had been stationed about 2 kilometers outside of the city while Royal Prince Yong brought all of the high-ranking officers along to enter the city. Both sides of the street in the capital, as well as the shops lining the area, were all squeezed full of people. The men entering the city had just experienced the bloody and exhilarating battlefield, so they came in with austere and serious-looking faces. The emperor's carriage and escort were also glorious and stately, cowing the people in the crowds into a silence. The entire street was as quiet as if there wasn't a single person there. End of chapter 650. See you in the next chapter. Thank you.